Hello. Can I tell you something in advance before we start? Because on the program that you signed in on the website, there was a name which is called Eva Jampolsky from the University of Lausanne. And she has phoned me recently that she had to replace the course of someone else in her university, and if she would refuse that, she would not have a job anymore next year. So she said, then the situation is clear, I have to stay in Lausanne. So that's the reason why I tried hard to find someone else who's interesting to talk to us about suicidality. And I found Lindsay Galpin. Someone just had made me attend on her book. And I thought, well, she might be a gorgeous speaker for us because we heard yesterday about 20th century suicide in Britain, and she is telling about 19th century suicide in Britain. And her book has got some fascinating titles, and she will tell about us later. So Lindsay Galpin deserves a big applause for suddenly replacing someone else.
Good morning, everybody. I'm supposed to chair this session. I hope you had a good rest because we have a very challenging and long day today. And Lindsay Galpin, I'm glad that you're here. She's coming from London, from the London School of Economics and Political Studies, and wrote that book Cecil mentioned. And now her title, that was not in the program yet. Yeah, very good. Death Before the Workhouse. So we are very curious what you are talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everyone hear okay? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to be talking slightly to a different title than the kind of generic one I'd given Cecile already, but it's focused the paper a bit better. So over the last decade, the high rate of suicide amongst men has reopened a debate on the state of modern masculinity. So with headlines in the press such as, "Is our masculinity killing men?" Attempts have been made to break down what sociologist R.W. Connell described as the impossible gold standard of hegemonic masculinity. And this is that men must be strong, independent, stoic, and breadwinning. So although Connell coined this term in the 1980s, the current hegemonic ideal has a long history. And when we look back to the kind of 19th century, we can see this kind of new model emerging in contrast to the sentimentalism that had kind of characterized the 18th century. The same period saw a rise in the statistical statistical data collection of human behavior, which Morselli went on to describe as moral statistics. And what these statistics show back for the 19th century is that then as now, men died by suicide 3 to 4 times the number of women. So in terms of the ratio between men and women, things haven't really changed that much. And what's interesting about the 19th century is the 19th century newspapers reported suicide pretty much every day. And they reveal how the gendered expectations of hegemonic masculinity were often embedded in the retelling of these men's life stories. And here I'm going to focus on the narrative of male suicide that seemed to be the most prominent throughout my PhD research, and that's the suicide of the working class man. And whilst historians of the 19th century have done a lot to show that the hegemonic masculinity model is not applicable to everyone in the 19th century, particularly the working classes, it was nonetheless a very powerful ideal, and it is one that I would argue still persists today. So the suicides I discussed in this paper are the tales of overbearing pressures of hegemonic masculinity that have been exacerbated by unemployment, poverty, and the feelings of shame that they provoked. For the most part, they constitute a failure to live up to an idealized model of masculinity that is able-bodied, able-minded, and able to provide. And one of the kind of key thinkers I'll talk about here is Samuel Smiles, who wrote Self-Help in 1859, which sold 20,000 copies in just the first year of publication. And kind of this reinforced the idea of success that was dependent upon continuous efforts of self-improvement and very much focused on this individualized kind of idea that your kind of success in life is based purely on your own work and the effort you put into that. And in doing so, it kind of puts the onus on productivity, and like to be a successful man, you have to kind of constantly be productive. So first off, I want to just talk about the liberalism of the 19th century that kind of created an environment that measured men's moral worth in terms of their labor power, and then how this was also reflected in some discourses around suicide. Then I'll kind of move on to discuss how this socio-political, socio-cultural environment engendered feelings of shame for those who were experiencing poverty, because this focus on individualism kind of suggests that it's their own fault that they can't find work. So to start with, I'm going to look at Malthus, I'm going to touch on the New Poor Laws, and also discuss Samuel Smiles in a bit more detail. So the utilitarian principles of Thomas Malthus underpinned the 19th century poor laws in Britain, and in his essay on the principles of population, Malthus raised concerns that the population was growing at an unsustainable rate and criticised the poor laws for encouraging the working classes to have larger families than they were able to maintain financially. Following on from the thoughts of Adam Smith and William Godwin, Malthus implied that only those who were useful to society were deserving of financial aid, and that this was to be given only as benevolent charity rather than being a born right of man. In his essay, he outlined his belief that if a man was unable to get subsistence from his parents, on who he thought that people had a just kind of claim, and if society didn't need their labour, then he has no right to the smallest portion of food and has no business to be where he is. And this is kind of a summary of this quite extensive quote. In other words, Malthus felt that he had no right to subsistence if he's unable to purchase it through his own labour. And the discussion of man's right here is referring to Thomas Paine's Rights of Man. In Malthus's view, the right of subsistence reinforces the notion that an individual's value is intrinsically linked to their labour power. The laws of nature don't allow for the universal right to subsist because nature can't provide unlimited resources. Instead, he suggests that nature will exert positive checks on population through things such as famine and war. And similar attitudes underpinned the work of Samuel Smiles and other proponents of this kind of self-help model, who saw unemployment or lack of productivity as an individual moral failing. In his work Self-Help, Smiles described a strong work ethic and economic independence as the soundest indication of manly character, and believed that there was no reason that all members of the working classes couldn't be frugal and live honestly within their means. Those who couldn't, he thought, were living dishonestly on the hard work of others. So this kind of individualism underpinned attitudes towards the poor throughout the 19th century and kind of was enshrined in the new poor law system that came about in 1834, which kind of brought about the workhouse system in a very punitive kind of form. The aim of this new system was to reduce the number of those who were dependent on the state by removing most forms of outdoor relief, where you could go just to work during the day and kind of return for subsistence, and instead force people to enter the workhouses in order to get their kind of, not charity, but what we know today as benefits. And whilst Malthus never actually discussed suicide in this context, the reports of suicides of those who were unable to work, I think, should be read in the context of this Malthusian view that underpinned the laissez-faire attitude of the 19th century. In a utilitarian context, those committing suicide because they've been unable to find employment can be considered as part of Malthus's surplus population, those whose labour society doesn't need or want. So in this view, suicide kind of becomes another positive check on population. And those of you familiar with 19th century literature will kind of recognise that the most explicit Malthusian suicide was from Little Father Time in Thomas Hardy's Jude the Obscure. Father Time kills himself and his two siblings because he felt that they were a burden on his parents, who were trying to find employment and kind of places to live. And the note that was left in by Little Father Time was done because we are too many. And I think Julian Beer has summed it up nicely as describing it as a late Malthusian tragedy. So, I mean, this was published in the late 19th century, so we can see these ideas stretching throughout the entire period. And by the time this was published, many other men had kind of felt that they too were a burden on those and their family and friends and society. So the 72-year-old farmer, William Lennie, committed suicide after coming into serious financial difficulties. And the Chelmsford Chronicle, the paper that I found the report of it in, framed it in this very kind of Malthusian way of he felt he was a burden on the rest of him and couldn't face that anymore. The paper reported that his circumstances had become more and more embarrassed and he'd had to borrow various sums of money from neighbours. And after being reduced to great distress, he determined to commit suicide rather than become a burden to the parish. In this rhetoric of burden, people's worth, again, is being measured in terms of their productivity and ability to contribute. And these kind of views appear in discussions of suicide, both in kind of like criticisms of why people shouldn't die by suicide, and also arguments that kind of favour people's right to choose to die by their own hand. This is particularly seen in kind of religious arguments. So while suicide wasn't a common topic of sermons, some clergymen took it upon themselves to warn their charges that suicide was a breach of duty to God and one's neighbour, and that man owed it not only to the will of God, but to general utility to keep living. Another clergyman, George Gregory, spoke about the suicide in explicitly Malthusian terms, preaching that suicide disobeyed the first social laws, the order which God appropriated his labours to the welfare of society. So again, it's this kind of, you should be contributing and have a duty to contribute in a very kind of productive way. So in the eyes of the church, I guess state religion at the time, suicide was considered immoral because it was unproductive and denied society and individuals potential utility. But there are, of course, those who, through old age, injury, or ill health, that felt unable to perform their duty and contribute in any useful way. And it was along these lines that some proponents of this choice, the right to choose, kind of made their arguments. David Hume being one of them towards the end of the 18th century. But this kind of is seen later on in the 19th century as well. And David Hume kind of suggested that if you're being told by lack of employment and inability to kind of find work that your labour is no longer needed and you're only going to be a burden of society, then resignation of life might not only be innocent but laudable. And this was kind of carried through by someone later in the 19th century called Thomas Owen Bosner, who was a supporter of Malthus's principles, and maintained that in many cases it's justifiable or even a moral duty to retire from life if, society is telling you that there is no need for your labour. And so even those who argued in defence of someone's right to die by their own hand were kind of making these arguments along very utilitarian lines. And I think this presents a very interesting conundrum for a lot of these men who were suffering. On one hand, they were being told that they had a duty to live and contribute to society, and on the other hand, they can't find work and means to contribute anywhere else, so they're kind of stuck. There is no room for them, as Malthus would say. And how did they negotiate that position? Many, like the ones here, did so by removing themselves from society and, getting rid of that burden that they felt they were being told that they were contributing to. And above all, this is a question of productivity and what it means to be an unproductive man in the 19th century. And what the suicides attest to is that productivity was an important component of respectable masculine identity. And Malthusian sentiments permeate the working class suicide narratives, and this is evident in the way that these suicides expressed or hinted at feelings of shame surrounding their poverty, which was reframed as a result of personal moral failing. Reports of working class suicides would often detail the length of time workers had been without employment, sometimes for as long as 8 years. And for many, even just a few weeks was enough to plunge a family into dire straits. So George Saville, who was 62 years old, had been unemployed for only a month before he decided to take his own life. him and his wife had been destitute and had been selling their furniture in order to kind of survive. The article that reported Savile's suicide signed off by saying that whilst it's generally suggested in the community that the deceased committed suicide because of being in want, he's only been out of work a month, and his condition could hardly have been that of absolute want. And implicitly, this is kind of framing George Savile's suicide in terms of Smalesian self-help ideas, in which a man should be preparing for cases like this, putting away savings, and it's kind of his own fault he couldn't find work. So the experience of poverty was surrounded by shame, and the biggest marker of shame in the 19th century for the working classes was the workhouse, and this is an example. They had to wear specific uniforms, which kind of became a badge of shame, essentially. Entrance into the workhouse not only made the state of poverty public through the workhouse uniform, which has been described as a slothful and degrading badge for some of the working class men that Henry Mayhew interviewed. It also shattered any ambition of respectability, stripped men of their civil rights, cast shame over generations to come, and broke up their families, which undermined their position as the head of household. Men and women were separated in the workhouse, so you couldn't stay with your family. And even more to the point, in the context of Smalesian self-help and this Malthusian utility I've been talking about, the workhouse represented an individual moral failure because you are resigning yourself to the state and admitting that you can't support yourself. Samuel Smiles believed that a man's happiness and well-doing in life must necessarily rely mainly on himself, and any reliance on other people would kind of be dishonestly relying on other people's hard work. So shameful was the workhouse that headlines such as "Death before the workhouse" became relatively frequent throughout the 19th century, particularly in these narratives of suicide that I'm talking about here. So the suicide of Benjamin Klimke, who was a watch case polisher in Coventry, aged 47, gained national attention and was used to comment on the false pride of the working classes, the workhouse system, and the distress and suffering that pervaded in Coventry at the time. So Klimke had been out of work for 6 months before taking his own life, and recently had been surviving by eating only bread. In the letter that the press reported that he left, he wrote that he'd become almost wild through no work, and seeing no prospects of finding employment in the near future, he wrote that he would prefer death to the workhouse. And many of the papers reported Klimke's death, commented that he should have just let people know. He should have just applied for relief. But as we've seen, that's kind of antithetical to what was deemed respectable for a working class man at the time. A letter to the editor of a politically radical newspaper called Reynolds used this case to decry the poor law system and the Charity Organisation Society, highlighting the degradation that accompanied entry into the workhouse and called for reform of the system. The author, who was a regular columnist for the paper with a pseudonym called the Northumbrian, lambasted the gentlemen of the Charity Organisation Society for failing to understand why the working classes refused to apply for relief, and suggesting that they would have to conquer that curious pride which makes decent and honest men shirk the workhouse. And this aversion to the workhouse was a result of the simple fact that the workhouse is a badge of complete disgrace and branded working class labourers as paupers, and that is quite an important distinction between a labourer and a pauper, because pauper had connotations of kind of thriftlessness, laziness, drunkenness. And this distinction, I argue, engaged with the individualistic and utilitarian conflation of labour and morality, where independence is moral, but dependence was a sign of immorality. It also, as I mentioned briefly earlier, entailed the loss of man's status as the head of household. Families would be broken up on admission, like I'd said. And aside from the emotional distress this would cause, the separation undermined a man's position as the protector of his family. This breaking up as families was a real concern, and in the suicide note of Alfred Allen, again, suicide notes that are reported in the press, There is arguments to suggest that these are sometimes made up by the papers. But Alan had been unemployed for 2 months in 1887 before he killed himself, and revealed his concern at seeing his family separated in the workhouse. He'd lost sight in one eye after an explosion and was discharged when work became a little slack. And on returning home to see his wife fainting at her needlework and the children crying for bread, he could no longer see life in front of him. The note addressed to his wife recounted this and continued that we must part, but where? At the workhouse gate? No, little darling, till death do us part. This was the promise we made, and death is the kindest and the best. The family was an important kind of symbol in working class kind of respectability, and whilst it's often been attributed solely to like middle class ideas of respectability, it was really important to the working classes. And working class men's calls for a living wage were kind of centered on this idea that they should be able to support their wives without them having to work as well. So for these men, suicide offered a rational path out of hardship, avoiding the shame cast over them by poverty or the workhouse. Suicide notes sometimes pleaded the jury not to return verdicts of insanity and insisting that they were instead in full possession of their reason, and presented the suicide as a logical response to the situation they found themselves in. So one example of this was J. Challoner, who wrote a postscript to his suicide note, pleading with the gentlemen of the jury not to return a verdict that I destroyed myself whilst insane, for I am sensible to the time of dropping the pen to presenting the pistol to my mouth. The jury, in accord with his request, returned a verdict of sane. And so, with that context, I kind of just want to bring things more to the present and think about how looking at these suicides in the past help us think about suicide currently. The workhouses of the 19th century might have disappeared, but the culture of shame that surrounds poverty and the language of burden that is used to discuss benefit claimants is still alive and well. And I believe Ian mentioned China Mills's work yesterday, who has looked at how the neoliberal austerity measures that were introduced into the UK once again created this climate in which those reliant on state benefits are made to feel as though they're a burden on state and society. And I think there's another interesting difference that has helped me reflect on kind of how we conceptualize suicide today, and it's the way in which, in the 19th century, suicide was reported in the press so often, and yet today there's a very stark difference in that we don't hear about it, and there are very strict guidelines in how we talk about suicide. And I mean like individual suicides, not the issue of suicide more generally. And I think this, as well as the over-pathologization of suicide, hides the political, with a small p, nature of many suicides today and supports what Mark Fisher has described as a privatization of stress in a capitalist society. With this, suicide has been placed in something of a vacuum that seems to be understood outside of the social context in which it occurs. But suicides, such as the one that I've discussed today, did not stop when they were no longer reported in the press. A website called Callum's List, which China Mills's work talks about, has documented scores of deaths, including many suicides, that have been linked to recent austerity measures in the UK that frame benefit claimants as in neo-Malthusian terms as burdens engendering the same feelings of shame and distress as 150 years ago.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. I suggest that we do it like in the program, that we ask the questions at the end of the three papers. Then I would like to introduce Dr. Sarah Janey. She also comes from London, from the Queen Mary University in London, and she will talk about the role of the nurses as well, of the attendants in suicide. In the same time, 19th century, in the non-restraint area.
I've got this microphone.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about some of the material from my research in the 19th century that went into my book on the history of self-harm, Psyche on the Skin. which is mostly focusing on the Bethlehem Royal Hospital, which you can see in the slide here. So I'm going to start with an example. So in May 1865, a 47-year-old clerk called Henry W. Was admitted to Bethlehem Royal Hospital, psychiatric hospital in London, after attempting to cut his own throat. A few days after his admission to the hospital, Henry tore open his wound. It was then sutured and a special watch was arranged for him. But 2 days later, Henry managed to injure himself again. So after that, it was reported, as you can see here, that in the case books, that an attendant on either side never leaves hold of his hands. By early June, it was still, quote, not safe to leave hold of his hands for an instant. He is looking ill and sedatives have very little effect on him. Now, this month of constant hand-holding for Henry seems quite unsettling, so it's hard to imagine just how unpleasant this must have been for Henry W. himself, and also for those attendants who were looking after him. Did they become frustrated by this distressing task? Now, 30 years earlier than this, Henry W. would probably have been restrained in a straitjacket or other garment. So I want to talk a little bit in this talk about what had changed by the 1860s that this didn't happen. While my book tends to look more about the impact on patients themselves in institutions, I want to think today about what impact this had on the asylum staff. So this is what I'm going to talk about this morning. I'm going to start off by explaining a bit of the context of the non-restraint era in the second half of the 19th century in asylums in the UK, what it was and the impact that it had. Then I want to look at the effects of nursing suicidal patients in this period. So what did non-restraint mean for these nurses and attendants? And then talk briefly about the return of restraint, so why it started to come back in the 1880s, and then draw a few conclusions. So first of all, looking at the non-restraint era and why its significance. So non-restraint was a policy of removing all kinds of mechanical restraints from psychiatric institutions. Initially in England and Wales, also adopted largely in Scotland as well. Also in the Netherlands. It was introduced in 1838 by a psychiatrist called Robert Gardner Hill at Lincoln Asylum, though it didn't come out of nowhere. There had been a lot of attention to so-called moral treatment before non-restraint came in. And then in 1840, John Connolly adopted it at the Hanwell Asylum, and as Connolly was well known, it became very widely publicised. So by 1850, all asylums in England and Wales claim to have abandoned all kinds of mechanical restraint completely. So all straps, chains, straitjackets, anything that would be used to restrain patients. This did not happen everywhere. Many psychiatrists in Europe and North America were sceptical that English asylums were really following this process to the letter. And they also, in some instances, raised concerns that this had led to an increase in seclusion of patients. The padded room was introduced in this era as an alternative. However, as we've seen in my introduction, the non-restraint movement raised particular concerns about the care and treatment of suicidal patients. One thing in particular that occurred as the non-restraint era went on, it required an increase in staffing in asylums. So according to Louise Hyde's work on gender and class in English asylums, before 1840, it was not unusual for public asylums to have just one staff member to 50 patients. And of course, this was impossible if there were a number of suicidal patients in an institution. This shows the staff to patient ratio at Bethlehem, which was actually quite good for many institutions. Most public asylums range between 12 to 20 patients per staff member. Bethlehem across the later 19th century remained fairly constant, about 6 patients to 1 attendant for men and 6 to 7 to 1 attendant for women. The reason largely that it goes up and down is because it was very difficult for institutions to attract and keep hold of their staff. It was a very difficult job. It wasn't well paid. So generally by the time, they managed to recruit and be at full capacity, and then someone would leave. So they would almost never have the full capacity of staffing. So just to say a few words about the attendants or nurses themselves. For much of the second half of the 19th century, they were referred to as attendants, not nurses. Though towards the end of the period, women in asylums began to be called nurses, though men were still referred to as attendants. They tended to be from working class backgrounds. The men were often ex-military. They were employed for their strength. And others might be seasonal workers, so they turned to the asylum when they had no other work elsewhere. Because although asylum nursing was often paid better than general hospital nursing, it was not well paid compared to labouring or other work that men could take on. And so there was a high turnover, as I said, for both sexes. And women often left to get married, men for opportunities elsewhere. The work was very hard, the hours were long, and everyone was expected to live on site, apart from married men. And indeed, in many institutions, men were not allowed to get married. So Louise Hyde talks about at Claybury Asylum. It wasn't until 1913 that a ruling was passed to allow male attendants to marry. And the training was quite limited as well, and largely took place on the job. In 1885, the Medico-Psychological Association, which became the Royal College of Psychiatrists, brought in a textbook for mental nurses, and in 1890 they brought in a certificate of proficiency in mental nursing. The take-up varied depending on the institution, and some institutions were not very keen on bringing this in because they thought it might make nurses a bit too uppity and they might challenge decisions that were being made. Others did encourage it, Bethlehem certainly did, but they noted that it's been a matter of some difficulty to persuade senior attendants to face an examination, though they attend classes willingly. So what impact did the non-restraint era have on these attendants? Some of these are attendants at the Wakefield Asylum in Yorkshire, that you can see on the slide here. So one of the issues that arose frequently was how do you actually spot a suicidal patient? How do you know whether someone is likely to commit suicide? At Bethlehem, around a quarter to a third of people admitted to the institution were claimed to be suicidal on their admission papers. But of course, many did not make any attempt at suicide even. And psychiatrists like to claim that their professional knowledge had enabled them to spot those who were truly suicidal, as George Savage, who was the superintendent of Bethlehem, put it. And indeed, he claimed that very many of those patients were not truly suicidal, but from their expressions, from their mannerisms, psychiatrists felt that they could spot those who were at most danger. And they would write watch cards for these suicidal patients to ensure that the nurses caring for them kept constant watch on them, as they noted. And as you can see in the Bethlehem report, so this is just one of many examples of these claims that the constant watching of the staff was incredibly important. Some of these cases are most determined in their efforts to attempt self-destruction and are only prevented from affecting their objects by constant watchfulness on the part of the attendants. And as we've already seen in the case of Henry W., that also included manual handling of patients. And this photograph here that you can see, this is of a woman named Emma R., who was admitted in 1857 to Bethlehem. And at first it looks like she's got her hands folded over her lap, but actually you can see there's another hand underneath the hand on the top, which is Emma's right hand. And the hand over the top is actually that of a nurse or attendant holding onto her while the photograph's being taken. So the constant watching and the holding of patients also led to even greater short staffing in the rest of the ward. And if a suicide did occur, then the attendant who was in charge of that patient would at Bethlehem certainly be automatically suspended until the next meeting of the House Committee, and an inquest would be taken into every suicide. Now, usually in the cases I've looked at Bethlehem, though not always, attendants were found not to be at fault. But this constant watching was certainly a draining practice. And then alongside this, there were other changes coming in the institution. So these nurses were expected to maintain order and cleanliness on the wards. The commissioners in lunacy, the state asylum inspectors in England and Wales, always complained about the want of care of the attendants if any patients were improperly dressed or dishevelled. And other things were being brought in to improve the domestic environments of the institution. So in 1854, the year after restraint was completely removed at Bethlem Hospital, the superintendent at the time, Charles Hood, reported having introduced carpeting, coconut matting, chairs, couches, tables, and modern wooden bedsteads. But this increase in domesticity caused some extra challenges because it meant there were more items that needed to be watched, things that could be used by someone to harm themselves. As the annual report at Bethlem put it in 1851, thankfully the use of knives and forks has been continued without any accidents. And this added extra duties to the work of attendants. They had to count all the utensils and lock them away after every meal. In another institution, the Crichton Royal Institution, we see an example of some of the middle-class ideals of the superintendents, which exacerbated these challenges. They were so determined to create this domestic atmosphere in the wards. So James Adam at Crichton Royal in Dumfries introduced these table d'hôte dinners in both the private and pauper wings of the institution. And this meant that patients would dine together on the ward. An attendant was expected to carve the meat at the table. And they'd have a special spring-loaded drawer on hand into which, if there was any trouble, the attendant would throw the carving knife so that it would immediately be locked away. But of course, actually having this dinner itself could create problems. As well as this, the attendants also lived alongside the patients. So they often shared the same facilities, cooking their lunches on the wards and using the same bathrooms as well. And this could lead to challenges. So you can see here the example of suicide of Emma C. at Bethlem in 1865. And this arose when nurse Margaret Wilkins was temporarily housed in an ordinary patient's room while her own was under repair. All the attendants' rooms had spring locks on the doors, but the patients' rooms didn't, so she'd forgotten to lock the room when she left it. And I'll just give you a moment to read the text about Emma. So as you can see, it's noted in the text that an attendant's dinner knife belonging to Margaret Wilkins was lying by her side. But the committee concluded that the patient who was not under her charge, Margaret Wilkins, appears to have watched her go out and then gone into the bedroom, got possession of the knife, proceeded to another part of the gallery, and in a few minutes afterwards was found dead. So the inquest did not hold Wilkins responsible. Although this was not always the case, as we can see in a second example in 1890, where a male attendant was severely censured when his own razor was used by a patient to commit suicide after he'd been shaving in the bathrooms on the ward. So in 1888, Bethlem had introduced guarded razors onto the wards for use with patients, but not for staff. And in the wake of this incident, it was recorded that the practice of attendants shaving in the bathroom and not in their own rooms had become customary, but a rule has been made that in future no attendant shall shave himself elsewhere than in his own room. And further, that they shall have only guarded razors, both for their own use as well as for the patients. So you can see that the constant watching of patients could also lead to serious damage to the staff themselves. In this case, the attendant was only not discharged because his hands had been severely cut in the struggle and part of one finger had been amputated. So it could be very dangerous for the staff as well as the patients. And incidents like this were one factor in the return of restraint to institutions in the 1880s, with the introduction of garments like you can see this gentleman at Bethlem wearing here, the padded gloves completely enclosing his hands. So in 1888, Bethlem was subject to a heated debate in the letters pages of the Times when Hospital Governor John Charles Bucknell wrote to the newspaper to complain about an increase in restraint used in the wards. And you can see that it certainly was dramatically increasing at this point, from no restraint at all in the late 1860s to, in the final period, you can see on this note here, even though this is shorter only than the other periods, 154 patients restrained in 1886 to 1888. And indeed also you can see that the claims of many superintendents that restraint could stop seclusion occurring is also not really true. So in fact seclusion starts to go up as restraint comes back in and then doesn't continue to go down, although I don't have the figures for the last part of the slide. So doctors from various institutions wrote in to argue for either side. Some held that restraint was cruel and barbaric, and others contended that it was needed for a range of reasons, to prevent excessive use of sedatives, to protect patients, and to reduce the risk of violence to patients by staff. Now, interestingly, although when non-restraint emerged, one of the topics of discussion was concern about the potential violence of patients. This was not really mentioned at all here. It's all about the use of restraint as a protective measure to prevent suicide and self-injury in patients. So the risk of violence tended to be emphasised as being violence of staff. As one of the letters put it from Edgar Shepherd at the Colney Hatch Asylum, where the necessity of some form of restraint is indicated, you have to choose between the mechanism of a locked glove or a closed dress or a padded room, or on the other side, the mechanism of nature in the shape of 2 or 3 burly attendants with strong arms and uncertain tempers. I know which of these tender mercies I would rather submit myself to. So this stereotype of burly attendants said a lot about the assumptions of these middle-class doctors, about working-class men, who always tended to be more of a target than the women, female nurses working in asylums. And in part linked to this concern about the role of attendants and also the claims to a protective measure of restraint for patients, restraint began to return across other institutions as well. So the 1890 Lunacy Act listed the permitted restraints in institutions for the first time, implying that it was a possibility. And an 1894 survey of all asylums in England and Wales suggested that the level of restraint had increased, and only 50 of 150 asylums surveyed adhered to non-restraint by this time. There were some concerns that restraint would also lead to a worrying trend of increasing understaffing in asylums. Beslam claims against this, noting that we expressed our disapproval of a resort to any form of mechanical restraint with a view to economy of attendance, although this certainly did happen in some institutions. And the wider implications of the association of mental health staff with this negative attitudes towards the need for restraint because staff might be violent was part of this wider perception that mental health nursing was a lesser form of nursing that continued well into the 20th century. As Ethel Bedford Fenwick put it in 1896, claiming that male nurses should not be allowed to join the Royal British Nursing Association that she'd set up, and certainly shouldn't be allowed to register as nurses if registration that she hoped for came in, which it did in the 20th century. Considering the present class of persons known as male attendants, one can hardly believe that their admission will tend to raise the status of the association. So all these concerns are bound up in the concerns about violence of staff and protection of suicidal patients. So just to finish off, the non-restraint movement in England and Wales was an ideological intervention by asylum doctors who were eager to cast their work as being enlightened and humane. But what impact did it have on nursing staff? So as I've explained, the constant watching of suicidal patients, the need to guard their charges from harm, even as asylums increasingly became domestic settings, laid increasing pressure on these nurses, although this was little acknowledged in training and support that was given to them. Now, interestingly, a few years ago, I did a project on the history of restraint with a group of artists at Beslam, and that included a number of staff. And one psychiatrist admitted that he'd never really considered the topic before, because he personally didn't have to restrain or manually handle any patients in his job, so he'd never considered that somebody might be doing this. So just as in the 19th century, the correct handling of and protection of patients was an afterthought for some of these asylum doctors. And there's a legacy to the negative attitudes to staff as well, and the challenges of managing institutions that saw the return of restraint to English asylums in the 1880s as a so-called protective measure. Joy Duxbury, in her nursing research into mental health nursing recently, found that there were 3 restraint myths that still circulate quite widely. The idea that restraint is protective, that restraint is necessary, and that restraint is therapeutic. She found no evidence at all to support any of these myths, however, only evidence against them. So these myths have proved very hard to shake off. So there's some of the references from my talk, and thank you very much for your time.
Trudy hasn't moved for a long time, sister. I'm scared, because once they found her in the toilet. There she tries to hang herself. Sister, I'm afraid for Trudy. Go and look again. Please stop reading. Otherwise it will be too late. Good morning to all of you, dear people. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. You just heard a quote from writer Vredomussen, about whom I'm writing a biography. She was hospitalized and wrote a novel about it, Krankzinnige, Madmen. That was published in 1929. In this quote, we can almost feel her tension. She's scared about her co-patient's well-being and wants the nurse to intervene. While reading this novel, it struck me that there were similarities with a contemporary autobiographical psychiatric novel, Up by Meerte van der Meer. Both novels have a lot in common, including the fact that both pay some attention to suicide. I wondered if this was also the case in other psychiatric autobiographies. That's what this contribution is about, how a suicide by fellow patients described in the past against the background of changes in care. This is the first attempt to explore this issue. First, I'll tell something about the literature on the subject. Next, I'll explain why we should pay attention to it. Then I'll enlighten the research method and the results itself, followed by some suggestions on further research. As far as I can see, little has been written on this subject. There's no historical research at all, and also very little contemporary literature. Research has been done into the experiences of care providers, doctors, nurses, etc., and next of kin, families and friends, and into suicidal patients themselves, of course, numbers, circumstances, etc., the latter mainly aiming at preventive measures, particularly because of the risk of copycat behavior. I did not find much attention for fellow patients in general. Yet, this research is necessary, not only because of the possible copycat behavior. People with psychiatric disorders very often have to deal with suicide in their environment, both inside and outside the institution. Moreover, the impact is enormous for various reasons, but mostly because people with a mental illness often have very few friends. The friendships they do have can be very close. They're often fellow patients. This makes people with mental illnesses extra vulnerable if suicide occurs. This was written down in 2015 by the Canadian researcher Mary Zeman. She has been one of the few researchers I have found to describe patients' experiences of suicide with fellow patients. Suicide has a great impact on co-patients. She wrote, it increases the vulnerability of patients. Psychiatric symptoms may worsen. Patients may be searching for reasons, an explanation of what happened. Feelings of self-reproach may arise, especially if the patient knew about it in advance and would have liked to warn the staff, but failed to do so or were too late. Copycat behavior is, of course, also common. Remarkably, there may also be positive effects in the longer term. By talking about it, patients can experience solidarity and a feeling of greater self-esteem because they have been able to get through this together. Now, I would like to know if we will find these aspects also in earlier suicide accounts, like historical knowledge in general. This knowledge too can be very useful for future healthcare policy. As you might know, patients' experiences are very often neglected or poorly incorporated into healthcare policy, as is historical knowledge, I'm afraid. To find out how patients thought in earlier times and what they considered important, one can use patients' experience stories. This is because a patient's narrative is always broader than the specific experience itself. It's written in a certain context of expectations and developments. Thus, these stories are very useful for medical historical research. In the Netherlands, a website has been set up to keep track of these documents in a database. From this database, I have selected 6 stories spread over 3 periods. It's done a bit jumbled, but this division in periods is in line with developments in Dutch psychiatry as depicted in regular literature. It's from about 20s to 60s, from the 60s to mid-80s, and mid-80s to about now. I have studied the texts on the basis of common questions in narrative historiography: who, what, where, why, and how, and the list of aspects that I took from Zeman's study. I will tell you now briefly what I got out of it. It's a kind of summary of an article I'm trying to write about this. Until about 1960, patients were hospitalized in large wards. We already have seen a few of those images. Men and women were separated. They had no privacy at all. There were relatively few staff members, and therapy was rare. Patients rarely saw a doctor. Suicide threat played a major role. Suicidal thoughts were omnipresent. In 1920, in the Netherlands, around 7 out of 100,000 people committed suicide, and half of these suicides were committed in or around the institution. For the nursing staff, we all know this right now, suicide meant a double burden. They feared the act itself, also because of copycat behavior, but also that they might have made a serious mistake because this could lead to dismissal. The writers, the first one, Frey Dommerse, published her autobiographical novel in 1929 with the intention to bridge the gap between psychiatrically ill people and normal people. The word suicide is only named twice, but the fear of suicide is omnipresent. She feels sympathy for her fellow patients and experiences constant pressure related to suicide threat. She also makes an attempt herself. The other one is Ger Verrips. He writes about his experiences in military hospital. He pretended to have a psychiatric disorder in order to escape from military service. Verrips described 2 failed suicide attempts, the second obviously being a copycat case. He uses suicide as a kind of plot twist. I'll explain that later. The second period is the most turbulent in the history of psychiatry. Psychiatric institutions came under attack, so did society itself. Many critical psychiatric autobiographies were published. The number of suicides in the Netherlands increased, but as we saw yesterday, how this happened is not clear. Suicide continues to put a burden on the nursing profession. Jan van Lemmer, the next one, was hospitalized in 1968 after almost causing a car accident by driving drunk and under the influence of drugs. He wrote a book about it with the aim of gaining understanding. He describes 2 suicide cases, of which the first one was foiled by fellow patients, and the second one was successful and impressed him deeply. August Geldolf wrote a socially critical novel about his stay in a mental hospital in the 70s. He wanted to show that mentally ill people are not really different from healthy people. 2 suicide cases occur here as well. The first concerns only suicidal thoughts by a befriended patient. Indeed, the writer found this very distressing. And the second one was successful, and this was shocking too. The third period. The last period is the period of scaling up, commodification, and deinstitutionalization. Large mass institutions fell into disuse. Voluntary admissions continued to exist. Psychiatry was far less under attack. This can also be seen in autobiographical novels published in this period. Writers dared to write their psychiatric coming out. Their texts became more individualistic and focused on personal experiences. Suicide was and still is a major factor in psychiatry. Since 2013, the rate fluctuates around 10 per 100,000 inhabitants. The writers, Amber Gardeniers, was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1992, where she was treated for pain-related depression. Her story was intended as a therapeutic tool to encourage herself and others. Suicide played a major role in several chapters. She introduces a fellow patient with whom she gets along very well, but who eventually commits suicide. The writer considers suicide herself, but in the end she leaves the idea. And the last one, Meerte van der Meer, wrote 2 novels about her psychiatric experiences. Up is the second one. This book is based on experiences in various psychiatric institutions. Suicide is omnipresent in her book, mainly because the narrator herself often thinks about it. And in this story, suicide is also again used as a plot twist. The findings. On this slide, you can see briefly what I found in the novels. The words with an asterisk will look familiar. I also found them in Siemens' article. Thus, at this point, I can already state that Siemens' article can provide a good framework for further research. Let us quickly run through the list. Of course, in all the novels, there is a suicide threat. I chose the novels because of it. In some novels, especially the first one and the last 2, the threat is ubiquitous. In Domus's words, it's not a rest, it was a pressure, a tension. Suicide occurs in various forms: medication overdose, stolen or hoarded, hanging, jumping in front of a train or from an apartment building. Some of the attempts are foiled, others are successful, but either way, a suicide attempt has a profound impact on fellow patients. In Verrips' words, a lot of boys got crazy. The hospital staff panicked. In many cases, this leads to an increase of psychiatric symptoms. The event hangs like a dark cloud in the institution, Or to quote von Lemmer, we're all suffering. Thus, the event can lead to an increase of drug or alcohol abuse, like Geldof, who writes, I walk up the stairs, go into my room, take the whiskey bottle out of my holdall, open it, pour a beer glass full, drink, and I open my diary, take my pen, drink again, and write. I presume he smuggled this bottle in. All writers show a form of identification with the victims. We see this most clearly with Gardeniers, who, as I said, devoted several chapters to a befriended fellow patient who eventually commits suicide. A quote again. On a drizzly day in September, I found her note on my bedside table. Dear Amber, I want to thank you for the warmth you have given me. All my life, I have been put in the cold and abused, treated like a worthless rag. You're the only one who has not let me down, who sometimes gave me the feeling, no, the certainty that I was not dirty. But still, there's no future for me here. Last night I tried to talk to this God of yours. I hope he heard me and that I may wake up in a new life where everything is clean and good. And who knows, see you there beyond the horizon, your friend Bella. When I rushed into the nursing station, I knew immediately that it was already too late. This urge to warn the staff is visible in all novels. The staff, however, playing a modest role. Although there are certainly some stories of nursing showing no compassion for the patients in the novels I have studied for this contribution, there are only nurses who have the patient's best interest at heart. They operate in the background, but they are attentive, and they are taking precautionary measures like locking away medicine, prohibiting unescorted leave, and ransacking patients' cupboards and bags to catch patients with hoarded pills. Right, from this list, one can get the impression that fellow patients' experiences with in-hospital suicide did not change in the past century. So has everything really remained the same? No, of course not, I would say. What does seem to have changed is the amount of text devoted to suicide. The more recent the novel, the more openly the authors write about suicide and suicidal thoughts. This needs to be further investigated. But there are more changes to be found. What is most striking for the first period, and that is a little bit the same as in the last lecture we heard, is the fact that suicide attempts could occur at all. During this period, patients had hardly any privacy, and whether out of compassion or not, patients were looking out for each other. They warned the staff when someone showed deviant behavior. Precautionary measures were taken. However, in spite of all this, it was still possible for patients to take their own lives, and that amazes me. How is that possible? Perhaps it has to do with the relatively low staffing levels on the wards, but I'm not sure about that. In any case, this could be a subject of further investigation. In the second period, it's particularly noteworthy that the writers are empathetically looking for a deeper meaning behind the suicide attempt. This search for a reason is not mentioned in the first two novels. Perhaps it has to do with the fact that we are dealing here with successful suicides rather than foiled attempts, but there may be other explanations too. Like I said before, it's a turbulent time. One of the major differences with the preceding period is that patients began to talk at length about their feelings in therapeutic sessions. Perhaps these talks made the narrators more aware of the possible motives of their fellow patients. But again, I'm not certain about this. Further research is also needed. In the last two novels, suicide is ubiquitous. The authors deal with it in a very personal way compared to the older text, with the possible exception of the first one. In the previous novels, suicide is described rather distantly, as something that that concerns only the others. But in the last two texts, however, the narrators seriously consider suicide themselves, whether or not infected by the suicide attempts they had faced. This fits in well with the trend in autobiographical psychiatric writing in general, the more individualistic approach of the writer's experiences. Here too, more research is needed. And this brings me to the last point I would like to make. Suicide as a plot twist. In two novels, this occurs more or less clearly. In Verrip's novel from the 50s, the narrator gets the idea of using suicidality to give his psychiatric complaints a realistic tone. As a result, he is discharged from military service. In the last novel, the narrator manages to foil a suicide attempt by talking the fellow patient, Beatrice, out of it. Partly because of this, she understands that suicide is not the solution to her own problems. In the end, she is discharged. Thus, in both novels, suicide is used as a game changer. One could call this a positive effect of suicide, but in a completely different way than Seaman intended. The idea has crossed my mind that this knowledge that suicide can be used as a plot twist or a game changer could somehow be used as a kind of therapy, but since I am not a therapist nor a nurse, I have no idea how this could be done. Perhaps someone of you could find a way. Apart from the already mentioned suggestions for further research, I would now like to propose 4 more. Because this is a completely new research topic, I would like to find out if these provisional conclusions are correct. So further research is needed. It's also interesting to know if these findings could also apply to other areas of mental health care. And to get a deeper insight, knowledge of differences between patient groups over time is needed, including men and women, different ages, and so on. And of course, we would also like to know what role care providers, especially nurses, play in all of this. I think that will be enough research substance for the next few years. I would now like to end with a quote from Geldof's novel. After suicide of a fellow patient, someone called Georges reacts rather bluntly, saying, "If a madman has something like that in mind, he carries out his plan, whether he is on leave or in an institution." And then Geldof responds as if stung by a wasp, "Is that your opinion?" George's reaction doesn't make it any better. Do you have another opinion? What do we have? What do the doctors have? What does the staff have to do with this desperate act? Then Geldof says some words that I would like you to take home with you after this conference. "We all have to do with it, George. When someone hangs himself in an institution, everyone, the family, the doctor, the nurse, the caretaker, the whole society has something to do with it." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katarina. Now the floor is open for discussions, and I would like to ask all the referees here in front of the audience. Now standing.
Oh, standing. Okay. Sorry, I thought Cecile was getting some chairs. So I can... Oh, thank you.
Very nice.
Okay. Questions, please. Yes, please. Where's Sandra? Ah.
We're fighting over the microphone. Sorry, I'll hand it over in that direction. I have a question for Lindsay. Really fascinating panel from all of you, actually. Thank you so much. I'm curious, when you talk about the burden of working class men who decide it's best to avoid the shame by leaving, the shame of dependency, what did they think would happen to their wives and children then?
So that kind of didn't actually surprisingly come up too much in the press reports I was looking at. There was a few. I used suicide notes very loosely because there has been research to suggest that suicide notes in press reports were sometimes made up, that we have no way of knowing. But there were the occasional printed suicide note that kind of suggested that they would be better off without them. And you can find someone who kind of can provide. But that kind of didn't actually crop up as much as I was expecting. Sometimes the narratives did mention that they've left a wife and a family kind of on their own, and would maybe list how many children they had. But yeah, I think for them it was just they didn't want to be a burden to their family anymore, and that's the way around they saw it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks very much for that. My question is for Sarah. Thinking about the non-restraint movement, given that these patients are compulsorily admitted, so they're not allowed to leave, there is, in a sense, already a sort of final restraint on them. Does that help to understand why the non-restraint movement is sort of doomed to failure? Because they sort of try not to use these kind of restraints and they end up using very laborious other kinds of restraints, always circling back to the fact that actually these people are, in the final analysis, always compelled, they're always restrained. Is that a good way to understand why the non-restraint movement sort of doesn't work, or am I barking up the wrong tree?
Yeah, it's certainly. Oh, I've got a microphone on. It's certainly relevant but I think it actually gets a little bit more complicated than that, because there's another side to what the doctors are saying, who are bringing restraint back in the 1880s, that they're claiming an importance for interaction with patients, for interaction between doctors and patients, between attendants, patients and patients in these kind of dinners and things that are taking place on the wards. And there's a backlash against things like they start using the phrase chemical restraint. So there's a concern that sedatives and isolation in the padded room, which are kind of the two additional measures that are brought in the non-restraint era, are actually preventing people from recovering. So they're not allowing the asylum to really claim it has any kind of therapeutic means at all. But by bringing back in restraint, this means that people are not being sedated to keep them quiet. They are being able to interact with other patients. So it's actually used as a kind of claim for that moral treatment works. That if you actually allow people to interact with each other as moral treatment had aimed, then they can be cured. And to be honest, it's interesting that psychiatrists certainly don't really seem that concerned about the restrictions of the institution itself. That they barely acknowledge it, that people are forced to be there at all. When James Adam brings in these dinners, I found an interesting comparison there that made me wonder if this is how they're viewing it, that he's kind of comparing it to experiences at public school. And then you think, well, actually, institutions meant something a bit different to some of these doctors. They had quite repressive experiences in their school days, so it was just normal to them, I suppose.
Thank you very much. My question is to Sarah Cheney, and I wanted to know if there was a discussion among doctors about a special training of attendants, because in Germany it was a big discussion, because the attendants were not so well trained to to treat the patients concerning the non-restraint system, and that's what I want to ask.
Yeah, there was very little training about the kind of day-to-day management of patients or anything like that. When the Medico-Psychological Association brought in their textbook and their certificate, it's all about understanding the categories of insanity that they're using at the time, understanding melancholia and mania, and the physical health care of patients as well. So are there illnesses and infections and things that might arise in the institutions? There's almost nothing in there about... so it's quite bizarre, really, because on the one hand, these people are claiming that the kind of specialism of asylum psychiatry is this moral treatment of patients. They're claiming this is a medical therapeutic regime, but they don't really teach that to the staff. So.
Thank you. That was kind of the first part of my question, is the institutionalization and the formalization of the role of the attendant. Of course, you didn't say nurse, it's attendant. So clearly something happens at some point where psychiatric nursing becomes a proper kind of, field of the profession. But actually my question was kind of related to that, is the informality of nursing and care that suicide or suicidal patients are accorded, not necessarily only in the institution, but at home through their families. And it kind of brings all three papers together. How do we account for caring that is happening outside of the institutional framework? How is that credited? You were talking about the family members and the effect on the family. Of course, it's family members who will often commit, or I don't know, maybe I haven't used the right word there, but they're family members. But before that, they will have had to care for them at home. And similarly, of course, in the more modern period, there's a whole kind of infrastructure of care that's provided. So I want to think maybe more broadly about the definition of who is nursing, not just, and again, the difference between informal nursing and very formal institutionalized nursing.
To whom goes
to start? So I can start.
Who wants to say something?
I mean, I can start if you like. I guess from because mostly I've looked at the medical records, you get quite a one-sided view of the families and carers outside the institution. There would usually be an interview done with a family member on admission at Bethlehem, and some of their words be recorded, but filtered through whatever psychiatrist was recording them. So certainly family members would often bring up concerns about suicide and self-injury, and the trouble with managing this. Actually, something that came up more often perhaps with family members was people refusing to eat because it was very difficult for them to respond to that. And force feeding was quite widespread in the institution. In fact, all through the non-restraint period, the use of mechanical restraint for force feeding just wasn't considered restraint because, so that's an interesting conundrum there. So people not eating and harming themselves was often brought up by family members, and sometimes psychiatrists were quite dismissive of this, that actually this person isn't really suicidal, it's just their family not knowing how to deal with them. Some at Bethlehem, because it was a charitable institution, they tended to admit the middle classes and the upper working class. Some people would have paid attendant before admission as well, and that was most often employed in cases where somebody was actively trying to harm themselves. So there were, and again, the hospital was very disapproving of this and tended to see that as bringing in someone who didn't know what they were doing and would harm or perhaps use mechanical restraints on the patient that would then be removed once they reached this wonderful therapeutic venue of the asylum, that they never quite explained how that worked.
Yeah, I guess so I think, because I was looking at reports of coroner's inquests, again, the families and friends were kind of brought in to testify to like their mental state and kind of the circumstances that had kind of surrounded the death. And actually, a lot of these people weren't in institutions. A lot of the people in the newspaper reports that I kind of came across were people that had never kind of been in contact with these institutions. So they were being managed at home, and kind of similar to what Sarah said, they would mention things like if they been self-harming or like had maybe attempted previously, or not eating and stuff like that. So I think that's actually quite an interesting point to think about. A lot of the people I've come across are being cared. I don't even know if they were being cared for, if these families had kind of spotted these signs. The families would talk about they'd been desponding, they'd been, behaving oddly, but they didn't. A lot of them still seem to be surprised that it had kind of ended in this way. So I think that's quite an interesting thing.
I would like to add something. Of course, we should also look at co-patients in hospital situations, because they have a close contact with the other patients, and they do attend their fellow patients very closely, and they try to warn the staff and so on. And especially for records from after the Second World War, there are enough records to find out this in historical context, I guess. So don't forget the co-patients.
And group therapy scenario as well.
Yeah, I would like to say something about what you said about the non-restraint period. In the Netherlands, this was tried as well, and they have tried to put an extra doctor to teach the nurses what they had to do to be more understanding and more friendly, compassionate, and to be able to also hold the patient, because this did not merely require strength, but also distraction from thoughts, all kinds of things. But these doctors didn't last long. They didn't stay. There was a doctor who was put in, and he had the task to do that, but he disappeared after 2 years. So I think that the doctors maybe didn't know how much work it was to not just like you said yourself. And to mention your point, Karen, Katarina, I must say, I think the most experienced nurses that I spoke with, they don't believe that you can prevent every suicide, also not in a hospital.
Yeah.
They don't believe it.
Yeah.
One of them has known a lady who walked barefoot from Sertogenbos to the North Sea to drown herself. So that's a long trip by foot.
Yeah.
And no one stopped her, and I guess she wouldn't be stopped also. So there are so many stories about that. People are just willful to do it, and they do it. And
I find that in the novels too. This option is the story of Verrips. There is also a co-patient who tells, well, someone wants to do this, he does it. It doesn't matter where or how. Yeah.
I find it fascinating what you told as well, Lindsay.
Yeah.
It's very nice to hear how important poverty is, and I think your story matches in with what of Ian Marsh yesterday, and also what you asked the public. The whole society should be more worried about it. And I agree.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Do you want to add? No? Then we, no? Then
I had a question for Lindsay. You looked at the male perspective, and in relation to masculinity. Was there also a female perspective with femininity, like women that couldn't give birth, or would that be a reason for suicide for them, maybe?
No, so I mean, I looked at masculinity kind of because a lot of the early gendered kind of studies of suicide were looking at women specifically in the 80s, I guess, on the back of the kind of feminist movement and turning towards more women's history. And kind of I took issue with kind of what they were saying about how it was gendered as a feminine kind of act when there were so many men. I haven't really seen narratives of specifically. Well, no, actually, no, that's incorrect. I guess the most common narrative that was around was kind of the fallen woman, so women who have been kind of seduced by men, they've got pregnant out of wedlock, and then the man kind of just leaves them to kind of fend for themselves. And I think that was kind of a popular narrative in the Victorian imagination, at least. But when I've looked at kind of statistics collected at the time, I can't remember which medical book it was in. I think it might have been like Forbes Winslow who had a tally of like reasons for suicide, and poverty was still the highest for women as well. I think it's just with men, there's kind of certain other things about masculinity that feed in and make it kind of exacerbate those issues rather than it being like necessarily gendered motives in general. So.
Yeah, like shame and
Yeah.
other factors.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there a last question?
Yes, I would like to ask Sarah, what are these, you said there are myths about restraint. Did you mean that restraint doesn't help actually?
Yeah, so when I'm talking about restraint, it's mechanical restraint by devices. So this was some nursing research that Joy Duxbury carried out in the UK, looking into the idea that when garments and devices are used, that they're thought to be protective for patients, that they're thought to be therapeutic, and I've now just forgotten the third one. But particularly for the therapeutic, she found actually there was a huge amount of evidence that it was distressing for people having these garments put on, that it might lead to additional complications, to PTSD from the experience of the garments, and that having better manual handling techniques could be much more beneficial to patients. Interestingly, in the UK, there was a study that the Royal College of Nursing carried out some years ago on discussing restraint, and they were talking about the physical handling because mechanical devices are rarely used in the UK. But in fact, because of the kind of knee-jerk response to the history of restraint and the non-restraint movement, many people refused to fill in their survey at all and said, this is abuse, we don't do this in our institution. And they said, actually, every institution does have examples of this, and if you ignore it and refuse to acknowledge it, actually that leads to people being harmed through responses that aren't thought through in a particular just happening when situations arise. So there's still this very controversial legacy to non-restraint.
The last question.
Thank you all for the very excellent presentations. And I have a question for Mrs. Bakker. Excuse me. You told us about the impact of suicide attempts on the COPE patients. And I was wondering how it was for nurses, how nurses cope with what happened on the ward. Because I did once, we did this research ourselves related to the impact of what happens on crisis wards on COPE patients, and it was very interesting to see how much it disturbs patients and how much they resonate with what happens on the wards. And we saw very much behavior in the sense of avoiding. So they want to avoid all this. For example, somebody was screaming on the ward, they hear it, they pick it up, and they are frustrated in relation to that. So the nurse has a very important role, I suppose, because if she has to be aware of the impact of that. But I don't know if you can tell something more about it.
In the novels I read about this, the role of the nurses was very. They were not described that much, so I cannot tell about that. But perhaps more research should be done on this subject. And I think in the first period, well, precautionary measures were always taken, but not directly to the patients themselves. But what I read were the more, the organization of care. So locking away medicine, and I named some other things too. Yeah. So.
But you also said that Fredo Mister writes about stars or stripes on the doors.
Oh yes.
When somebody
yeah.
is suicidal. and then thinking that the co-patients wouldn't see that.
Yeah.
Of course, because when you open the door, you see the
Yeah,
shower.
yeah, yeah.
Everyone knew, you know.
Yeah.
They didn't think about
That's why she also felt this tension, this pressure constantly, because she knew which of the patients were to be looked after. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for this interesting discussion we could have. And now I think we have a break, coffee break outside. And we meet again at 11:30. Thank you very much.
alles gaat goed? Was het diner leuk gisteren? Hey, hoi.
Ja, hallo.
Long time no see.
Ja, hier nou.
Ja, ik ook al zien. Ja, joh, ik ben zo van alle markten thuis, jongen. Echt, joh.
Ik vertel het zo.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Could you please take your seats so we can start? Very welcome to this session. In this session, we're going to talk about contemporary perspectives, contemporary experiences of nurses in their care for suicidal patients. We have 4 speakers in this session, and I would very much like to give them all the opportunity to present their results and their talk, to give their talks. Everyone will have about 20 minutes. I don't really like to make the session much longer than and then not have enough time for lunch, because it's very important that we have time to network and talk together. So I would very much like to invite the speaker to give a talk about 15 minutes, and then we have about 5 minutes for 1 or 2 questions, and then we move on to the next speaker. My name is Anneloes van Sta. I work as a professor in nursing. Transitions in care is my specialty, my focus. And I'm involved in this subject because I work together with Cecile, and she's going to present some of the results data. I was involved in that as well. But I would like to give the floor first to Saskia. And she is a senior researcher in 113 suicide prevention. And I really welcome your talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm going to talk to you today about the results of a study that we conducted several years ago. It's quite a simple study, but it clearly shows the challenges that emergency nurses and emergency physicians face in providing care to suicide attempters. And I'd also like to start with a case. On this slide you can see the picture of Jurre, who died by suicide in the summer of 2020. He was only 16 years old. And his school described him as very social and very smart. His grades were very high and he had been on vacation with friends. So how could this tragedy have happened? Well, his father told me that in the summer vacation, Jurre started taking selfies. He was very dissatisfied with the way he looked. He said he was too ugly to ever get a romantic partner. And unexpectedly, he made a serious suicide attempt, so his parents were very worried. And he had an intake at a youth mental health care institution and a few contacts with a psychiatric nurse. And meanwhile, his situation got worse at home, so his parents found it very difficult to stay in contact with Jurre. And he died 5 weeks after his first suicide attempt. So his parents were very disappointed in the medical treatment that Jurre received. He might have suffered from body dysmorphic disorder, but he had not seen a psychiatrist. And according to the parents, they were not actively involved in the treatment of Jurre, and they also missed guidance at home for the difficult situation when Jurre had suicidal feelings. So this case shows the importance of the quality of care. And the mission of 113 suicide prevention is that we aim for a country where no one dies lonely or in despair. And this might not be a realistic aim, but I think it's an important challenge for all of us. So let's turn to the subject of our research. The emergency department in the Netherlands treated almost 60,000 suicide attempts in 2020. And this graph shows that the highest number of visitors is the age group 50 to 25. And the most frequent visitors are females. And this is also known as the gender paradox, that girls are more likely to attempt suicide, but boys are more likely to die by suicide. And also patients with depressive disorder and borderline personality disorders are frequent visitors. Well, the societal cost of self-harm are estimated at 50 million euros a year. And it's also important to note that 40% of the suicide attempters make another attempt. So the risk of reattempting suicide is very high. So I'd like to turn to the quality of care for suicide attempters in the Netherlands, because this has been a subject of debate for many years in the Netherlands. 30 years ago, guidelines were already developed by Professor Hengeveld and Professor Kerkhoff. Yet in practice, the compliance with these guidelines is often not good enough. And here you can see 5 priorities of suicide prevention guidelines. And even in mental health care institutions, the adherence to these guidelines can be quite low. For example, too few family members or significant others are involved in treatment, or too few patients have a safety plan. Well, the low adherence to the guidelines in the Netherlands brings me to the reason for our study. The assumption of the guidelines are that a better understanding of suicidal behavior among healthcare professionals may lead to a more effective treatment in hospitals. And therefore, the aim of the studies this study was to identify issues in the care for suicide attempters who are treated in the emergency department. And I'll present to you the main findings of our study and the lessons that we learned for improving suicide prevention strategies in the hospitals in the Netherlands. Our study design was cross-sectional, since we used a questionnaire to measure the knowledge, skills and attitude of nurses and physicians. And we used a snowball method to recruit hospitals across the country. And we used the professional associations to recruit hospitals. And we took into account the different types of emergency departments. So we had emergency departments in the cities, but also regional hospitals were equally divided. And we also had hospitals with or without a psychiatric department. And finally, 7 hospitals agreed to participate. We also used expert advice to develop a questionnaire. And experts mentioned as most important issue the lack of competence that the emergency staff experienced in the treatment of suicidal patients. And we used a questionnaire that had 25 items divided into 3 topics: the current treatment and contact with suicidal patients, the present knowledge and available skills among the emergency staff, and the aftercare for suicide attempters. And if you have a look at this graph, then you can see the action that emergency nurses take when a patient comes in after a suicide attempt. And you can see that nurses often consult with an emergency physician or with a fellow nurse, or ask for additional diagnostic tests. But they do not often refer patients to mental health care institutions. And only 40% takes extra time to talk about patients, about their reasons for their suicidality. And here you can see the action that emergency physicians take. They often consult with a psychiatrist or someone from the acute psychiatric care. And they do not often consult a GP or refer a patient to mental health care institution. And it's also remarkable that only half of the emergency staff, both nurses and physicians, talk to relatives of the suicidal patient. So this leads me to the next subject, the quality of care. And the majority of nurses and physicians report that they don't have time enough to pay attention to suicidal patients. And this is mainly due to the workload and the time pressure in the emergency department. And only 1/3 of the respondents indicated that their emergency department had an up-to-date suicide prevention protocol. And this protocol mainly describes who should be consulted in case of a suicidal patient. However, this protocol does not describe the procedure of a risk assessment and also not the criteria for referral to mental health care institution or where relatives can find contact persons in the hospital. And we also found that 1 out of 5 respondents reported that they would treat suicide attempters differently than a patient with accidental injuries. And they said that they generally gave less time or paid less attention to patients who repeatedly visited the emergency department after suicide attempt. And also some respondents said that they felt annoyed, especially when they had to deal with patients with personality disorders. And they also mentioned that they found it difficult to involve family members in the treatment of suicidal patients because they were often not present in the emergency department. And they also reported that it also depended on the informed consent of patients, whether they would speak to relatives of a suicidal patient. And only 6% reported that they always involved family members in the treatment of suicidal patients. And it's important to note that patients' consent to involve family members also depend on whether a patient is mentally competent to give permission, and also it also depends on the severity of their injuries. So I would like to turn over to the knowledge and skills. And half of the emergency department staff reported that they did not have enough knowledge and skill to talk with patients about their suicidal thoughts, because they said that they missed adequate communication skills or they had a poor understanding of psychiatric problems and diseases, and they didn't have enough time to study the background of these diseases. And almost all physicians and more than half of the nurses indicated that they had not followed or received any form of an in-service training recently. So some other barriers that we found, the emergency staff reported that they had to wait a long time for the acute psychiatric care to arrive for the assessment of the suicidal patient. And only 2 hospitals mentioned that they had separate rooms for the suicidal patients. And they also said that they would like to have the possibility for a consultative specialized nurse or a psychiatrist day and night. And they also needed a checklist with a question that they could ask for a suicidal patient. And on this slide you can see the card that 113 Suicide Prevention now delivers in hospitals, so they can receive or see which questions they can ask and also which steps they can take when a suicidal patient comes in. So the last important issue that we examined was the aftercare that suicidal patients received when treated in a hospital. And the majority of the emergency staff reported that they were worried about the patient's condition after their discharge from the hospital. And they were worried because they didn't agree with the assessment of the psychiatrist that it was safe for the patient to return to home, because they were also worried, for example, about the violence that could be at home, or that the patient didn't have a social network. Or they said that they were worried because there was no follow-up care arranged for the patient. So to conclude, our most important findings is that insufficient knowledge and skill of the emergency staff and a sometimes negative attitude towards suicidal patients and the heavy workload seem to hinder the care for suicidal patients. And also the long waiting times and the suicide risk, which can be high after discharge. And what we found is that, or what we recommend is that training can be important to improve the quality of care, and also to realize quiet and safe rooms for suicidal patients, and the use of specialized care. So I would like to end somewhat more optimistic than the problems that I mentioned, because here you can see three brilliant colleagues of mine, Marja Vroegs, Martine Peppelebos and Kinke Lommese. And they lead the National Suicide Prevention Project in the hospitals right now. And these, the main targets of this project are to increase the knowledge and the empathic attitude of the emergency staff, but also to support the emergency staff to reduce their workload and the stress that they perceive. Also to create a more safe environment for a suicidal patient, and also to stimulate the collaboration between the different departments and between the mental health care and the GPs. And to stimulate the policy, to improve the policy for aftercare for suicidal patients. And hopefully this will lead to more patient satisfaction and a better, reduced risk of reattempts. So I would like to end with a question. What do you think are good solution to improve the care for suicidal patients in hospitals?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who would like to comment or give? Lots of people. I will start with you because you were the quickest.
Thank you. I was just wondering, so in the UK and Ireland now, all the large general hospitals have to have a psychiatric liaison team.
Yeah.
Generally working 24 hours, and it sounds as that's not the case
Not
here.
the case always in the Netherlands, no.
So did any of the emergency departments you questioned have the 24 hours psychiatric liaison?
It was, I think, the minority. There was one hospital, Haaglanden, in Den Haag, who had what you mean, a liaison psychiatric department, but not the other ones.
Okay, thank you.
So
that
could be
perhaps be
improved in
one
the
of the solutions that is just asked
Yeah.
for. One more questions, and then we have to move on to the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I was wondering if there is any question on the checklist that you showed about the medication history.
Oh,
and
yeah.
a very current medication history. So what was the patient taking before the suicide attempt? Lowering the dose or highing the dose, or just started? Because the range of the age is 15 to 24. That's a very vulnerable bracket to start with antidepressants, for example.
Yeah, that's a very important point, the medication use. And here you can read the question. I don't think there's a question about medication use.
So maybe that could be one of the solutions as well, to, in the education, make sure that nurses and doctors assess medication use before the suicidal attempt. Yes. One more question, and then I'm really going to be very strict because I want to give the others room as well.
Well, I just want to add to this, it's not only the medication use, but especially if there have been changes in the use of the medication in the past couple of weeks or in the past month, because, for instance, tapering medication can lead to suicidal thoughts because of withdrawal effects. And that's a very important thing to consider, because then you also perhaps have a solution. And it's very practical.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I would like to introduce our second speaker. I don't think she needs any introduction, because if you don't know Cecile aan de Stegge, I don't know what you're doing here, but so I would like to introduce her second talk. It's going to be thank you, Saskia.
Ja. Ja, ik heb hem nu aan. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, all of you. Yesterday I already mentioned in my introductory speech that I had asked Anneloes van Sta. She also is a big sponsor of this conference. She immediately helped us to get the money to get this going. And thank you, Anneloes. I did that yesterday, but you weren't here. But she also contacted me with Janet Been-Damen, who is, just like me, a former mental health nurse. And we wondered whether we could do something about what 113 wants to know. What kind of knowledge and skills do nurses in general hospitals need? Well, so we took the article of Mirelle, what she just enlightened us, and she stated that more than 50% of the nurses who work on emergency departments lack knowledge, skills, and self-confidence also to talk with patients after suicide attempts and to estimate their acute risk. Of course, that's very important. And Janet Bain is also to teach nurses, and I as well. So, but we both know, because we worked in general hospitals, that this shyness of action towards patients with mental problems also exists on other wards of general hospitals. And therefore, we found it important to set up a research project to find out what skills general nurses say they would need. And because Janet took a pregnancy leave, which was very disappointing this year, yeah, there was another Sharon who was around to help her. And what we did as method was a qualitative study based on semi-structured interviews and informed consent formats. And we have done this year 39 types and anonymized interview texts made by 5 students and or 3 researchers of 2 different Dutch universities of applied sciences. So we have stored audio tapes of this, but completely anonymized. You only hear the noise. And then, of course, we only asked registered nurses working in general hospitals in the Netherlands. And the thematic analysis we are still working on, but we present some rough data now. The topics in our interview guide were whether the ward is confronted with suicidal patients frequently, the presence and use of hospital protocols or advices on how to relate, former experience with suicidality within their own family or friends, or colleagues, we added, because also nurses commit suicide. We'll hear more about that tomorrow. Their own definition of suicidal ideation and suicidal behavior. We wanted to know whether they use the same definitions as 113 or literature. The actual support they used to offer to suicidal patients on their ward, their feelings about caring for suicidal patients in the setting of this hospital and their ward, their reaction upon colleagues who condemn suicidality. Sometimes there are rough words about this in the They say only in the office, but I think it's also elsewhere. Their own emotional reaction upon the despair of suicidal patients. So do they take home what they experience? Whether they feel competent to talk about this despair and how they would start such a conversation. A case in which they mean to have excelled. A case in which they mean to have failed. Important factors to ensure a nurse can succeed in engaging with a suicidal patient. Important factors that may predict failure of a nurse in engaging with a suicidal patient. The support any ward should be able to give to a suicidal patient. The willingness to take education for up-to-date professional knowledge. The qualities a nurse needs to be able to support suicidal patients, and elements they would present in case they would have to school their colleagues. Our aim was that at the end of the interview, the nurse involved has offered us in-depth qualitative information about the way he or she actually uses to give support to patients with suicidal ideations or behavior, and that he or she also elaborated on his or her existing or absent conversation skills and the nature of the knowledge he or she possesses or lacks to support this group of patients. In so doing, we hope to provide 113 with in-depth information about the kind of education and skills that, according to general nurses, might help them to support in a more empathic, adequate and therapeutic way. So we know that 113 has excellent trainings, but do the nurses want to take it? And the other purpose is, of course, because we make use of student nurses, to make our student nurses aware of the ubiquity, the frequent appearance of suicidality, and to prepare them for their future task of supporting patients with suicidal ideations or behavior. In the Netherlands, it's now 50 years that nursing is an integrated education course. We don't have psychiatric nurses anymore. We don't have general nurses anymore. Everyone is a nurse. A nurse is a nurse is a nurse. But it's not true. So in effect, the nurses in general hospital often refuse to know something about psychiatric patients. I think this is a big problem, and it also tells us something about our way of educating them. I think that it is sometimes the case that not all nurses know enough about psychiatry. It is far more easy to talk and teach about physical nursing than about psychiatric nursing. So 3, we want to contribute to the solving of 2 questions. What extra knowledge should the curricula of our academies offer nursing and social work students to be able to support suicidal patients? And also, what extra skills should 113 offer general nurses? Because it is on the agenda, isn't it, Saskia? Well, so today we merely present some first rough findings of this research, but you can be sure that we are analyzing and we will be publishing this year about this research. And we will offer these results also to 113. Well, we have total 39 interviews in which the females are far more prominent than the males. 30 women have answered and 9 males. The age is mediate. Educational level, almost all registered nurses and only 1 nurse practitioner. And the variety of years in working job is very medium. So,
practitioner mental health? Or?
Yes, I think, yeah. Departments, emergency departments, we interviewed 7. Intensive care units, people who work there 9. Coronary care unit, 1. General nursing wards 17, but also these get patients who come in with questions around life and death. Psychiatric ward 3, psychiatric consultation and outpatient clinic. So there's a range of wards, and this makes it also complicated to analyze the data today already in a sufficient detailed way. but our preliminary results. With regard to nurses on emergency departments and intensive care units, we subscribe the findings of Mirelle. So the last 4 years, it didn't change much. For the majority of these nurses consider their emergency department or intensive care unit no suitable setting to receive patients after suicide attempt. They experience themselves as insufficiently schooled to handle distress or psychiatric disorder. And they admit that they are not really primarily interested to learn more about these themes. They do not search by themselves. They get offered to go to conferences, but they don't go. They rather go to conferences about physical aspects. And they also admit that they themselves are primarily or even exclusively focused on saving the lives of heavily injured or severely ill patients. So we really have a problem. And this indicates that the primary life-saving task requires a mentality that these nurses consider incompatible with exploring suicide risk or conversations about the question whether life is worthwhile. Citations we have: we are used to react upon alarms and bleeps of technical instruments, and suicidal patients usually do not bleep. Thus we tend to neglect them. And nursing a patient, I found this a really remarkable saying. And then nursing a patient who is prone to die but doesn't want to, while simultaneously looking after a patient who longs for death, is confusing. This is from an ICU nurse. Sometimes I wonder, what am I actually doing here? Also, this heavy stress with 2 people, and this nurse also said that she was shy when the parents of the one who doesn't want to die are remarking that there may be also a suicidal patient beside in the room next door. So they have to deal with this feeling of shyness towards also relatives who are there. These are understandable thoughts. Well, don't life-saving nurses then see any task for themselves? Yes, they do. But they most consider this task as purely instrumental. Citations to say this: it may sound disrespectful, but on such moments my role is to stitch the wound. And that is exactly what I tell these patients. I assure them I will stitch their wound as nice as possible, that my work will be followed by a conversation between them and the doctor. Yet I do ask them whether they feel any urge to entrust me with anything on their mind they would like to get rid of. So you see, there is some understanding that there is a psychological aspect they should report, but it is not their primarily focus. They don't see a further psychological task for themselves, especially not when a patient returns frequently. Citation: if we see a patient return after his or her umpteenth suicide attempt, sometimes they even know the birth dates by head, then on a certain moment we all have the reaction, good gracious, it's him or her again. So they find it nasty, but this is really troublesome because we learned from Saskia that people after more suicide attempts really run larger risk. So they should be schooled at this point, I think. We would advise. Then we have the other wars towards suicidal patients. Not all nurses in general hospitals are capable of considering patients with suicidal thoughts without prejudice or stigma. Offering nursing care to suicidal patients or patients after attempted suicide is for most of them not a familiar job. They tend to refer these patients to other professionals, like psychologists, pastoral workers, humanistic counselors, or the psychiatric consultative service. This, I think, is a problem for the education schools, because we have 50 years behind us of integrated educating, and we did not succeed in it. They hesitate to talk about suicidality themselves, especially to have a real conversation about the wish to die. And nurses on wards for branches of medicine with a less acute character, for instance, internal medicine or oncology, seem most open-minded, which is of course, very understandable because there are more people who are dying there. And I think it's also very old. I know sayings in the literature in Holland in 1932 in the nursing magazine that they say we need psychiatric nurses on the ward for oncology patients because these have another mental attitude towards people with a chronic disease. So this is also already very familiar. Examples of nurses on other wards of general hospitals in case they are confronted with suicidality. A citation of a nurse on a surgery ward. If any patient would utter a longing for death, I would first ask this person whether I could be of any help. And this means not help with dying, but help for... I would ask for his or her situation at home. And the citation of a nurse on a geriatric ward. I usually say, yes, I read this wish in your referral, the file, but I ask whether this wish is still actually relevant. And also I ask the person how he or she can be helped. So here's more little understanding. But we think the near future is that before the verbal communication skills of nurses can be enlarged, we, our academies of applied sciences, should see to it that our nurses who work in general hospitals consider dealing with suicidality as a part of their regular task. They must want to engage with suicidal patients. But how do we reach that point? So this is a question for the public. Maybe we can discuss about that later. Thank you.
Don't walk away, Cecile, because I'm sure there will be some questions for you. One question myself I have. One of the questions you asked the nurses was whether they had any experience in their personal lives with suicidality, and did that impact the way they reacted upon a patient with suicide attempts. Can you enlighten us about that?
Certainly there were nurses who had experienced the personal, and when they used to be more open. They are more attentive to get schooled and to think about it and talk about it. Yes.
Okay. Are there any burning questions at the moment for Cecile?
Maybe I can add something in a comment. Thank you, Cecile. We know each other from because I've helped to contain these nurses for the interviews. And my daily work is also with those nurses on the emergency wards. And we try to train them every year in some subject around suicide behavior. And my experience is that adding experienced experts or peer workers in the schooling to those nurses, they help to think different about the suicidal behavior on their ICU wards, for example. So that's what I wanted to add to it.
So that is adding on Katharina's lecture of today, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And also Ian Marsh, what he told us yesterday.
So one of the solutions could be to involve peer patients and expert patients to talk about their experiences. Yes, one more question and then we have to move on.
A question to Cecile. You mentioned that nurses on oncology wards are more likely to be understandable towards suicidal patients. And I wonder whether that's the case because, well, maybe it's because they are chronically ill. And obviously, often, of course, there are more chronic diseases than cancer. But I think, could it be like culturally integrated that cancer is like the worst thing to have, at least in terms of society? I think that how society views it. So that is more likely to understand for society or nurses that cancer patients have suicidal ideations.
Yes, I think it is more accepted because there's a whole practice in the Netherlands that people who are prone to die because of cancer, they can ask for euthanasia or help with dying. And they are,
But there could also, of course, be a selection effect, that those nurses who feel more open to talk about serious matters such as dying and death and dying, that they choose to work in an internal ward and not so much in the acute emergency wards.
Yeah.
One more thing, and then we're going to stop.
Yeah.
Can it also be that people who work at oncology departments are more used to see that they cannot save every patient, and that it's worth while for patients when they die to die in a decent way? So the safe reflection, like I have to save somebody from suicide, will perhaps be less, and that may be actually very helpful for somebody who is suicidal. If somebody is not telling you must not do it, I mean, that's not really helpful, I think.
I guess you are right. Yeah. I would like to add something myself, because what the people said from England, that there must be 24 hours around somebody. Usually, in the former time, it was in Holland, it was the way that in the ambulance, there was always a psychiatric nurse. There had to be, the person in the ambulance had to have general nursing and psychiatric nursing. And there has been, 20 years ago, I wrote it myself. I had to write the background advice for the government, to write on persons with a depression in the hospital. And I talked with psychiatrist Neleman from Groningen, and he advised to put in the advice that there should be a psychiatric nurse on the emergency ward, because there are so many things, many people who are brought in an emergency department who actually are there because of a psychiatric problem. Also, when they arrive because of an accident, they may be under alcohol or under drugs, or it's not only suicidal, but this has been an advice in 2001, nothing happened, but we may use it again. Okay.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Lotte Luijendijk. She is a nurse practitioner at the first episode psychosis team of Mentrum Arkin. And as we have just seen, a very high risk group you have in your sample. So we're very interested to hear your talk. Thank you.
So, hello everybody, my name is Lotte Luijendijk, and I'm a little bit nervous to be here today and to talk to all of you, because this is my first conference as a speaker, and the first time that I have to tell something about my findings in English. I still plan to go to the famous language school of the nuns in Vught, but this conference came just too early, so I will try my best. I graduated in September 2021 as a nurse practitioner mental health, and I started working at a psychiatry at the age of 18. So at that time I was really young and insecure discussing suicidality, because in the 4 years of training and education to become a nurse, I only received 1 or 2 lessons focused on suicidality. But when you get your nurse degree, there's the expectation that you can handle those kind of situations and that you can handle those conversations. But well, that's not my experience, because my experience is that all of my colleagues, and including myself at that time, are really struggling with it. So that's the reason why I choose suicide prevention as the subject of my graduation thesis. And at that time, I worked with young adults at the early intervention psychosis team from Arkin in Amsterdam. And today I will tell something about my graduation thesis. I will tell something about the results of the literature into risk factors for the development of suicidality. I will tell something about the current situation at that time, the results of the semi-structured interviews I did with my colleagues, with experts, but also with peer workers. Then I will tell something about the policy we made and the innovation I designed, and I also bring it with me to share with you. So yeah, let's start with risk factors. I did some literature research into the risk factors for the development, but especially for patients with a first psychosis or early psychosis. So there are a lot of risk factors. For example, a history of suicide attempts, but also a family history of suicide and suicide attempts. Having a psychosis, for example, the first year of a psychosis is associated with a 60% higher suicide risk compared to later stages of the disease. So that's a really big amount. But also other psychiatric disorders like depression, trauma, bipolar disorder, cluster B personality disorder, but also medication and the side effects of medication, being admitted, but also the 6 weeks after discharge are a real risk factor. Also the growing of the awareness of the disease, because having a psychosis can turn into schizophrenia. But there are also some economic and social risk factors like substance use, violent crime, but also being bullied in the past, and just feeling of hopelessness, worthlessness, and desperation. So when I knew something about the risk factors, I was really curious about how is the current situation in our team. I knew that in 1 year we lost 5 patients because of suicide. And that was really hard and traumatic for also of the petitioners. One of my patients died and I wanted to quit my job. I was like, okay, I don't like my work anymore. And I think it cost a few weeks that I had that feeling. Could I do something else? Could I prevent it? I'm a bad nurse. So yeah, I wanted to know how competent my colleagues felt, and I wanted to know how the suicide prevention was set up. Because when I started working at the early intervention team, there was no policy, and I didn't know when do I have to ask for suicidality and what is the expectation from our team. So I did some semi-structured interviews, and I asked my colleagues several questions. I will not share them all with you, but a few important ones. So I asked them, do you feel competent to discuss suicidality? And 40% told me that they do not feel competent to discuss suicidality. And at that time, we took care of 240 patients. So that means that 96 patients got a case manager who do not feel competent to talk or discuss suicidality. Then I asked them, are you familiar with the protocols and the policies, and then especially the guideline and using the case, the chronological assessment of suicidality events? Well, 50% told me we don't know the protocol, we don't know how to use it, and we are not working with a case. Then I asked them, are you aware of how many patients are struggling? Because we all got our own caseload of patients. I think one caseload is with 25 patients. Oh, sorry, that's the next sheet. Then I first asked them, do you know the risk factors? And the colleagues who were familiar with the policies and protocols also knew something more about risk factors. So now I got the right one. Then I asked them, are you aware of how many patients are struggling? And only one colleague told me, yeah, I do think that I know which patients are struggling. And she was also the colleague who was really into the suicide prevention. She knew all about it. But the other colleagues were telling me, I'm not sure, I'm not asking for it, so I can't give you any answer on this question. So then I was curious, but when do we discuss suicidality? So 25% told me that they never discuss suicidality. 25% was frequently asking for it, and 50% only discuss it when the patients bring it up themselves. So then I asked them, how do you think that suicide prevention is integrated into the treatment? And everyone was telling me it isn't integrated in the treatment. We all do what we think it's the best, or we don't do anything. But we need to change this. So then I asked them, what is your perspective on talking about suicidality? And they told me, some colleagues told me that they don't feel competent to discuss it, that they are afraid if they are asking for it, that they will bring up ideas. And also that they were afraid that if they were asking for suicidality and a client will tell us, yeah, I've been suicidal, I did some attempts, what do I have to do with it? Because then I have the answer, but I have no clue. So yeah, then I'm avoiding the subject. And what do we have to do with loved ones? Because if I'm concerned, I want to, I want to involve loved ones, but what do we have to do if we don't have any permission and then we are the only one in this conversation and we can't share it? So that were all reasons to avoid the subject, but they also told me we have to do this better because yeah, we lost 5 patients, so there's a real urge to change this. So then I interviewed some experts, some suicide prevention experts, and they told me that there's a little research available on validated tools and validated methods to use for suicide prevention. Well, the guideline is recommending using the case, but there is the experience that if you're using the case as a practitioner with little experience, you might drown in all of the information you will get and not knowing what to do with it. So Remco de Winter, he's also an expert, and he told me to also use the CAMS. That's a collaborative assessment of managing suicidality, and it will help you to prioritize and to really get into the information what is related on the suicidality. So they also told me that suicide prevention must be integrated in treatment. So as a team there, you have to make a clear working method. So not only from the protocols or the guidelines, but you have to make it as a team. So you know what you can do together. But first of all, professionals must feel confident to do it, because you can have a good protocol policy, but if you don't feel confident, then it won't help. So there must be a frequent training and intervention, but also the knowledge that it's a really complex and also partly unpredictable team. You have to try your best, but you cannot always prevent it. So yeah, that's hard. Then I did some interviews with peer workers, and I asked them, what do we need and what do we have to avoid as practitioners? And they told me, just start a conversation. Just ask open questions and don't be stressed out or don't be panicked if we are open about our feelings. And they also told me to offer hope and security and some perspective that it might be better in the future, and build some better self-image. I don't know if it's a good word, but and they also say that you must have an open eye for loss experience and change in behavior and life events, and always involving loved ones. And at the moment, they might say that you don't have any permission, but that's because they are feeling worthless and they don't want to bring any more trouble. So they really need their loved ones. So then I asked them, what do we have to avoid? Well, avoiding the subject. So not talking about it, not bringing it up, or bringing up directly any solutions or tips. And restrictive consequences, like being admitted in a psychiatric clinic or giving some sedative medication, and taking over the responsibility, not offering any continuity, so not making any new appointments or making a safety plan. And involving loved ones without discussion, because they are responsible. And one patient told me, yeah, I had a psychiatrist, and all the time when I had a conversation with him, he was looking at the time or watching on his phone. So yeah, I don't bring up my suicidality because he's ending the conversation in like 5 minutes. So then involving loved ones, it's a big topic the last years, because we all know that it's really important and that you have to do it as soon as possible. But how are you going to involve loved ones? Because it's not enough to only call them and tell them about their loved one who's suicidal. You have to also ask what is their need and what do they need from you. Do they need any suicide prevention apps? Do they need any education? Do they need conversations? How they can help their loved ones? So only informing them is not enough. It's also important to know that you may violate your privacy if you are concerned about the situation and the patient is not giving their permission. So then I collected all of the information, and we made a kind of protocol, a policy for the team. That's important to make and maintain in contact. That's also what the guideline recommends. You have to involve loved ones. You must systematically and routinely investigate suicidality by using the case or the camps. And the camps is really new in the Netherlands. I know that in other countries they are working with it, but here not that much. But maybe we will come there in the future. So you have to make a safety plan, but not only with the patient. You have to also involve the loved ones because you really need them. And you have to integrate it into the treatment. But how are you going to integrate it into the treatment? You have to ask for it if there's change in behavior, if there are life events, but also during the intake conversation, or if there's an evaluation discussion, so that there are a few moments where you're actively asking for it. Also, if the patient told you during the intake interview that he wasn't suicidal, ask for it again, because it might change and then you really want to know about it. So, yeah. This is what I made, and I've got some in Dutch and I've got some in English, so maybe you can share it. But this is how you can integrate it into the treatment. On the left side, you will see something, when are you asking for suicidality in the treatment? What do you have to do? And who are you going to involve? But also who is responsible? On the downside, you see some risky moments, some tips to make contact and have the conversations, and something you have to avoid. And on the back side, there are some tips to involve loved ones, but also things what you can offer them. Something about the CAMS and the case, and some client offerings. So the backup app from 113, but also conversations with peer workers and spiritual counselors, and some employee offers. So this is my story.
Thank you very much. This was a very interesting talk, I thought. I'm sure there are lots of questions, but there's only room for one at this moment. Of course, I'm very interested in to know how are you going to implement this in your teams, or how are we going to spread the news about this very important issue? So what are your plans about that?
well, to be here today is the first step, I think. And we already integrated in the early psychosis team, and now I'm working at youth, so that's also for child and young adults. And there are we integrating it again. So I hope to speak at more conferences, mostly the Dutch one. It's less struggling for me. Okay. So.
No, you did very well. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to invite our last speaker, Nadia Lubbers, who is a student psychologist working at the University of Applied Sciences here in Leiden. And she's going to tell us something about how she works with students with suicidal ideation. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Leiden. My name is Nadia Lubbers. I'm a student psychologist at the Hogeschool Leiden, also known as the University of Applied Sciences in Leiden in English. Recently in Dutch media there has been a lot of talk about mental health problems in young adults and students. And there has been some research also lately amongst young adults in which the research says 1 in 3 young adults in the Netherlands has psychological problems. And this is mainly focused on Generation Z, children and young adults born between 1996 and 2015. And this is in contrast with maybe 10 years ago, in which for a long time Dutch children and the Dutch youth were seen as the most happiest in the world, actually. And there are many reasons for psychological distress in young adults, and I will be sharing the view of a famous Dutch child psychologist, Steven Pont, because he has a rather maybe controversial look on the reasons of the increase of psychological problems in young adults in Generation Z. Because what we mostly see in Dutch media, the focus is on young adults are struggling because of social media, because of housing problems. There's a shift between what is available for young adults now compared to the baby boomers. But Steven Pont also has a different view on this. And he firstly points out a lack of coping skills in Generation Z. Children, and after the World War II, the Netherlands has been relatively safe and stable, had no war, no big economical problems that affected people, no poverty. And then secondly, he points out with a term he came up with, which he calls curling parents. According to him, parents are too overprotective up until late adolescence. And so when the young adult goes to study, goes to live on his own, he or she doesn't have enough coping skills to deal with the problems that he or she can face during life because he or she didn't learn it from their parents. They were too overprotective. And according to him, he says when the child enters puberty, it's time to let he or she go. He or she has to learn how to deal with the challenges of life. And he says, actually, here in the Netherlands, he's speaking for the Netherlands, already at a very young age, when they go to daycare, they're treated like young princesses and princesses. Everything is communicated with the parents. A lot of focus on the child instead of the group as a whole. So that's how I also come to the last point he provides, and that is severe individualism since the 1960s in the Netherlands. Up until the 1950s, the Netherlands was quite a very collectivistic society. Religion, Christianity played a huge role in Dutch society, but that changed after the 1960s, the hippie time. And also Maria Montessori, with her educational system, also played a big role in the Netherlands, in which the focus was very much on the individual child, the development of the child, his individual development is very important, and which maybe also was needed back then. The collectivism maybe was a little bit too much back then, but as Stephen Pont points out, it has gone way too far the other way around now in the Netherlands. The focus is very much on individuality, loss of community, and also religion and spirituality, especially in the Netherlands compared to other Western countries. Most of Dutch people are atheistic, and according to him, it's not that everybody should become religious, but maybe a little sense of spirituality, especially in young adults, can help with psychological problems because they are developing their identity themselves. They have questions about life, but they do not have these answers because life in the Netherlands is very practical and focused on the here and now. I will now quickly talk about a few facts surrounding suicide in young adults. According to the Commission of Current Dutch Suicide Registrations, the total suicide deaths did not increase during the COVID-19 pandemic in the Netherlands, but it did increase 15%. 15% increase of suicide deaths in young adults in 2021. And we, as student psychologists, we are also a lot in contact with suicide prevention helpline 113, and they also told us directly, yes, we also noticed an increase of young adults with suicidal ideations when calling us or during the chat. The average age of the first suicide attempt is 26 years old, and the number one cause of death between 10 and 25 years old is suicide. Also, talking about suicide is still very much taboo. Not only suicide, but also death. Talking about death. So what do we do at the University of Applied Sciences in Leiden for student welfare? So we have 1 or 2 student counselors per faculty. And they assist the students with a lot of practical things and needs, but also with mental health problems. In recent years, and this is already before the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of the student counselors noticed an increase of psychological distress and suicidal ideations. And before 2020, there were no student psychologists at the school. So the school started a pilot with a student psychologist, which started right before the COVID-19 pandemic, early on 2020. And now we are with 3 student psychologists. We offer short individual treatments and training for students between 1 and 5 and sometimes 8 sessions. So it's very short and it's for light problems. But in the beginning, when we just started out, of course, the student counselors, they are the ones who refer the students to us, didn't know exactly what are light or what are severe problems. But now we try to screen, and when the problems are a little bit bigger, we refer the student to the GP. And the student psychologists also provide master classes and consultations for student career coaches and lecturers. And this is actually how Cecile asked me to join this conference. We were giving a suicide prevention masterclass for the student career coaches and lecturers at our school. So what is the role of the student psychologist in suicide prevention? We provide intervision for the student counselors. We work together with them. And a lot of them are not trained in suicide prevention, so we try to also provide training and intervention, but also debriefing. When a student is suicidal, the first person they mostly see is the student counselor, and it can be very intense, especially if you're not trained in suicide prevention. So we find it really important that we do this. Recently, we also started telephone consultations for lecturers and colleagues, because they also have to deal with suicidal students. Usually before they refer them to the student counselors, students sometimes go to the lecturer or the student connect coach, and we noticed they kind of feel safe in the school. They go to us first instead of the GP. That's something we noticed. And what they tell us is, what the students tell us, but the GP doesn't really listen to me. He only has 5 or 10 minutes. So that is also something we noticed. Also, we try to increase the socio-emotional skills in students. What Stephen pointed out is actually something we kind of agree with. In our eyes, has sometimes very small problems. The students can make a really big deal of it, we noticed in this generation. And as I said before, we also provide master classes on suicide prevention. And recently we also did a collaboration with Suicide Prevention Helpline 113. And also during this pilot, we also talked about with the school board, how can we talk to as many lecturers as possible, because it can be a challenge. They have to give lessons. They don't always have the time. So we started doing lectures maybe a little bit later in the evening. And we're also thinking about making it semi-mandatory for the department you work in. So we provide information about mental health and suicide prevention, or when new lecturers come into school, that they follow these master classes. So we have a suicide protocol at the school, which was made by my student psychologist colleagues. It can be found at our SharePoint page, which is accessible for every colleague who works at a school. And we also give important advice for lecturers and employees to follow the online training from Suicide Prevention Helpline 113, to learn how to have a conversation about suicidal ideations. It can be a very sensitive topic. People are afraid to talk about it or want to avoid the subjects or the word suicide. But it's very important to breaking taboo and to remove the stigma, but also for the student to feel welcomed and that he or she can talk about it. So I will briefly go by the student protocol in English. So it's used as a screening to, the first step is to talk about suicide. We emphasize to talk about it. And in step 2, to ask questions. We have specific questions you can ask. And step 3 is risk assessment. And it's always important to consult a colleague in case of a high-risk suicide. We call that the 4I principle. So when you have a moderate risk, when you have assessed a moderate risk, the student usually has suicidal ideations, but no concrete plans, is able to think of other things other than suicide, and realizes the consequences for friends and family. Then in the protocol, we tell to let the student vent without too many interruptions, and then refer the student to the student counselor or the psychologist, and also call the GP. Optional, in case you do not really know how to proceed further, or you have questions, or you need help, consult the Suicide Prevention Helpline 113. And in the questions, you always ask for previous suicide attempts. So in a case of history of suicide attempts, you have to fill in the safety plan together with the student. And this is the safety plan we have, and we also have it printed out at our department of the student counselors and psychologists. So step 1 are warning signs. What are the things, when do I notice it's not going well with me? Step 2, what can I do myself? What can I do to feel less bad? If I don't want to be alone, I go for company and look for distraction with ... If I want to talk to, step 4, if I want to talk to someone with about my problems, I seek contact with and write the names and the phone numbers. Step 5, caregivers and organizations, I can ask for help, name and phone numbers and emergency numbers, phone number of the GP, phone number of the crisis center, and also the website and the phone number of 113 is mentioned, and they can also use the app. And step 6, things I can do to make my environment safe. If you have assessed a high risk, then the student usually has continuous suicidal ideations. is very desperate and has concrete suicidal plans. In this case, do not leave the student alone. Call in a colleague and call the GP. Involve the support system. Ask the student if you can involve the support system. And if the student has a therapist or another caregiver who is responsible for him or her, call the therapist. We also noticed that we struggle a bit with where do we draw the line, who is responsible, us as a school, or if the student has a therapist. My colleagues and I, we struggle a bit with that. Who takes the responsibility? Who is going to fill in the safety plan? Does the student already has a safety plan at the mental health institution or their therapist? Also make arrangements about aftercare. Plan in an appointment with the student psychologist or the student counselor. Refer student to the suicide prevention helpline 113. Tell them to save their number. Okay. And consult suicide prevention helpline 113 for further advice. This is in case of severe risk. In this case, it's almost the same as a high risk, but in this case, it's important to also call the emergency number or the psychiatric crisis center. And we have a direct number of a psychiatrist, which we work together with close to the school. And this is in case a student has attempted or is about to commit suicide. It's also very important for self-care, for the colleagues, because it can be very intense dealing with suicidal students. I noticed myself before I worked in a mental health institution, not severe, but I did not see as many suicidal patients as I have seen since the few months I have worked at the school. And there was also a lockdown that also played a role, of course. But it's important that we have debriefing, talk to your colleagues, call the student psychologist, and we have intervention. Then I quickly want to talk about some risks and protective factors in suicidal young adults. As Lotte mentioned before, it's important to ask open questions, but with young adults, it's very important to ask direct questions, because when you ask open questions, they usually don't have an answer. They will be like, I don't know. They're not really that self-aware yet. Suicide risks in young suicidal adults includes stressors in the home situation, being isolated, alcohol abuse, suspicion of psychological problems, or being part of the LGBTQ community. And protective factors for suicidal young adults that can help. It's important to find and take the young adult to be taken care of in a loving home. Example, if it's not safe with their parents or they don't feel safe with them, ask them, do you have a loving grandmother or aunt? Or ask for a friend or a buddy, and it's important to give them warmth and attention to the young adult. It's also important to have continuity of care, which that is very important, because it's a known risk that if the care is not going well, it's a risk factor. We still have a lot to do. We just started out in 2020. We still have a lot to do in suicide prevention and a lot to learn. First of all, breaking the taboo, the stigmas. Also, more development and research is needed as a whole. And what will be the aftermath of COVID-19 in young adults? That's a big question. And what can we do as a society also as a whole? So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nadia. I would like to stress that your University of Applied Sciences is not, it's not the same in other University of Applied Sciences. Most of them don't actually have any student psychologists on their team, they just have counselors. For example, in my University of Applied Sciences, they have a strict policy that they don't want to have any conversations with students beyond their studies. And they want to refer them all to mental health institutions. So maybe this is a very important lesson that you are learning us, that it can be important to do it very close to where the students are or where the young people are. So I would like to thank you. I would like to ask the other three speakers to come forward, and maybe you can keep standing there for a moment, because we only have 3 chairs. So maybe there are some more important questions that you would like to ask one of our speakers. Please raise your hand if you have some questions. You have been so many times, so I just want to ask for someone else. Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you. You told us about to involve the environment, the people around it, but you also talked about privacy. So how do you do it?
I don't have a microphone anymore, so I will use this one. Yeah. Yes, in the spotlights again. Yeah, it will be a hard one, because sometimes you don't have any contact details, so then you are in trouble, I think. But yeah, sometimes you may violate the privacy. So then I'm telling my clients, I accept that you don't want me to involve them, but I have to. So I have no choice, and we can do it together, or I will do it myself. So then I start a conversation with them, who are we going to call? Because you can choose, or otherwise I will do it. And when you have that conversation, most of the times they will do it together with you. And sometimes you cannot involve the parents or family members, but best friends or other peoples.
So you have a good experience doing like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Other questions? Yes.
Hi, I've got a question for Saskia. Thank you for your interesting talk about the way healthcare could be improved in emergency departments. But you talked almost exclusively about the experience from healthcare professionals. Yes. And I know your organization also does research on suicide attempts and successful suicide attempts through social autopsy. I was wondering if any of that research had any results that apply to emergency departments, because I think by nature you always see the unsuccessful ones in the emergency department, but after that there might occur a successful one because of insufficient care or things that could be improved in the emergency department.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. How do you know our research about the psychosocial autopsy? Sorry? Oh, yeah. Because it's quite a compliment for me, because I'm also the researcher of the psychological autopsy study. And we used our study results for our national agenda. So now we're planning to implement screening and subsequent treatment at secondary schools in the Netherlands. And also on social media, we're planning to implement an intervention which is called ChatSafe, so that young adults can use social media in a responsible way to, that's another project, but what I'm saying is that we didn't translate our results to the hospital yet, so I think that's a very good suggestion to
But
also...
can you explain what it means, psychosocial autopsy?
Yeah. What it means is that we examine, we take interviews with the bereaved ones. So, for example, the parents who lost their child to suicide. And then we ask them many questions and also a questionnaire, so to study the factors related to suicide to inform suicide prevention strategy. And we started with the teenage suicides, and now we study the pro-rail, so the train suicides. And so we not only study the young people who died by train suicide, but also the older men, for example.
Thank you. So it's very useful to get information on how to improve suicidal prevention strategies.
Yeah,
mostly.
and we also start, and that's important to tell you, and in hospitals with the patients who attempted suicide, now we start a new project.
Okay, to do the same.
Yeah, the same autopsy study, but among the suicide attempts. So hopefully that also will improve the policy in hospitals.
Are there any more burning questions? Oh, lots of them, but there's lunch also. We can use lunch also. So I'm going to give you the last possibility.
Thank you. I have a question for Cecile that just links back to what was talked about this morning in the presentation on condemning suicides historically on religious grounds. I'm just wondering if your healthcare professionals who condemn suicide, what their rationale for that is. You talked, one example you gave us was kind of that philosophical issue of keeping patients who don't want to die alive versus keeping alive patients who do want to die. But are there other reasons? Like, is there a moral objection, or is it a kind of economic argument about a waste of resources? Do you have anything about that?
In the interviews I have read thus far, I only see very practical reasons. There's no talking about religion as far as I've seen, but more the practicality or the difficulty of having to spend so much time. For example, there was one person who said we have to get the room completely empty of every dangerous things, so infusion and everything they have to remove, and then someone is there, and then they forgot the earring, and the person cut herself with the earring. So they were so completely fed up because they were tired of removing all the stuff, and then there was an accident and she was heavily bleeding, and they didn't know anymore what to do. So they are sometimes just fed up. Mm-hmm. And because they have to save lives, there are many people with COVID on their department, and they have to turn them around with more than one person. So they don't have the time to do all these things. And then they just get fed up with suicidal patients.
I remember from one of the other interviews that there was also an economical argument, like these patients are wasting our resources and our valuable time. But I didn't see or hear anything about religious or purely moral objections. I don't think that was very prevalent. There are many more questions, I'm sure, but I would also like to invite you to lunch. We have an hour, so we have plenty of time to discuss with our presenters. Thank you all very much for your presentation. Maybe one more round of applause for all of them. Thank you.
Hello. Is everybody in? Is die aan? Nu wel, oké. Can someone close the door, please? Peter, can you close the door? I'm so glad you're here. I'll stand here. I don't know if you can see me, David?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Oh yes, I see. Okay. Yes, you can see the room as well, huh? It's rather full here.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
People are excited to meet you. I'm going to introduce you from one of the background letters you sent me. David is a medically qualified doctor with a further doctorate in psychopharmacology and specific postdoctoral expertise in suicide and drug treatments. He qualified in 1979 from the National University of Ireland before moving to Cambridge University, England, and later Cardiff and Bangor universities as a professor of psychiatry. Now he is a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Family Medicine at McMaster University in Canada. And his professional experience with psychotropic medication dates back 40 years. His postdoctoral thesis, conducted from 1980 to 1985, was on psychotropic drugs and their effects on the serotonin reuptake mechanisms that fluoxetine and citalopram, otherwise Prozac and Celexa, work on. So he has 3 fascinating cases to present to you this afternoon, and he asked me to give you all something to take home about the policy of Big Pharma. So the floor is yours,
Great.
David.
Okay. Right. I'm going to try and keep this talk reasonably short because there's 3 cases which throw up really interesting issues for those of us who prescribe drugs and for those of us who take prescription drugs. So I'm hoping you'll have loads of questions and that we'll have a long Q&A session. So the first case involves a man in his early 50s who had been a nurse but is now running his own health service company. He has a wife and 3 children. Life is going well. He has a minor problem like all of us can have. He has a period of poor sleep, so he goes along to the family doctor and asks for some help to sleep. And he gets given sertraline, Zoloft. Now, this is a pill that I wouldn't ever give anyone to help them sleep, but it's one that's used widely by many family doctors, particularly in the United States. He goes back to the family doctor after a week and says, look, I'm feeling more anxious and my sleep is worse. So the family doctor refers him to the premier psychiatric clinic in the area. This is a well-known clinic with a very good reputation and 54 psychiatrists. The man goes there and they review him and say, well, look, first of all, they give him rating scales to check how anxious he is, how depressed he is, and then they say, look, we'll increase your dose of sertraline from 50 milligrams to 100 milligrams, and you can come back in a week and we'll see how you are. So he comes back in a week and he's worse. The rating scales say he's worse. So they say, let's increase the dose from 100 milligrams to 200 milligrams. And you can go back in a week or two. He comes back in a week or two and he's much, much worse. Whatever the problems were to begin with, now they're much worse than they were. So they say, we're going to switch the sertraline to escitalopram. And they do that. And he's due to come back to see them 2 weeks later. And on the day he's due to go back to the clinic, he shoots his wife, he shoots his 3 children, and he kills himself. Now, the rest of the extended family take an action against the clinic, and the clinic says, look, this isn't our fault. If this man had been in hospital with us, we had a duty of care to him, but he's at home, so, our duty of care does not extend into his home. And they say something else with which we can all agree, which is that it's hard to predict when a patient who's got a mental illness is going to become violent. No one can do it. That's fine, except this man had a condition that probably wasn't a mental illness, and whatever it was, he was awfully mild to begin with. And even if he had a severe mood disorder, the drugs he was on are 100 times more likely to cause the problem that we've just had than a severe mood disorder is. And if he had a mild mood disorder or none at all, then the drugs are at least 1,000-fold more likely. So there's a duty of care here, I think, which is when we give a prescription drug, we're poisoning someone. We poison them hoping to bring good out of the use of a poison. We can't do it safely if we don't recognize that we're actually poisoning people and they may be poisoned, and that we need to keep an eye out for any hints or signs that they're being poisoned. And if they are being poisoned, then we need to take steps to try and make sure that things don't go wrong. And ideally, we need to put a note in the medical record saying, look, we've recognized the problem and here's what we're doing about it. In the case of this man, he had a classic textbook case of SSRI-induced agitation, or akathisia is a word that's often used, but probably the best word is the word delirium. He goes downhill as the drug dose increases, and it's over just the right time course for a thing to be caused by the drugs. The clinic have appealed this, took this to an appeal court, and it's now gone to the state Supreme Court, and we're still waiting to hear what they think. But if the clinic lose in the state Supreme Court, the nurse who is prescribing this drug is going to have a problem. I don't know where the 54 psychiatrists were. Maybe they've all gone into management. Maybe they're out on the golf course. Or maybe there's no policy which says the nurse, if things are going wrong, should refer to someone else, the doctor. Now, I don't think the policy should be referred to the doctor because the doctor knows more, but you'd expect a clinic to have some kind of policy which recognizes that things may go wrong on treatment, and it may be good to have more than one person looking at what's going on. Let me take you to case number 2. This is a lady who has worked as a care assistant in healthcare. She's in her late 50s. 20 or 30 years previously, she'd been given Prozac for a mild case of being anxious, and it didn't suit her. It made her worse. A few years later, she was given amitriptyline, and it didn't suit her. It made her worse as well. So they're both serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And then when she gets nervous around the time that I'm going to tell you about now, she goes along to a doctor she knows in a clinic who puts her on citalopram, to which she reacts poorly. Now, she can't afford to go back to the clinic because this is not a wealthy lady. This is a lady who ends up having to go along in the state she's in to what's called a health and welfare clinic, where she gets seen by a nurse prescriber who says, well, you're clearly not well. It looks like this drug isn't suiting you. Let's change you over to Prozac. She goes home on Prozac and 48 hours later calls the clinic and says, look, I'm worse than this. This is not suiting me. The nurse checks with her boss, who's also a nurse, and they think, well, look, this lady needs to be told to stay on these drugs for the next 2 weeks because they take 2 weeks or more to work. So she gets told, stay on these drugs till you come in to see us again in 2 weeks' time. She comes in to see them again in 2 weeks' time with her husband, who says to them, look, she's much worse than she's letting you know. That she's not looking after herself, she's not cleaning herself, she's not doing anything, and she's talking about harming herself. So they say, the nurse seeing her says, well, look, it's still going to take a bit longer for these drugs to work, stay on them. So a week later, she comes back to the clinic and parks her car in the car park and takes a gun out of the glove compartment of the car and shoots herself in the face. Now, she's trying to shoot herself in the head and kill herself. She removes an eye, but she doesn't kill herself. Her husband and herself later take a legal action. Later, afterwards, actually, when she gets seen afterwards, when she recovers from her head injury, she's put on mirtazapine, which is a completely different kind of drug to the SSRIs and seems to suit her quite well. So it's not the case that there weren't drugs that would actually suit her. But anyway, she and her husband take a legal action against the clinic. The nursing staff who are being deposed under oath say they agree. The SSRIs and all antidepressants come with black box warnings. The standard of care is that you should recognize when things are going wrong. They say, well, look, when she talked about being more anxious at work, we just thought it was, as with all work, you can be anxious at work and the problems may be getting worse and that's making you more anxious. And they noted that she had said she had been drinking alcohol during this period, and they put a lot down to the alcohol that as she drank. They didn't seem to recognize that one of the best treatments for the agitation SSRIs can cause is alcohol. So, as it turns out, the nurses in this case are probably okay, because in the state this happened, there's a law which says you cannot sue an employee of the government. Her lawyers are trying to see what can be done about that. Let me take you to the third case. And this is a lady who's a nurse. She's in her early 40s. And she'd first been given SSRIs when she was in her teens. She was given 3 different SSRIs and responded poorly to all of them. She later dropped out. She took to drugs of abuse. She drank a lot and things like that. And then in her late 20s, reformed her life and became a nurse and had children, as you'll hear. So she also had pain. She was left with health issues after a wild period during her 20s. She had sacroiliac joint degeneration. She had lumbar spine problems. And she later was told she had fibromyalgia. She was also mildly hypertensive. So she was on a group of drugs for pain and she was on antihypertensives. And at one point for the fibromyalgia, she was given tramadol, which, as you may know, is also a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, and she responded poorly. She was restless on it. They switched her over to venlafaxine, which is closely related to tramadol, and actually this did better from the point of view of the fibromyalgia. One of the unusual things that happened while she was on it, though, was she ended up with a driving under the influence of alcohol offense. It's called a DUI in English. And what's not well known is that drugs like venlafaxine and SSRIs can cause you to drink where you didn't drink before. And when you drink, even if you just drink a little bit, you can end up with a blood alcohol level that is much higher than it would have been if you weren't on the pill. And that stays higher for longer than it would have stayed up if you weren't on the pill. So the venlafaxine works well for a period, but then stops working. And she and her nurse prescriber talk through the issues, and they decide, let's try Cymbalta, which is closely related to venlafaxine. Or, broadly speaking, works in much the same kind of way. And it's also maybe good for pain. So they give her that, and she responds in a mixed kind of way, not all that good. But then she halts it because she gets pregnant. And she stays off all pills for more or less a year and actually feels quite good. After the pregnancy, she has a postpartum mood disorder, and she talks to her nurse prescriber again, and they agree again, let's try Cymbalta again. Now, let me tell you about Cymbalta. This was the drug that Lilly were going to bring on the market after Prozac, after the patent on Prozac ran out. I was one of the people that was going to run a clinical trial on this drug, but then they stopped the trial and seemed to indicate that they weren't going to develop this drug at all. They didn't say why, but the guess has to be that maybe they thought it could cause problems. Boehringer Ingelheim picked up this drug and brought on the market in Europe as a bladder stabilizing drug. Lilly instead thought they'd bring the R isomer of fluoxetine, R-fluoxetine, on the market to succeed Prozac. But when they brought the data to FDA, FDA said, look, this causes QT interval problems, heart problems, which of course, if it causes heart problems, Prozac does too, and that wasn't in the label. And FDA said they wouldn't be able to approve the drug. So Lilly instead went back and fished duloxetine out of the filing cabinet and developed it quickly and brought it to FDA saying, here's the data. Can you approve this for treating people who are depressed and for bladder stabilization purposes? FDA said, we cannot approve it for bladder stabilization purposes. In the trials you've shown us, too many healthy, normal women have gone on to suicide attempts or completed suicide. And in the healthy volunteer trials that Lilly ran on this drug, which they had to run, a healthy volunteer called Tracy Johnson, a 19-year-old woman, committed suicide. But FDA approved the drug for treating people who are depressed. Lilly then had a marketing package which said, and it's good for pain as well. So this is why this lady was being put back on it. She goes on it, and the first response is reasonably good. She says, this seems to help the pain I have. And after a few weeks, about 10 weeks or so, she's more restless and agitated, and ends up saying to the nurse who's prescribed it for her that it's making me manic. Let's stop it. So they halt it, and over the next year, a few other pills get tried. At this stage, you have to realize that she's on quite a mix of pills between one thing and the other, and some of these may be blocking the adverse effects of Cymbalta when she goes on it. But anyway, she goes back to the nurse prescriber, and they decide they've tried a few other things. Let's go back to the Cymbalta, because perhaps she only had a poor response the last time because of her mood disorder, which she doesn't now have. So they put her back on Cymbalta, and for the first few weeks, things seem to be reasonably okay. And then she begins to get more agitated and restless. And around the same time period that she had problems and asked to be taken off Cymbalta the previous time, at work she's doing poorly. People notice things. At home she's doing poorly. People notice things. She's very agitated, and she heads off one day to the mountains to pick mushrooms or whatever. And on the way home, veers across the road head on into an oncoming car. She isn't injured all that badly, but the other person driving the car, who's driving legally, is injured. When the police come along, they see that she's on the wrong side of the road. They check her alcohol level, and it's way, way up. Now, because of the previous driving under an influence charge, this lady, and because she's a nurse, part of the conditions about being able to work is she gets checked every 2 weeks or so for drugs of abuse and alcohol, and over a 2-year period, she is absolutely clean. There's no evidence of anything. So it's a little inexplicable why she's had drink on her. This may be an effect of the Cymbalta she's been put on, which is a thing that not many people know about. It's inexplicable. She can't tell anyone where she's been drinking. She can't recall it. She doesn't recall drinking, but her blood alcohol level is very, very high. And what no one knows is how many drinks it took to get it that high. It may be just one beer that has put her way over the limit. But what's actually going on? Well, what's going on is unclear. She's got a very hazy memory of what happened. One of the options which is incompatible with her view of herself is that she's tried to commit suicide. Okay, when this case gets framed like that for the state in which she's in, and when it gets said, look, she's not akathisic or whatever, she's become delirious on this drug, the state freaks. They say, look, FDA and EMA in Europe would never approve a drug that could make you delirious. If you're delirious, this is an absolute defense against murder or any serious crime, so that the person should be able to walk free from the court if they're delirious, and that's not something that the legal system can handle all that easily. Okay, so I think there are profound issues here for any of us who prescribe drugs or who take prescription drugs. This is not something that just applies to antidepressants, it applies to all drugs. Trying to get doctors to take this seriously is very difficult. The only thing that wakes them up that I've found is to say to them, well, if these drugs work wonderfully well and are free of problems, you know, the people who run health services these days are going to see you guys as very expensive prescribers, and they're going to replace you with nurses and pharmacists. The same thing, of course, applies to nurses also, because if the drugs work wonderfully well and are free of problems, well, we're all going to be replaced by robots pretty soon. But the drugs don't work wonderfully well and aren't free of problems. What the legal system that's awfully worried about drugs causing you to become delirious doesn't recognize, and what very few people recognize, is the entire literature on patent medicines is ghost-written. There is no access to the raw data from the clinical trials on these drugs. FDA don't see it. EMA don't see the raw data. The authors of articles in the New England Journal of Medicine don't see the raw data. Just to make the point clear for you, recently we've had vaccines brought on the market, and all of the clinical trials are reported in the New England Journal of Medicine, and all of them say at the end that they're ghost-written, and the author of the Pfizer trials has made it clear he has not seen the data on the trial that brought this vaccine on the market. The other thing you need to know is that FDA and EMA approve drugs where there are only negative trials, where there's no positive trial at all. In the case of paroxetine being brought on the market for children who are depressed, GlaxoSmithKline wrote to FDA and said, look, we've got 3 negative trials in children who are depressed. And FDA said, we recognize these trials are all negative, but we're still going to approve the drug. And we agree with you that it wouldn't be a good idea to let anyone know about this. We shouldn't mention it in the label of the drug. Now, you guys say, well, Prozac has been brought on the market for kids who are depressed, so we can use that. But in fact, the trials of Prozac were negative also, and FDA and EMA approved it. So this happens regularly. What also happens regularly, in the case of paroxetine, the main trial in kids who are depressed was previously published, which said the drug works wonderfully well and is free of problems. This was not unique to this trial. This happens routinely in the case of antidepressants in adult trials as well, and it happens in other trials across medicine, that negative trials get published in the literature as being positive, and the regulators who know that, you know, we're being misled don't say or do anything. I'm almost finished. Let me quickly mention that what also happens is, in the case of trials that are positive, positive means there's a change on a rating scale. In the same trials, there may be more people who have died on active treatment than died on placebo. So in a sense, we're all being misled, and you can't see the raw data to know that more people have actually died. Working for the pharmaceutical companies does not mean that this drug saves lives. or gets us back to work. It just means there's a change in some surrogate marker. So the implications for all of us are, these are the trials that are built into the guidelines that we use, into the standards of care, and these things increasingly trump your judgment about what's happening in the patient that you see in front of you, and also trump the judgment of the patient who may be convinced this drug is causing me problems. We're increasingly in a world where you and I risk losing our job if we say, no, in the case of this person, what's happening to them is not what the guidelines say could be happening to them. And if we're going to lose our job for that kind of reason, then the issue for all of us is it going to be possible even to recognize that these things are happening to the patient? In the bigger picture, the result of all these drugs which work wonderfully well and are harmless is that we're on more and more drugs. People like me, my age, on average are on 5 different drugs, and lots of people are on more. We know that if you're on more than 3 drugs, your life expectancy falls and is falling in the Western world. We know that you're more likely to end up in hospital. We know that your quality of life is going to be worse. We also know that our reproductive replacement rates have fallen below the rate needed to keep the same number of people in Holland or Belgium or wherever. How are we going to sort this? Well, I've written to the chair of Supreme Courts, ministers of health, the people who write the guidelines, medical associations, journal editors. Nobody says anything that I'm saying to you is wrong. They say, what can we do about it? Well, I don't know what we can do about it. One of the things might be to get in touch with people who think white people are being replaced and say to them, well, you know, yes, we are being replaced by the pharmaceutical companies, and why don't they ask the pharmaceutical companies about their replacement of white people? Or maybe say everybody needs universal health care, even in the United States, so that people who aren't white can end up on the same number of drugs that white people are on, because it's mainly white people who are taking all these drugs. The real answer, I think, ultimately has to be political, and we need to build communities. It's communities, in a sense, that are going to keep people off being on too many drugs and recognize that there has to be options other than just multiplying up the number of drugs we take. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is a call to all of us, especially maybe to the nurses and the doctors in the room. But who has a question? There are some people leaving, David, not because of you, but because there is a lecture in town of someone they are colleagues of. Who wants to question anything? Who does recognize the effects of drugs are sometimes much worse than we expect?
Yes, my name is Nick. Hi. Thank you for your presentation. I have experience with taking prescription drugs, and what I liked about my my general practitioner is that she was very hesitant with giving me opiates and other medication. But I think that's a very Dutch thing to do, because it sounds like in America the law is very different there. How do you think that happened, or do you think that needs to change?
Okay, I think the law is actually the same in Holland and the rest of Europe and the United States. I think Dutch culture, you're right, there is a thing where you guys are a little slower to hand out some of the psychotropic drugs and maybe other drugs too. And that's the thing that I'm interested in. I mean, this is more kind of question for me to ask you. What is it about Dutch culture that means you're possibly prescribing a little less than the French or the Belgians? The Belgians take vast amount of drugs, just as much as they take over in the United States.
Toch die angst voor bijwerkingen. I think the risk of adverse effects of the drugs because she already told me, my doctor, like, okay, you can get very sleepy from this. Please don't drive while you're taking this or while we're upping the dosage. So there was a lot of warnings, and I think in your cases, some people missed these warnings or weren't told them.
Yeah. Well, I think there is a culture which has changed. I don't know what's happening in Holland, but the culture when I went into medicine was, we're giving poisons, we're hoping to bring good out of the use of poison, and we need to remember that. The culture pushed in most of the world now is that these medicines are sacraments. Sacraments are something that can only do good. They can't harm you. Okay? And one of the strange things, I don't know what the situation in Holland is, but if you go to France, like I've got 1 or 2 cases that actually come from France, and you cannot get a medical person or an expert in France to take the side of the family who has lost a child or someone else through an injury from a drug. You simply can't get medical people to get involved on the side of the person who has been injured. Part of the problem is the literature, as I say, is ghost written. Medical people will think that, well, for me to try and make the case for a person who's injured, I've got to look at the academic literature and I've got to see evidence there of the harms. Well, there is no evidence there of the harms, okay? It's not a scientific literature. What I often say in this area to people is that the greatest concentration of fake literature on earth centers on the drugs your doctor gives you. I should change that to centers on the drugs your doctor or your nurse gives you.
I have to stop because we are running out of time greatly. Because there is a question. Can I? Here's a question. Really, I give you the word later. I take 2 questions. And Manon, you were first. Actually.
Thanks. Yes, just coincidentally, this week on my Facebook feed, somebody mentioned a report from the WHO last year that apparently is marking a sea change in the kind of criticism of the use of psychiatric drugs. And apparently there's been an article in the New York Times about it. I've never heard of this report from the WHO, and I'm just wondering, did it just get lost in the focus on the pandemic, or does the WHO just not have much influence in this debate?
The WHO has almost no influence. And if you just talk about antidepressants and say they can cause problems and things like that, what you do is you increase the sales of antidepressants. WHO is going to have to come out and say, the problem is not just drugs can cause problems, because we have known that for 50 years. They've got to say what's changed is there's no access to the clinical trial data. The literature is ghost written. The regulators approving drugs on the basis of negative trials. WHO will not say that because, of course, if it applies to the drugs that we're using, it applies to the vaccines as well. And you have to ask yourself, are WHO going to tackle that? And the answer is no.
Okay. One question. You don't do it? You don't want?
My question was already answered.
Okay. One last word, and then I stop this session. I'm sorry, David, but we have to stop because there are 2 other lectures and the program goes on. But your lecture, your advice is taken by everyone. It's on everybody.
I'm awfully happy if people want to get in touch with me afterwards. You can get my email address from Cecile.
Can I ask my question, or?
Yes, one question.
Okay. Well, I want to add to your first or second case where there was switching of antidepressants, because this is switching of antidepressant is quite common practice. But actually, if you look at the switch schemes that are available, many of them are simply wrong because they don't consider the half-lives of medication. So you have to do this very carefully. And if you don't, people get problems because of the switching. And we think that this happens much more often than doctors realize, and in fact is one of the reasons that there are so many treatment-resistant patients also. And we have developed switch strips to do this in 28 days, which people can follow the switch. And if that awareness is growing, we think that this will also help. Just let people know that this is also a risk factor.
Okay.
Yes, can I just actually add to that?
Yeah.
The first case that I told you about, the man who was switched from sertraline to escitalopram, he was having problems from the sertraline. He was almost certainly going to have problems from the escitalopram as well. But at the end of the day, he will have had lingering problems from the sertraline he had been on. He may have had more problems from the sertraline he was abruptly withdrawn from. And he had a third set of problems probably, which was the escitalopram he was now being put on. So, you know, even if you've been okay on these pills, if you're abruptly withdrawn from them, you may commit suicide because of the delirium and agitation they can cause on withdrawal.
Yeah. Let me put one word about this. I think Jim van Os is a Dutch psychiatrist who is fighting with the insurance companies about tapering strips, and that's what Peter is also advising, to use pre-designed ways to get rid of pills again. So that's a good advice for the nurses. Take knowledge of that and take it home and use it more often. Okay, we'll stop this and we'll say goodbye to you. Thank you for your lecture.
Okay, take care, goodbye.
Recording. The next speaker is Igor van Laren. And Igor, you're here alive and kicking, so can you introduce yourself? Please tell. Ja. Hij heeft je lecture, ja. Still something. Well, I'll give a short notice about Igor. I invited him because he has been a street doctor, I think, in India. Barefoot doctor, you were once? Yeah. And he is a general practitioner, I thought, and also psychiatrist? No, you are the street doctor founder, yeah. You do.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much for your introduction. It's wonderful to be here, thank you so much. That was a nice presentation of Professor Healy. Thing that come to my mind is what kind of doctors, what kind of nurses are behind this prescription behavior. And it has a lot to do with education. What schools are you in? Medical schools are extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. What people, they call the education, they call it medicine. They don't call it healthcare. Medicine is medication. So doctors are dealers and dangerous. I've been a doctor for 30 years, and I just got a new job in addiction healthcare. And over the last, since 1st of January, I've seen about 163 patients, and I prescribed twice. And they're all on heavy drugs. I don't believe in medication. I believe in power of people. I believe if you educate them, if you explain them and acknowledge them, and if you reach out to them and look at their talents and their possibilities and say, hey, you matter, it's much stronger than any of those stupid pills that has been mentioned by the mafia pharmaceutical world. Okay, that's that. So if you don't listen, and patients just, when they don't feel good with taking the pills, why don't you stop them? Just stop it. You're ignorant. Yeah, just don't take them. Okay, anyway, homelessness, ill health, and death on the streets. Like Cecile said, I've been on the street for 15 years on my bike. I was a biking doctor in Amsterdam, going to the people who are under the bridges in the parks and the poor houses. And so I learned to know the people, at the bottom of our society and their problems and their features and what their needs were and the response of all kinds of things. So I'd like to introduce you to George. George is 42. He lives with his mother. What comes to your mind when you only know this? What comes to your mind? He lives with his mother. What? Tell me.
I have pity for the mother.
Pity for the mother. Okay. Why?
Normal in Italy.
Sorry?
It's normal.
Normal in Italy. So Italian men are all babies, right? Yeah.
It's not a disease in Italy.
Okay, good. That's nice. Mama makes good spaghetti, right? Yeah. Okay. So.
I just want to know why, because there are.
That's why I ask you.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there are a lot of explanations for it. I mean, it can be also a problem with his mother, like that she needs care from him, which is so
possible.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I think of Sid Barrett, who founded Pink Floyd. I don't know if you guys know Sid Barrett, who founded Pink Floyd, the rock group.
Yeah, of course.
Living with his mother, he developed psychosis and schizophrenia, and he lived.
All right.
So, Pink Floyd all his life with his mother. So that maybe one.
And their mothers, yeah. Okay.
But not the only one.
Okay. Good. So anything else? Right. Okay. Yeah. So there is, you see, by only a few words of information, your mind can create a whole world, right? So you need to dive in, and because of time, I can lecture for hours, but we have a little time. So I give you a few more. What does this say? There's an intellectual disability. Yes, that's correct. So he lives still with his mom, and mom is still looking after him. He goes to the shouting workshop, and collects stamps and computers. So he's like a withdrawn social life, and his sister comes by once in a while. What can happen? What's the worst thing that can happen?
Mother dies.
Mother dies. Okay. She does. What happens? He buys stamps and alcohol. Sister still comes along. What can happen? Hoarding. Okay. A mess in the house. Okay, what else? Addiction, right. Isolated. Right. No money. So you see a social, medical decay, right? Indeed, of course, he doesn't get the food that he's used to, but he starts to drink. Why is he yelling at night? Afraid. We're all afraid, but in this case. So he's even more withdrawn. He doesn't go to the workshop anymore, and the neighbors start to complain. So, and he receives letters, official letters. What do you think happened to the letters? They don't not open. And if he opened, what he can't read them. Even I had a few years of education. I don't understand the letters, official letters from the government either. Because they have to go to school, all these civil servants, to learn to read and write. So his sister comes by and sees this mess. And the GP is called. What should the GP do? Or the nurse in case. Support what? The GP, what should the GP do?
What does he do? Well, won't be prescribing medicine that goes wrong, but I know what he should do.
What should he do?
Well, listen to him.
Listen, how?
Talk.
Yeah, but how?
Cleaning up the system. Taking the system to the house.
Take the sister to the house. So?
You should clean the house with him.
The doctor. The doctor should clean the house with him. Great. Yeah, I moved some bottles sometimes. Yeah. So, what I'm trying to get at is, well, you get the GP gets the phone call, right? I'm worried about my brother, blah blah blah, blah, the whole thing. But what should he do? Go visit. House call. The house call is the best thing you do. Doctors, they call them in huisarts, in Dutch, huisarts. So, but it's not a huisarts anymore. It's a practice arts. He's his own practice arts. He doesn't come out anymore. So he's hidden behind a computer. Huh? So what can happen? The GP, he writes down on the note, but the note goes away and there's an emergency and he misses it. So what can happen? Okay. He loses his house. Why?
Financial fault and because the landlord will
Yeah. You know, it's funny, he only has been living with his mother for 42 years in the same place. And he's not on the rent contract. So the system allows the housing or the landlord to kick him out because he's not on the contract. It's a terrible system. And the government is not interested in evictions. Totally not interested in evictions. They have no clue about evictions. Okay. A while later, he's evicted. He cannot find his way. He sleeps rough, drinks, he's cold, he's scared. And one day, he stumbles into a day center, right? In Amsterdam, you have a few places. There's a near the Leidseplein. The chair project is under a parking building. The women can come in 5:30 and the man at 6. And then you give a shower and there's, for 10 cents, a cup of coffee or soup. The day center, Salvation Army, or with the soup, this army soup bus. And when you want a luxury place to sleep is the night shelter. Some places. So he comes in at the day center and he's neglected and exhausted and he says, I don't want to live any longer. So what should the worker at the shelter do? So there's only, in matter of care, there's only 4 questions. Of course, you're being hospitable, you sit down and you cup of coffee, you say, okay, you just take it at ease. Sometimes, but instead of 300 questions that are fired at homeless people entering the shelters, there's only 4 needed. These 4. In terms of care, in the first place, it's like an emergency situation. There's a person neglected, exhausted, on alcohol, hasn't been sleeping, lost his mom, intellectual disability, poor diet. So there's a lot going on. But you don't know. But you see, your senses don't betray you, just your judgment betrays you. So these 4 questions. Where do you sleep? Because we need to organize a place to sleep. Do you have an ID? Without the ID, you can't do anything. Do you have a health insurance? Because if you need access to care, it's always nice to have a health insurance. And do you have health problems at the moment? Yes. What should happen at this moment? There's 4 times no. 3 times no and yes at the bottom. Yeah, of course, he has health problems. Give him a place to sleep. Is that enough? Oh, okay. It's like Friday afternoon, 4 o'clock. So what's going on? What's going on? We'll wait till Monday. Okay, so a bed. Your bed, okay. Food, bed.
And physical research.
Physical examination. Okay. Okay. So who should do that? The social worker?
The
Street dog. Hey, yes, great. So what should happen at the day center? What should happen? So a street nurse of a street doctor. In Holland, we have 44 cities that are appointed by the government to provide shelter and care for the homeless. And it says somewhere in a document that they should organize the healthcare. But only 12 cities have doctors, street doctors and nurses available to provide healthcare for the homeless. So there are 30 cities have, I don't know what. So I don't know friends in all those cities. Well, only in 12 or 14 cities we know doctors and nurses. We have the group of street doctors, but anyway. So by asking a few questions, you find out that he's, okay, confused, he cries and over his mom, and 2 liters of beer is much cheaper than water, 4 cans from the supermarket, so 18 or 20 cents or something for a half a liter. It's German beer, and now he's been on bad diet, of course. His feet hurt and never feeds no medication. Okay. Then the physical examination. He stinks. His temperature is raised. He's dehydrated, and of course, there's not enough volume of his blood, so blood pressure goes up and his pulse is elevated. His lungs give a funny sound, and he has pain here, and he has tramps feet with ulcerations. Hasn't been taking off his shoes for 3 weeks and his socks for 3 weeks. It happens because they become stolen, and without shoes it's quite hard on the street. So sometimes I have met people that haven't taken off their shoes for 6 months. So and socks. Can you imagine what a zoo? Okay. So these things happen. There's another guy that was wearing 7 jogging pants, with these elastics, and that gives irritation and ulceration. This guy was 62 years old. He lived with his wife and played billiards and came home after drinking 1 beer, and he became aggressive, hit his wife, and the wife said, out, and he started wandering, and he was taken up by the police to the police station where I saw him, and he had a blood sugar of 40, which is like way, way, way too high, but it can give you some mental confusion. So then we found his foot, and thought, oops, this is black, and black is death. So the surgeon said, well, just wait and see. And after a month, he had a clean feet. His wife came and visited, and his brother played billiard again. They went home. He wasn't homeless anymore. So what I want to show you is that the process of social medical decay, if events happen, that, when you're depending on someone, and the mother is replacing about 40 social and health care providers. So if you're smart, you always help mothers. You be good to mothers. Always be nice to mothers. That's actually the biggest health intervention that you can provide. So if mom dies, but sister is involved, it's too far, but it cannot help. And loneliness, fear, and beer, and yelling and neglect starts to do. So we have a result of community and system failure, because the GP didn't come, because he's too busy. The workshop didn't reach out. I had to see, hey, what's going on? The landlord failed because he wasn't, and the system failed, and let people just, because they have to prove that they're unable all the time. Homeless people and vulnerable people always have to prove that they're unable, and they're deadly tired of being unable, and that's why they die. They die young because they're tired of fighting the system and provide. So a bed was extremely dangerous to give to this man if you don't know what's going on. Are there any health risks for this guy, for George? Now, because of time, I'll show you. Oh, he can die the same night. Okay? So there's lots of possibilities that can happen if you don't know. But the poor people working in the shelters are all the time confronted with extremely ill people. It's the biggest mental health institution in the shelters in the world. everywhere in the Western world, the shelters are mental health care. And they're provided services from volunteers and very low educated people with the heart at the right place, but not the skills. Okay, so homelessness and suicide start at home. So I like to focus a little bit on high risk and the causes of homelessness. Of course, it's nice, like the law is always on the colonial side and on the structures on the right-wing governments. We have a very dangerous government over the last 40 years. Everything is put on the market and only the strong people survive on the market. So those who cannot follow are just left behind, and if they can't do it, they say, oh, it's your own responsibility. So poverty is your own responsibility. Mental health problems, it's the whole thing altogether. And for youth, we see an extreme increase in youth homelessness over the last 10, 15 years. Triple or fourfold influx. And it has many to do with system failure. If you're 18, you're supposed to be on your own, and you have to make your own money. So if you get your benefits, and your mom is getting benefits, you're being shorted. So it's a problem. So the whole income and debt control support for poor people, for vulnerable people, sucks. It's just really, really bad, badly organized. First, and then there is no definition of homelessness, clear definition of homelessness in Holland. There is no national plan. There is a plan, but it doesn't work because it's not made by people who know what they talk about. They're called politicians. So there's a lack of cost of housing. The housing market is extremely criminalized. Our government allows people to have more than 3 homes, to buy more than 3 homes. It's allowed. Allow people to pay 2,000 euros of rent per month. What kind of crook you are. It makes me extremely mad. There's no targeted screening and community support programs for high-risk population in high-risk periods. So when a guy leaves prison who's taken heroin before, if you don't know what you're doing, the guy might die 2 days later of an overdose of heroin because the guy doesn't know that he has no tolerance to opiates anymore. So you need to know about people. Okay. On my way, on my bike, I see some people being homeless in Amsterdam. So I was looking at data. We have a lot of data in our country, but we don't have smart data. But the people who play with the data, they have PhDs, they are professors, but they're still not smart enough because they don't know about life at the bottom and life in reality. So there's no reality-based policy making. Because if we see these numbers, I had to look very hard to find these numbers. Where's the overlap? Who's who? Who's where? Is there a sex worker who is a shelter user who is confused by the police and the child is abused and is an alcoholic and has financial debts? Who is who? As long as we don't know this, no social medical statistics, we cannot make proper policy. We cannot provide sufficient housing. We cannot provide adjusted housing. It's impossible. Well, there are a few things that we know, intellectual disability, that are 2 million people have problems with going by, but we have an extremely difficult place. So, among those, among all those people in these groups, there are 4 groups that we should not, should minimize in any society. So it is focused that you don't want to have these groups. Those 4 groups, if you talk about prevention, you talk about prevention of suicide, but it's useless if you don't focus on the people who are at highest risk of suicide. So you need to be smart. But then we come back to women again. You have to be nice to women. If there's a woman knocking on your door, always help. Always help. If there's a homeless woman, take her off the street today. No, we are full, all the bed, no problem. Put an extra mattress, I don't care, put her in. Women are extremely vulnerable on the streets. They're used, they're misused, They're violent, they're victimized, and they already are victimized from very young. Otherwise, you don't come in the street as a woman. The women in the streets are extremely damaged. There's a lot of abuse, sexual abuse, and a lot of borderline, a lot of issues like that. So there's a need for social medical care, integrated. You see by the cases of David, they only focus on the bloody medication. Come on. The guy who couldn't sleep. So what? Whose problem is that? Mind your own problems. Come on. I don't give you pills for sleeping. Come on. Relax, man. Have sex. It's much better. But that is the case. They don't talk, the doctors don't talk about sex. They're ashamed to address the issue. But the guy feels rejected for so long, and he's been working so hard, and his life is it's always talk about that. So talk about life instead of stupid pills. Okay, so we need a lot of doctors and nurses that know about life, about street life. Because street life, you learn all the policies at the top. They will hit the hardest at the bottom. So what we did is I visited the cities and who are the doctors and nurses in these cities and said, okay, let's come together and make this network. We share our experiences. We do a yearly symposium. We do some research and we publish, and we ask the media to give some attention to some issues that we need and raise awareness. And a few years ago, we had the honor to organize the 14th International Street Medicine Symposium in Rotterdam with 300 street doctors from all over the world. It was great. And this is Jim Withers, who's the founder of street medicine in the US. So, to wrap up, street medicine lessons is that vulnerability starts at home. And all these issues, like poverty, you know about. But the thing is, focus on inclusiveness, trauma, motivation, and talent, and make friends. So as a health worker, you need to make friends. A good doctor has many friends. Otherwise, you don't know what you're doing. Because you know, hey, you're interested in making furniture? I have a guy who makes furniture. Go and visit him. Hey, Georgie, I have a guy here who is interested in... One phone call, you can help him. It's much healthier than any health intervention that you can think of. Okay, so then we all have to organize round table conferences about the patient. Oh my goodness, waste of time. Because everyone has an opinion. In an opinion, you have nothing in healthcare. Okay, some literature and a thank you.
Okay, I leave room for one question, but I guess you are such an excellent person to fill in what Ian Marsh said us yesterday. So this is such a clear example of what is needed, actually. So I thank you very much. But is there anyone for one question?
It's too clear.
I think you have been very clear.
Yeah, it's too clear. It's too clear.
Maybe it's not necessary. Yeah, I think everybody likes your speech.
Okay,
so thank you. Then we give the floor to Wouter Kusters. I admire him from far, and I studied philosophy myself. Wouter is a philosopher and also a linguist, and also he has been through psychosis earlier, and he is going to give his view on suicide, I think.
Yes, thank you, Cecile.
Okay.
For for giving me the opportunity to speak here on suicide. And I completely agree with Igor. Let's talk about life, but because we are on this occasion, we should also talk about the other thing, and that's death. Because we are on this edge between life and death when we are talking about suicide. I have a kind of written text which I'm going to read to you. I hope you enjoy it or not. And we can have a discussion and talk afterwards. I'm going to tell you some personal, philosophical, and more generally human things about the act of suicide. And before I start, I have to tell you that I'm not an expert in suicide itself or in suicidology, as it is called in the literature. I'm not a counselor or a nurse, and I've never attempted suicide myself. But I will start with a small anecdote. Once upon a time, in 2007 to be precise, I was in a quite gloomy state of mind, in which nothing made sense or had meaning anymore. All spiritual and mental life seemed to have been sucked away, and I was stuck in a kind of soggy swamp where time seemed to stand still. It was nothing but suffering, with no reason or cause, not in homelessness or whatsoever, for that suffering. Yet at no time did I seriously consider ending my life. I knew that a good life did exist somewhere, that it was possible that this miserable time would pass and that the lust for life would return. But although I never had serious plans to commit suicide, at that time I did have a fascination with ways of committing suicide. And I searched the internet for all kinds of information about how you can commit suicide, who had done it, why and how. Well, my personal case is neither exceptional nor particularly noteworthy, I think, but I use this anecdote for a different consideration. The fact is that when I later spoke to a friend about this, he said to me that in itself, looking for information about suicide on the internet shows that you are more likely to commit suicide. And so, although I may never have seriously thought about it myself, my objective risk of suicide was increased at that time. Epidemiological statistical research indeed shows that there are several factors that increase the risk of suicide. Some of these factors they are well known here, I think. Whether suicide occurred in your immediate family, whether you live in a large city or in a smaller town, pursuing a profession as an artist or poet, migrating to another culture, lacking a stable, trustworthy relationship with others, homelessness, and so on and so on. No doubt, the epidemiologists and statisticians among us know a lot more about such probabilities and correlations. And this is also certainly valuable information for general psychosocial support in the prevention of suicide, as Igor showed with this particular high-risk groups, of course. For example, if it turns out that there is a certain combination of factors that greatly increases the risk of suicide, you should pay more attention to these people at the group level. However, such generalized findings do not bring us any closer to the people concerned. For everyday nursing practice, general explanations in terms of causal relationships are insufficient. Instead of explanations, something else is needed, namely understanding. In psychology and philosophy, understanding and explaining are two completely different things, which are nevertheless often mixed up. If you understand a suicidal person, then you understand how this particular individual experiences and thinks. You can put yourself in their shoes, sympathize with them, and look with them into the abyss of death. But if you want to explain a suicide scientifically, you leave out the black box of the person's inner self and subordinate it to the average, external and observable behavior of a group. You then reason about a group of cases as if they were rats in a maze, some of which do not find the exit, or do find the exit. Take the example of the suicide of the well-known Dutch writer, Joost Zwageman. If we explain his suicide scientifically, we can note that his father had attempted suicide. Joost Zwageman had also been living apart from his wife and children for several years. Moreover, he was a writer. In addition, just like me, he had been almost obsessively preoccupied with suicide for a long time prior to his suicide. When we add up these risk factors, we can scientifically establish how much greater the chance was that Zwageman committed suicide than an average Dutch man or Dutch woman for whom these risk factors do not apply. But what use are all these chances and risk factors when you talk to someone for whom this applies? And even more, what use is it to the person him or herself? What use was this knowledge to Joost Zwageman or to me at the time when we were pondering on suicide? When we know all about probability patterns of suicide, do we also know why Zwageman did it? Talking in terms of risk and chances conceals the fact that with suicide we are not dealing with gradual chances, with risk increases and risk decreases, but with absolute decisions. People decide for themselves whether they will commit suicide or not. A chance suggests that there's an objective possibility, that there is a chance somewhere on a scale between 0 and 100%. But it is not about an objective chance on a sliding scale, but about a subjective decision about something you do or do not do. Talking about suicide in terms of chances and probabilities suggests exactitude and scientificity. But in fact, they are unreal abstractions. The chance of getting lung cancer is higher if you smoke. And this is a real objective chance. A certain percentage of smokers will get indeed lung cancer, whether they want it or not. Lung cancer is more common among smokers. It is something that just happens to you. This cannot be said of, for example, the relationship between whether you have a parent who committed suicide and whether you will commit suicide yourself. Talking about it in a similar way with concepts like risks and probabilities makes it seem as if suicide happens to you, in an analogous way to how lung cancer happens to someone who smokes. It is as if someone who commits suicide or wants to commit suicide no longer has a will of his or her own, no freedom of choice, but is an unwilling subject to objective increases in probability, of which he or she must then hope that the increase does not lead to the act outside of the person itself. This also applies when we refer to a mental disorder, such as depression, as a risk factor. Depressed people, when you examine it on a group level, do also appear to commit suicide more often, just as with many other mental disorders. But it makes little sense to start talking to people who are depressed about the increased risk that they run of suicide because of their depression. For here too, there's a great cloud of conflicting, complex inner considerations, thoughts and feelings that precede suicide. From that cloud suddenly emerges a decision: suicide or no suicide. It makes no sense to reduce that person's subjective complexity to a quasi-objective term like depression. And to add one more metaphor to this argument, when a depression is like a clouding of the sky, a suicide is like an unexpected strike of lightning, facilitated by the clouding, but not caused by it. In addition, citing terms such as depression in cases of suicide makes even less sense than citing smoking in cases of lung cancer, for this reason, because in the definition of depression, the supposed consequence is already included as a possible symptom. Having suicidal thoughts is in itself an indication of depression. Thus, you sometimes hear this strange, twisted reasoning that in cases of suicides that we do not understand, the suicidal persons must have been depressed. Otherwise, they would not commit suicide. The supposedly prior depression derived from the suicide then suddenly becomes an explanation or causing factor of that same suicide. And also because depression is often considered just as an illness like any other, we become deceived by our own thoughts and language, as if the person did not really want to commit suicide, but was forced to do so by the illness, as if suicide were the logical outcome of a history written by doctors in terms of illness, and as if it were not the most free act possible, namely the self-determination over life and death. In the absence of religion and autonomous thinking, we prefer to listen to the doctor's soothing words, and we get disconnected from complex questions without answers surrounding life and death. In the scientific and medical language, the absurdity and paradox of the act of suicide and the horror and fascination of the suicidal person disappear. The problem of suicide disappears from the realm of freedom and ends up in the realm of disease patterns and symptoms, in the realm of the unfree and the impersonal. In everyday nursing practice, where contact between people is central, suicide risk assessments are no more than the preconditions, the frameworks within which the encounter between the person who wants to live and the person who does not takes place. And just as in good psychiatry, an objective diagnosis should only be the first start of a conversation and not the conclusion. Scientific suicidology can only be that, a preparatory phase of care, but not yet care itself. The scientific views imply a sober, observant attitude towards suicide, in which the freedom aspect of suicide is hidden from view, and in which the theme of suicide is wrapped up in a language that talks about observable behavior and phenomena. In this way, a distant, detached position is taken in which the actual people involved, the suicides, are not granted any capacity to act. In other situations, this is called a medical gaze, observational distance, or analytical coldness. Questions about the meaning and sense of life and death do not play a role in this analytical medical kind of reasoning. And therefore it is possibly a candidate for replacement, as David Healy in fact said, by automatic calculating systems, machines like AI systems or robots. In contrast with the real care workers, of course, the nurses, that can principally never be replaced by any kind of robot. Besides the clinical, or rather statistical behavioral view, another way of thinking and talking about suicide plays an important role in our time. This is the individualistic liberal ideology in which autonomy and respect for individual choices are central. From such thinking, one stresses the freedom of choice, and one will not so easily hinder the other's freedom, nor morally condemn the other. In this liberalism, one tries not to set limits or impose coercion on the other person. Despite all the good intentions, this attitude also implies a certain detachment, impartiality, but also a distance from the existential questions of life and death, which are precisely at the heart of suicide. Both the scientific attitude and the individualistic liberal conception of autonomy are the fundamental values of our time. Both have strong arguments and are defensible and respectable positions. Both are also partly a reaction to earlier practices around suicides, which are now often seen as immoral. After all, for centuries, suicide has been severely condemned both by the church and by the state. It was punishable by corporal punishment, imprisonment, and even the death penalty. With the scientific objective view and the legal concept of self-determination, it was hoped that this morality could be overcome, but it led to an often cold and detached attitude in our societies and in official discourse. Nevertheless, despite the general detached scientific outlook and the liberal laissez-faire attitude, suicide is still considered an avoidable act. No longer by means of a legal condemnation by the state or a religious judgment by religion, but still simply in an everyday way. Because no matter how much autonomy and freedom we grant to others, we find it intensely sad when our nearest and dearest depart from life. Not because of the law, not because of religion, but simply out of direct sympathy, compassion, solidarity, and a sense of being in the world together. We live together, and the suicide of one person is also the burden of another. It hurts to see those close to you suffer, or to see them want to stop living because those others are fundamentally us. And it is ultimately from this everyday common life of those left behind that the why question is asked. And this is not a scientific why, which gets an answer in terms of probabilities and objective connections. It is a why to which no answer will be adequate, and which has more the characteristics of an exclamation or an accusation, without it being clear against whom this exclamation or accusation can be made and is made. From the dismay and the why question follows a personal search or investigation of what had happened. And this searching of the why afterwards is at the same time a searching of the why for next times and for other occasions, and an investigation of how prevention can work. How can we ensure that this is prevented? How to further investigate the why of suicide beyond science, beyond generalizing psychology. What we can do in such an understanding research is to try to put ourselves in the shoes of the suicidal person, to explore the suicidal world from the inside. Of course, it helps when we have tangible messages from our loved one's inner world. What he or she had already told us before, or what we find in diaries or letters afterwards, or simply what comes up in conversations with the suicidal person. Then we try to understand what it is like to be him or her, or to have been him or her. In understanding this, we not only understand an individual other person, but we also understand the more general moods and attitudes towards the world that everyone has. Just as Igor said, the fear that all of us have. It is an understanding from qualitative recognition and not from quantitative determination. With understanding, you learn something of concepts that fall outside the measurable range of scientific psychology, such as despair, loneliness, disgust, failure, melancholy, meaninglessness, etc. And you understand the backgrounds, circumstances, and the factors that play a role in the context of suicide. We then read the many suicide accounts, fictional or non-fictional. We then come to understand them to some extent, because we then also touch our own loneliness and despair by recognition. We are still doing research. It might as well be called scientific, but it is of a different kind. It is involved rather than detached. It is about qualities rather than quantities. It is about stories and interpretations rather than facts and behavior. This research may be called narrative or interpretive or even phenomenological. This research requires the ability to think analytically as well as to think and perceive spherically, visually and interpretively. But still, also the listening, sympathetic, understanding attitude towards suicide comes up against the limit. This too does not lead to total unraveling. It may help us to understand the worlds and thoughts leading up to suicide. But ultimately, the act of suicide itself remains incomprehensible. Jeroen Brouwers, the Dutch writer who died last week, says the following in his monumental study of suicide among writers. The incomprehensibility lies not so much in the complexity of the suicidal world, but more in the act of the suicidant, which, although originating in a world, is directed at a non-world, at something that is not about life, something that has no content, is unknowable, and about which nothing meaningful can be said. In other words, you can understand the whole background of the suicide act, but that still leaves the question, then why suicide? The world can be awful, worthless, frightening or depressing, and it may seem understandable that someone would want to get away from it. But that getting away is not an escape, because an escape, the word escape, the concept of escape implies leaving a space and going to another space. Suicide is more of a space destruction than an escape. And apart from destroying space, it is also destroying time. Suicide is not an act in the world, just like other acts are. Instead, it is the act that ends the world. Suicide does not take place in the world, but on the boundary of the world. And therefore on the boundary of the comprehensible and empathic. This brings us to the limits of the narrative and the interpretive, and to the abstract emptiness, to the abstract emptiness of the inexpressible and the incomprehensible. And there we also come to the paradox of suicidal freedom. I said it before, suicide is by definition an act that is performed in freedom. After all, if it were not a free act, it would not be suicide, but murder, natural death, or an accident. The freedom of suicide is stranger and darker than that of the modern concept of freedom that is related to autonomy and responsibility. It is not a freedom that the human subject possesses, that they can use and shape to their will, but it is a freedom that that same human subject, including its freedom, abolishes. Nor is it about the freedom to be able to take balanced decisions. Instead, it is a paradoxical freedom that chooses between incomparable, impossible possibilities. For there is no balance. There is no balance of pros and cons of suicide. There's only a decision from nowhere. And this term, balanced suicide, that is found in the literature, is therefore fully misplaced. If we were to use the metaphor of the balance or the scales, the result would only be a scale with on the one side life, with its supposed qualities and temptations of pleasure, meaning and happiness. But on the other hand, there would only be a hammer. And that hammer does not outweigh the temptations, but smashes this whole scale so that there's nothing left to wave anymore. No balance. Suicide is the paradoxically voluntary step into the zone where free will no longer exists. It is an act of life in which one chooses not to live. In suicide, the arm, the hand, and your body make movements with the aim of making movement impossible. With suicide, you choose to never be able to choose again. Because all of these bewildering paradoxes, talking and thinking about suicide is like being in a minefield. Those who strive for measurable solutions, results and conclusions end up in false solutions, false certainties, or failed attempts at understanding the incomprehensible. Yet we must continue to talk and think about it, because where there is silence, isolation and loneliness lie in wait. And as long as the why question has not a definitive answer, there is hope, and then the decision is still postponed. Okay, that's...
Thank you. That was a good lecture. Who has a question to this? Peter.
Well, about the why question, and this is a very personal thing. My father committed suicide, I think, more than 40 years ago, and I've suffered from suicidal thoughts many, many times over the years. And I've always been thinking about the why question. I've been active for 113 online. And recently I read a book which turned the question upside down. And that's from C.A. Soper. I have it here. And this really changed my life because he turns the question around. He says, we should not ask the question, why do people commit suicide? We should ask the question the other way around, why do people not commit suicide? I find this very interesting, and there are evolutionary arguments also for it, because the reasoning is simple. We can decide to commit suicide at any point in our life when we want, if we have troubles, right? And if we commit suicide, our troubles are over, whatever comes next. And his question is, and I don't say if it's wrong or if it's right, but philosophically and also practically, I think this has a lot of implications, like, why don't we do this? And, well, I don't know if you have any comments on that.
No, well,
C.A. Soper. I find it a very interesting book, but that's, of course, for everybody else. It's from an evolutionary standpoint, but it's turning around the question. It gave me very different thoughts about our approaches. And for instance, about the striving of 113 online to go to zero suicide. I never
Yes.
believed in that, but now I don't believe in it any much more even now.
Yes.
But it's something to consider for people itself. And well, you're a philosopher, so you can say something about it. What do you think about turning around to this question?
Well, thank you very much. Well, that is indeed what I in fact mean. I say there is this why question scientifically can be answered in terms of factors and risks, objectively measurable. And then there's this other why question, and I call it why suicide. But it's a question of an exclamation of why is there this death? But also, you can also express this question into a question, how you conceptualize it. Why live? Why life? So it is indeed my question, is in a sense your question, that it leads to a narrative at least, that it leads to some external symbols or whatever, that it leads to more and not to nothing anymore. Yes, thank you.
I think we stop here to have a drink. I'm sorry for that, Wouter, but we ran out of time because of David Healy speaking so long and me being a bad chairman. But I think your lecture is an excellent pre-word for the next presentation after the break, because someone is explaining, someone is going into the shoes of someone else. But we'll see that after the break. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes to talk. Oh, ik dacht 15:30 tot 15:45. En dan... Oh, sorry. Are there more questions? Can you say something about his lecture? Because I think it's an excellent bridge to your work.
I thought so too. Because I'm going to talk after the tea party. And my sister died of suicide 7 years ago. And she was suicidal for many years already. And I was always interested in the question suicide, also before her depression started. And I also try to think about, we end anyway, we're going to die anyway. So suicide is, to me, like you have an autonomous, we are autonomous persons, so why don't we are allowed to control our own lives? You're born not on your own will, but why do you have to stay in this life because of the social surroundings you're living in, and pressure, and you feel you created yourself, your own family, and so in a way I understand suicide, though I think it's a problem because there's not there's too less discussion about it, because of course we want to prevent. I think we want to prevent and to help people who are in despair and they want to be helped but don't know how. But yeah, in a way I respect also people who make a decision just pure because of the sadness is they have to do it alone. I think that is very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a question, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, then and I think our drive to, well, the question, shall I commit suicide or shall I live? It is, the decision is taken every moment to live, as long as you do not take the decision to die. Although, yeah, we have the capacity or the possibility to commit suicide, and well, we cannot. We cannot decide it rationally, because it's not a choice between apples and oranges. That well, now I decide this one, and for the next time I decide the other one. So I have both of them. That's not possible with this choice. So it's a very strange choice. But yeah, there's one thing when I would criticize myself of my own lecture. What I was thinking about when Igor had this lecture. I say in a way, well, this whole scientific approach is not leading you towards the persons themselves, because you have you need an understanding, person-centered approach, and only from this common world that we are all together. We do not want that our loved ones die, and that is the motivation to prevent suicide. But in fact, to be critical on that is only the motivation to prevent that our loved ones do not die. But that persons that live on their own, who are lonely, I do not have a personal relationship to them. It's only an abstract thought that I do not want them to die. But how do we have a responsibility as a society? And if so, then this responsibility can only be implemented scientifically, I think. So there's more to it than only, well, I'm just now criticizing my own, you should do this, but...
Yeah, thank you.
I give you the microphone because I see you nodding your head.
Well, you know, we are very good in creating loneliness. Over the last 30, 40 years, you know, what depends where you've grown up. If you've grown up in a village, like I did, I think I know about meeting people, talking to people, connecting. If you're in a city, which I call a concrete jungle of organized loneliness, it's a big city, it's much easier to feel lonely and to feel left out and carried away with your thoughts and your problems. And when you don't mention or talk about your problems, you can go down the drain, and your self-esteem is low, and it's so easy to have these thoughts. Yeah. It's just, I don't want this, but the matter of life and death, maybe not even in their minds, but then as an impulsive act. People are on drugs or on alcohol, they take an overdose accidentally and they die. Yeah. It's not suicide, but it could be. Yeah. Even if it's not really intentional. But you know, it's it's difficult. But you know, the loneliness is an important thing, and it starts with youth and with the stupid COVID regulations, no use. You know, a few people die from COVID, so what? You know.
But then still, well, indeed, of course, when we talk about common worlds, and that within these common worlds we care for each other because we are commons, we are grounded in the common. Then we already reach out to this other, and certainly we should do what we can to create common worlds in which also these lonely people are recognized, and in which they are into the common world. But still then it remains a problem, of course, because Joost Zwageman, he committed suicide. He was not lonely. He had lots of contacts. Yes, indeed, but of course, but in the end, people are... Existentially, everyone is on its own, and we are lonely, and we are, of course, lonely. Those among us are absolutely lonely. Those who make the decision to commit suicide, and from the moment of decision to the moment of the suicidal act, that's the most lonely part in the world. Then you are in this zone of not among the living, because you are already towards. Yes.
They don't see the others, the community, and they
feel
entrapped, and so there's only one way out, and that's suicide.
Yes, indeed. We can conceptualize it as an entrapment, in which they think the way out of it, the way out, but it's not the way out, because the way out leads to an outside space. But still, there's some twist. But the same twist we have when we do not commit suicide, but indeed, yeah.
Who's in charge for someone who considers suicide? Let's
Yeah. Well, when my loved ones would say, I want to commit suicide, I would take them to a place and be there. Yeah, well, of course, a time out for this decision, you mean? Yeah. Yeah.
Exemplary for what you see. He was an intelligent man.
Mm-hmm.
He knew about suicide.
Yeah.
He was interested about suicide.
Yeah.
He was very committed to preventing suicide by others.
Indeed.
And at the particular moment he committed suicide, all this did not count. My father committed suicide.
Mm-hmm.
He knew he had loved ones.
Mm-hmm.
He knew there were people who wanted him.
Yeah.
But at the moment that it happened, and it may have been accidental or whatever, perhaps if
Mhm.
something else would have happened, things would have gone different, we don't know.
Yeah.
But at that moment, all these things did not count. And
Mhm.
this can be just a moment. So you can get into space, but you will not prevent everything.
Mhm.
No, but most people I talk with who are suicidal told me in the moment of the attempt, they say other ones are better off without me.
For instance.
That's
Mhm.
the thoughts they have at that moment.
It's a feeling. It's more a feeling, I think, than a thought.
Feeling, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Right. I tell them it's a thought.
I mean, it does
Mhm.
nothing to do with logic at that time, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, we will join that also. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
Manon Parry here once again, and introducing our final session. And I'm really pleased, as a historian of medicine and a former museum curator, to be chairing this session, because it's going to bring us back to some historical collections, objects, and archival material from the history of nursing and suicide. So I'm really pleased to be involved in this session. And I'd like to introduce first our speakers, Carina Neefjes, who is Head of Communication and Education from the Museum of the Mind in Haarlem, who just won the 2022 European Museum of the Year Award for their new renovated exhibition. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And she'll be presenting with Jantine de Bruin here, who an artist who also contributed to the exhibition that won the award. And they'll be talking about suicide in the collection of the Museum of the Mind in Haarlem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you all. Thank you. My name is Corinne. Well, I was introduced already, and yeah, just repeat it once more. We are, of course, we're really, really proud that 2 weeks ago we have won the European Museum of the Year Award. For Museum of the Mind, it's a great honor to receive this prestigious award. Okay, it's a great honor for me to tell you about our art and culture programs where we make mental health of a topic of discussion, even for people who might think they're normal. We are the Museum of the Mind. We are fascinated by the artwork between your ears, because nothing is as diverse, fascinating, and at the same time as vulnerable as the human mind. Anyone who has had a bad night's sleep can tell you how thin the line is between feel normal and feeling different. Our history started more than 700 years ago in the dollhouse of Haarlem. For years, the dollhouse was home to people suffering from leprosy and the plague. Later, the building was host to the insane who needed to be kept out of the city. Of course, back then, physical and mental help looked nothing like it does now. The dark isolation cell and the tranquilizing chair are shocking by today's standards. Nowadays, our programs and exhibitions are focused on mental well-being. In 2019, we had a major renovation to the historical building and a big change of presentation. Almost the entire public space has been refurbished. Finally, our completely renovated Museum of the Mind opened in November 2020 by Her Majesty Queen Maxima. Due to the pandemic, it was a very intimate opening. We could only invite a few special guests. We had a few weeks of fame with many good reviews from public and press. Due to repeated lockdowns, unfortunately, we had to close the museum for more than half a year. That was very disappointing. We were reopened in the summer of 2021, and the museum was like the British artist Tracy Emin. Fantastic to feel beautiful again. Emin made this artwork after she recovered from a depression. In the renewed Museum of the Mind, you can discover more about your own mind and of the others in an interactive way. The program is based on our key message. Museum of the Mind believes in a society in which, no matter how your mind works, you are heard and seen and can participate on the basis of equality. We've got 3 storylines: taking care of the mind, thinking about the mind, and the imagination of the mind. In the permanent exhibition, we lead our visitors through the building by posing big life questions related to the mind. What is your mind? Who are you? Who do you see? Who takes care of your mind? And something else. What's normal and what's weird? Should we as humans change, or should we change our ideas of weird and normal? Belonging and participating, regardless of how you feel, look, or behave, is essential to our mental health. So that message runs through our program. Through art and culture, we show the inner world to the outside world so that we feel connected to each other. So you can see here also we have different tours. We call it the Open Mind Tour, the Flow So Art Tour, the Highlight Open Mind Tour, and a Special Kids Tour. Yeah. Our permanent exhibition ends with an innovative highlight, the Universal Declaration of the Open Mind. In our declaration, we make clear statements like, I'll embrace the diversity of the human mind, and I'm against stigma and exclusion. We invite all our visitors and partners to sign this declaration, to commit to having an open mind towards ourselves and others, because we believe that an open mind is a healthy mind. I'd like to tell you more about some current projects. We have special mental health programs for children, teenagers, and young adults. And one of our projects that we will start next year at school is the project Word Up. It's by participating in creative activities, we enable young people to put their thoughts into words. And I'd like to introduce now my colleague Jantien de Bruin. She will tell you something about her project, Sister Love.
Is it on? Is it working? Yeah? Okay, thank you for opportunity to tell about my work, Sister Love. Well, first, from origin, I'm a photographer, and I developed during the years other skills and more conceptual thinking. So, as an artist, I prefer to communicate through art. This visual way of communication is for me a way to express emotions, to tell a story, but also to communicate about complex topics that are not easy to explain. So I prefer to use a free form art with a documentary aspect. Well, where's Sister Love? I already told before the tea party. My sister died. It's about me. Sister Love is about me and my sister with underlying themes. In 2015, I lost my sister. She committed suicide. The 6 years, she was depressed for maybe 15 years already, but the last 6 years, no, 6 years prior, she did 4 attempts to end her life. She was desperate about not feeling better. Those were depressing years for her, but anxious years for us and her family. The struggle she went through was hard to support because she denied and found it hard to talk about. Only her husband was sometimes allowed to join the sessions with the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist was not allowed to speak with the rest of her family, and nor wanted my sister to be. So that is one of the symptoms was of her disease, in that case, in her situation, the depression. Doing it all by yourself, feeling ashamed of the ongoing depression and not showing your real mood. Otherwise you have to change for yourself things. So that's very exhausting for her. And 18 different medications were given to her in the 15 years prior. They didn't help. But I think they only made it worse. So we heard also from David Bailey, it is really a mess, these medication and the changing and the stopping. So instead of getting better, it got worse. I photographed ourselves, I think this is 20 years ago. This was at the beginning of her depression, I think. So during the process before her death, our relationship changed because also of her change of mind. The last year we experienced our sisterhood not anymore the way it used to be, as to say close. So a year of mourning after her suicide, I needed to reconnect with her by creating. That's of course my way of communicating or to deal with emotions. So I wanted to relive and to love the love and the good memories, instead of repeating the emotions and memories of the last traumatic years. They were too negative, so I wanted to go back to our real connection. So I started to make the installation and also a book, Sister Love. You might have seen it already. The installation is exhibited in a small space in the museum. It's like a cabinet. It's a sort of a living room of memories. And it was a healing process to make for me. It's a combination of photography, video and some objects, as you can see. And all elements are composed in a small space. Mourning, reconnection, understanding and love, loss, everything, are the themes and elements that I combine to tell our story. By creating Sister Love, I could anchor our shared past and memories. And it can be sort of consolation maybe for the viewer. So I use different cameras, techniques to express the story. Color and black and white, and digital and analog, they all live peacefully together to me. Every atmosphere and sentiment made me choose a certain technique, so it depends on what I want to express. So I started with Sister Love by looking at old pictures, old photo albums, which I found, that told something about our relationship and the way we grew up. So because of feeling cut off after losing a person close to you, is mainly expressed in the way the pictures are framed. So it's a small detail. The images reveal connection between the two figures or more. They reveal contact and similarities, and they show relationships and the dynamic of it. So these fragments from the past are combined with new images that associate to a memory. I made some landscape images in Switzerland because of our shared youth there and the carefree years we lived there. So those were the good years. We were very close at that time. And adding pictures of nature, I always do in my work. And yeah, they show also the endlessness and opposite of the impermanence of life. And there are also views we watch together, either on their own way, so it's a shared part of our lives. I also made in Switzerland a video transformation. It's a new work. It's a loop. I will start it. I don't know, does it start? Maybe we don't. Oh.
Oh, ga je terug.
Uh-oh. Ik deed dit. Even kijken hoor, ik wil die video spelen. Oké. En dan moet hij fullscreen. Nee.
Excuses.
Ja, en hoe zet ik hem dan aan? Want ik heb straks nog één video. Oh ja, die loopt hij, als het goed is. Ja. So maybe we don't see the whole video because it's about the idea is about it reflects to me my sister's behavior and her mood swings. So you see two night dresses she wore in the last years, filmed in our shared bedroom in the chalet in Switzerland. And by filming the night dresses against the sun in the wind, the video expresses her constant different moods, changing behavior. And she became more elusive to us. So she was like, her connection to Earth disappeared almost. And the colors blue and pink, you see, they change the night dresses. There were colors that remember me of our youth, and they continued in her wardrobe still. During her life, and our mother always chose pink and blue or red and blue. So maybe in the other pictures, you can recognize this. And this video is projected in the museum on a hanging glass plate. It's a sort of transparent plate that hangs on the ceiling. Yeah, I think this is the idea because of the time schedule. I continue. It's like going on, like changing. And in the cabinet, you also can see two letters hanging on the wall as an object. Those are fictitious letters. After her death, I wrote two fictitious letters. One from me to her, and the other is her answer to me. One of the reasons suicide is so painful to the relatives is because there was no moment or opportunity to say goodbye. No words are exchanged. So that gives a feeling of unfinished emptiness. Feelings of guilt and regret remain. Questions, but consolidating words also. So it created for me a goodbye situation to process her sudden death. It gives a sort of control of a situation where you don't have any control on. So that sort of helped. It's a letter with forgiveness, a letter which I tell that we are all right and she doesn't have to worry anymore. And her answer to me is a confirmation of what I believe she went through and why she did it. So, to me, the letters, I experience them as a ritual, because I think rituals can be very helpful to process someone's loss. And there's, of course, a funeral, but that is a shared goodbye and organized with others. And to make your own goodbye ritual, I experience it to be a personal interaction with the deceased. So for me it was very helpful. I can read the letters. They're a bit childish maybe, but they're just, yeah. Dear big sister, did at last the angel called your name? That is what I keep in mind. I accept and forgive, but still feel sorry I was not able to help. You were not a burden to me, though it has been loaded the past years. Should I have questioned you more? I think that, yeah, it must have been lonely. Don't regret, no worries anymore. You look peaceful, so I hang on to that. How are you now? I hope it is quiet and peaceful up there. And this is an old version, I see now. So I changed it a little bit, because she was a smoker. But I thought, well, I skip it. So it's exhibition. It's a different sentence. So I read another version. Looking out from a great height with a view. The children are doing amazingly well, and I am all right too, although I miss you very much. So do Mom and Dad and your dear ones. But you live on in missing. Set inside, me and you and me, remembering by old pictures. I believe you are fine at last. Love you forever, your little sister. So her answer to me is, dear little sister, thank you for writing me. Yes, the angel came and whispered my name. She saw too much destruction in my life and helped me out. No vision for a better future. It was time for me to go. No more sorrow, no more fear. Sorry I abandoned all of you, and sorry for not saying goodbye. That was too hard for me, and I really wanted to go. Exhausted, so tired of struggling, feeling hopeless. I lost control. I am fine now, feeling peaceful up here. Thank you for taking care of my dear sons. I miss them, but I see them. They are beautiful and amazing. I believe now and try to be free from repentance. Love you, your big sister, Maud. So this is another video, another ritual I made. Yes. And it's called Goodbye. How can I play it? Oh, yes, it's starting. After her death, we had to empty her bathroom, and I filled a big garbage bag full of her bathroom belongings. I kept it for 3 years without looking at it. When I wanted to clear up the boxes, I discovered a lot of hairbrushes, most of them with her blonde hair still in it. I couldn't bear to throw it away because it was so physical and personal to just throw it away. So because you bury someone with respect, and then there are some real physical things you just throw away. So that bothered me, and I thought I make a respectful ritual also to get more distance also to these objects and not just throw away. So I made this video where I pick out a hair of the brush. I knew the one was her favorite. And then I collected, well, you can see, you can watch for now, for a minute. And in the installation, the brush itself is exposed in a small vitrine. Oh. So that is most of it. You can see a lot of pictures, of course, in the exhibition. I also made a book, Sister Love. It's a complementary, so there are some other pictures in it. They are not to be seen in the exhibition. So they tell the story, but a little bit in a different way. And there in the book you can all the pictures where Maud on you can see my sister. There's a little shimmer over her, so you have to, when you move the book, you can see. You will recognize who is Jantien and who is Maud. It's a small detail, and it makes her shine again. So I like that. What I wanted to say also more about prevention. I don't know about the time.
Nearly time for questions.
Nearly time for questions, yes. So I have this last image. Yeah, there's some more, of course, to tell. The process of depression and, of course, of this to be scared, pushing someone in the wrong direction. So I experienced that later after her, that talking is very important. Name it, and I thought when I name it, I ask her these questions. I bring her into these ideas, but that's the opposite is true. So I think also take care of each other and look after each other. That's very important, and don't be afraid to connect or try to ask questions. So that's to say about Sister Love. And I'm working on a new project. It's about farmer suicide, because it's a group of suicide that is above average worldwide. So I'm investigating it now, so maybe it will be a new project after the summer. And I hope it will help to keep on communicating about this topic. Okay.
We have time for 1 or 2 questions before our next speaker, and then we'll have some more questions at the end. Any comments, questions from the audience?
Thank you, Jantien. Were you able to help Queen Maxima with her loss of her sister with your book or exposition?
I gave her the book because at the opening, and she asked me some questions about my situation, and she told a little bit, but I don't. Yeah, I think for her she was very curious more about my story than about all the pictures. So she wanted to know a little bit my experience. Yes, with losing a sister. Yes.
Maybe it's useful to explain the situation for our international visitors with the Queen. I'm not familiar with what happened to her sister.
Ah, yeah.
Her sister committed suicide when she was in Argentina, and Queen Maxima always talked about it with, I couldn't help her, and we should now help others to prevent from killing suicide.
So Jantien is our Queen Maxima.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Wonderful. It's wonderful what you did.
Thank you.
Maybe, Karina, could you tell us a little bit about how audiences have reacted? Like, what kinds of interactions do you have in the space, in the installation? And has there been any backlash?
Well, I think, I don't know if the special is interested. The whole museum is about mental health. So that's also what I showed, the special tours also for children and for teenagers. So that's really our message, that we want that young children get educated by it, to speak about mental health. And we say, well, if you go in school, children learn about biology, how you say it?
Biology.
Biology, and they do gymnastic, but they don't learn actually about mental health, and that's what we want, to active, by the tours. So that's we can educate it through, by the tours in the museum, that we can educate from young till young adults, and that's.
And that's not controversial in the Netherlands for raising this topic with young children, because in some countries I think it is.
Well, I think we do it in a funny way. Moet ik eventjes de gebruiksaanwijzing, weet jij dat? A manual, yeah. Well, we did make a manual for our children, so they do a tour during the museum, and they make their own manual. Because we say there is a manual for everything, for broodrooster,
toasting,
a microwave, for everything you've got a manual, but you don't have a manual for yourself. And if you visit a museum, you can make your own manual, and then you understand yourself better, and you can understand the other. So that's why it's not only about your own mind, but also by the minds. The other mind.
And what kind of reactions do you see in the exhibition space? Do people ever get upset or want to avoid the room?
Well, I think just now we renovated. I haven't seen them upset. I think when we our further museum, our elder museum, then it was more about the history for psychiatry, and then it was. Then we saw more people were upset. I think that because then it was, you were looking to the patients more, and now it's more about yourself, and it's, what I say, it's also sometimes in a funny way, or it's not a depressing museum.
A bit more playful.
More playful, I think. Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Well, we'll move on. Oh.
Also did a project with 113 and artists for mental health?
We do the project Word Up. I showed it in my presentation, but that will start next year on school. We do a pilot now, and that is also that we want to learn teenagers, young adults, to talk about their feelings by expressing by art. So they make raps, or they make poems. So we really use art to express themselves.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, and that is also we're proud that we're very popular among school children. I think because they can do something, and it's not a really art museum. They get bored, and now they can discover themselves. So,
Yeah, maybe it's something we can come back to at the end in the discussion as well. And Sarah, maybe you'd be able to reflect on Bethlehem's Museum of the Mind as well, because I think there has been a shift away from historical images and objects and towards art, because of this idea that the older materials were too confronting or upsetting. But as a historian, I really miss those materials, so to think about, is there a way to still use them in a mindful manner? But we can maybe pick that up in the Q&A next.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presentation now.
Hier? Ja, hier zat Corine. Maar anders dan blijf ik zitten hoor. Dan ga ik wel daar zitten. Oh nee, ze gaat wel daar zitten. Leggen mijn papieren ook nog.
So our next presenter is Mineke te Hennepe. She's curator of medical collections here at the Rijksmuseum Boerhaave, and she's going to talk about nursing history in the collections here. Thank you.
Thank you, Manon, and thank you for being able to speak to you at this wonderful conference. And I feel slightly humbled by all your wonderful talks and the topic. I'm going to zoom out a bit more and discuss more the role of objects and what they can do in history. I have here a little object with me. It's very small. Maybe you have seen it during your tour through the museum. Here, it's just very tiny. It's a microscope, or a replica of the microscope. They wouldn't let me hold the real microscope here of Van Leeuwenhoek, but I just brought it to show you, you know, this is, you hold it in your hand, you feel how tiny it is, you feel the weight, how does it feel, how does it work? What can an object really do when you start looking beyond text, beyond images, although some images you can also understand as objects. So I really want to hold a plea here for the importance of the object. And in our collection, so our collection covers history of medicine and history of science in the Netherlands. And traditionally it has been it has been collected in such a way that it really revolves around medical science. So you would say, what about the nurses and nursing in general, taking care of patients? Is that really present? Well, it is present, but we have to switch our perspective a little bit. Our collection consists of a lot of objects, some different objects. We have a library collection, we have natural history objects, paintings, all kinds of stuff, microscopes, and also almost half of our collection relates to medical history. And you would say, whoops, if my presentation continues. Yeah, here we are. So this is, our collection is completely searchable online. And you could find stuff like this, you know, the typical medical operation stuff. Does that have anything to do with history of nursing? Yes, I think so. Because if you start looking at a bit more from a different perspective, you see that this is from a journal for nurses from the 1970s and 1980s. I think this article is from 1970s. And this is actually, in this article, is for operation nurses. And the argument was made because they switch maybe between hospitals, and each hospital, they have different sets of instruments, of operation sets, and who has to be able to recognize these instruments, to hold them, to have the skills to choose the right one during an operation. That is the operation nurse in this case. So that's a very important role, and a lot of knowledge of these instruments, they have to be inquired, and they are part of actually nursing practice. That is really what an object can really objects really start to matter. So what about knowledge through objects? And I would say that objects can be an invaluable source. And I want to talk with you about how material culture can tell us more about nursing history. And I want to give you some examples from our own collection, and maybe hear your reflection on those, because my knowledge of nursing history is not as big as yours, perhaps. And maybe give some leads for further research, and I hope to invite you all to think more about the interesting perspective we get once we start thinking about objects. Now, Manon will be very familiar with these books. These are just two books that have been published in recent years that plea for more interest and more attention to material culture. And one quote which I really like is from the book History Through Material Culture. It says, "As long as humans have made material things have shaped human history." And I think in the talk before us we saw a very strong example in the film of what objects can do and emotions, how they can be very much laden objects. What can you do with an object? Now, well, to give you an example of this is nothing to do with nursing history, but at the moment we're looking at, here in the museum, we have a project where we do research on with the original lenses of Antony van Leeuwenhoek, to try to find out how he made the first observations of red blood cells and of sperm cells over 300 years ago. How did he do that with these little instruments? What do you really see if you look through the original lens? And then you find out, once you start working with the objects themselves, you start finding out that the practices around those objects, they are really, they are not written down in any text. You have manuals, yes, but anyway, for this microscope there's no manual, and you have to start doing. So it's learning by doing, and by constructing, making reconstructions or replicating experiments, or what they were replicating practices. Maybe you can get some idea of the material literacy. So what is really the knowledge ingrained in the stuff and in dealing with the stuff. Maybe we can come a bit closer to that, and the sensorial knowledge. So how the importance of touch, of seeing things, of doing, and also moving around an object. I always say to people, is something. Then I can show you now the picture of the iron lung. Oh, well, no, it's not here yet. Anyway, I can show you the picture of this doll, for example. So this is already one example. Everybody has seen a doll. This is probably a doll which was used for practicing how to hold babies. But it's another thing to hold this thing yourself. Then you feel the heaviness of the head. You start feeling the head, for example, and it has the sutures, or the fontanelles. You know better. And then you really start feeling why it's important to have one of these objects. How do you have to deal with that? And that's very different than now showing it to you in a picture. So then you start think, what does it mean to carry? And this, I think, is broader than just carrying a doll. I think in nursing practice, carrying patients, dealing with weight is very important. Another such thing is the iron lung. I don't know, maybe you have seen it upstairs. It's just above here, where now there's no children running, fortunately. It's a very large piece of equipment. And maybe probably all of you know the story of the iron lung, the persons who were in there. But once you are in front of it, you start realizing the size of the thing, maybe the material. The other day I had students coming by who said, in reality it looks much colder, the material. You get a different feel than when you see the movies online or on the internet, what they had looked at. And then, this also can be relevant for nursing history, because the nurses were the ones coming into the iron lung, in this case, in this version, to treat the patient or doing massages, for example. So how is it to maneuver around such an instrument, to be inside that instrument and yeah, in the small space that you have to yeah, try to treat the patient as best as possible. So that also requires a lot of skills, and the same is true, of course, for the incubator. And this is also here upstairs, just a bit before the iron lung. It requires a lot of knowledge of manipulating machines, how you have to operate it, how you have to deal with it. It sounds very simple because everybody knows how to, for example, you know, if you cook, you would know how to deal an oven, how to operate an oven. But if you're a real cook, you know that it's very different to know your own oven, know how it works, what the tricks are to deal with this machine. And I think in a museum, and with objects, you can start learning more how this was done. And what does it mean for nurses or nursing practices. This is another example. Yeah, sorry, it's a bit of an awful picture, but it comes from our depot on the left side. It's a Finsen lamp, or lamp made. It's very famous in Scandinavia. I don't know if anybody of you have one of these, or no? No. So it's used to treat lupus. And you see here it works with sunlight. It's sort of concentrated with a very strong light. And it's used on the patients. They are like, gathered around this large piece of equipment. And I think the whole arrangement of patients around this machine and knowing how to treat this in the right way, it must have been very, a very particular skill that you can try to perhaps recreate. I don't know, our machine doesn't look as complete as the other one, but you will have to try to think how you could do that. But we could think about ways to start thinking about that. So the handling of these objects. And then one that might not be as obvious, because you have seen probably many photographs in the past days. But actually, photographs themselves are also objects. And here you see a photograph from an album from two nurses who worked in Haarlem. This is the album, and here you see, the physical form of the album. And as you all know, I mean, everybody uses photo albums to carry to people, to show them, or at least they used to, maybe. Now you do it with your phone. But an album is really also an object. And where has it been? What was the function of the album? That is very different than looking only at the pictures as pure, just pictures for their content. Because photographs, in a way, are also staged. They have a history, they have a past. And now they are here in the museum, but they have their own biography. And these, for example, this is an example from another album from TB patients, children who were here in the hospital in Katwijk. And you see lots of nurses in these images to comfort, hold the children in the right position. How did they stage them? Why did they stage them in this way? What happened with these photographs? These are all questions you can ask yourself. And one that I think in these times is very relevant is the example of these photographs, and they were made during a trip from the Red Cross, group of nurses and physicians who work for the Red Cross, and they went to during the Balkan War, the first Balkan War, 1912, 1913. And you can look at these pictures as what you can see on the picture, but you can also think, what was the role of these images during this war? What was the function and the power of these photographs? What did they want to tell with these photographs? So I think that can also be a very interesting way to look at this material. And in doing that, you could, and I called it an encyclopedia in 3D of different knowledges. And this is just a small summary of what you could do with this kind of material and how you could, in a different way, sort of look at the past through objects. So this is just a first exercise for me from our collection, what you could do, but there are many different ways to do this. And here I've written down some leads and options that objects might give a nice entry into. So we also do that. We have a lot of collaborations in research projects in larger consortia. And research and exhibitions also feed each other in the knowledge that we get from the objects, but also the other way around. And one example that I wanted to tell you a little bit about, just show you, if what happens if you change perspective is a small project that we did last year on collecting reproductive technologies from patient perspective. So we had some workshops here in this room, in fact, with people involved in trajectories around reproductive medicine. And we wanted to listen hear their perspectives on what should we as a museum collect from your experience. And of course, in History of Nursing, Hugo has done something similar like that. And actually, this project came about partially, the lead was actually the research done by Manon. From medical museums, they should have more attention for the things, or pregnancy in a different way, and all the trajectories around it. So that is how I think a museum can also be of interest. Now, last thing, just to touch upon, is the exhibition that you have been walking through all these days, and probably you have already seen here and there a little bit, but I thought just to show you a couple of things that I think would be relevant. I mean, the whole exhibition, you probably maybe already had time to have a look. But I think just to show you a few examples of history of nursing in the exhibition, we did, so this exhibition actually is already from 2020. And I do hope that once we close it in August, that, I don't know, some kind of karma will help us also with the pandemic, because it has been going on as long as COVID is in our lives. So, and I think the exhibition should close one day. But so this was from the first lockdown. These images were made from a photographer, and we have juxtaposed them to some images from the last lockdown that we knew before. This is in Tilburg, is from the last small outbreak of smallpox in the Netherlands. And you see some women there, they're actually nuns, because the people were held in a monastery, or a former monastery, and that is where people were held in quarantine. If you want to, you can have a look better. And then one a very prominent part in the exhibition is this staging of protective clothing. And there on the left side, obviously, that is current day clothing for protection. And we have dressed this doll together with the department in the LUMC. And this is actually a nurse taking care of a patient with Ebola. So not COVID, but everybody thinks it's about COVID, but it's fine. An object doesn't have a fixed meaning. It's just, sometimes people want to see in it what they want to see, which is also fine. And of course, just to mention one is the first vaccine, or the first vial, of the first vaccine in the Netherlands. And my favorite, my personal favorite, is this picture there on the left. It's from 3 nurses. En in Dutch it says, met grote toewijding kwijten deze mensen zich van hun gevaarlijke taak. So with great dedication, these people deal with their dangerous task. And I think it resonated in so many ways in the past years that, and I still think it's a very nice picture with they look in the camera. And yeah, so I think it's still very relevant. And then one thing I learned through the exhibition, I thought maybe that's then I will close off with that, is one quote that I read recently from Jeremy Farrar, and he wrote this book, and he writes, we're living through history. 100 years from now, people will still be talking about COVID-19, but the truth is when you live through history being made, it's awful. My father was a prisoner of war for 5.5 years in the Second World War, and my mother was an army lorry driver. They lost friends, they lost family lives, or family members. Their lives were disrupted. History as it's being made is very painful to live through. And yeah, I just thought that was a very true thought. That is also what history is. And yeah, I want to leave it at that. And just to give you the plea for medical, for objects, and I hope in the future you will remember me with my little microscope or any other object in the museum. And if you want to work together or think about a project, I'm more than open for that. So thank you.
Thank you, and we'll have time for questions after our last presenter.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move swiftly along so we can have time for discussion at the end. So our next presenter is Hugo Schalkwijk, who is curator of the Historical College Florence Nightingale Institute at VMVN. And he is going to be presenting on nursing collections and projects in the Netherlands. And I believe Cecile also helped with the material for this presentation.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Cecile again. Yeah, just a short, very short introduction. I must say, I thank you for letting me speak over here. I'm definitely not an expert on the subject of suicide. I'm a public historian, a nurse, a historian of nursing. But I will close with a small attempt and on the limited search we did on suicide in our collection. So to show some of the possibilities that are hidden in our nursing collection at the FNI. I will call it, so the FNI stands for Florence Nightingale Institute. I will just shorten it to FNI because otherwise I will keep repeating that word. The FNI is an online museum for the history of nursing. I will later explain what that exactly is, which is part of the Dutch Nurse Association, VNVN. And during this talk, I will talk about the digital, introduce the digital museum, show the collection, show what we do and how we do it. I am also, advisor to the Historical College. I will explain that as well. I'm a PhD candidate. Manon Perry is my supervisor at the University of Amsterdam and Fontys University of Applied Sciences. And I am also representing the European Association for the History of Nursing, also present here. And of course also representing our colleagues from the Dutch Nursing Heritage Foundation, SHVB, of which Cecile is also an affiliate. I will give a very short history of FNI, which started as a physical museum of nursing in 1997, after 5 years of fundraising and campaigning for a museum of nursing. It moved 2 times from Angerlo to Zetten, 2 villages in cities in the Netherlands. And in 2012, the physical museum closed again when then director Nanny Wiegman made a bold move of digitizing the collection and digitizing the museum to become the first ever registered digital museum in the Netherlands. In 2020, the Dutch Nurse Association adopted the Museum of Nursing because they thought, well, we need to safeguard its future, safeguard the collection, and well, after a model of the Royal College of Nursing in the UK, also well, take care of the history of their profession. Alongside this fusion, also the Historical College was formed to get in knowledge on history, knowledge on heritage. So the college consists of nurses, historians, heritage specialists who form the strategy of the museum and also can act as an advisory board to the board of the Nurse Association. We also work closely together with our colleagues from the Museum Boerhaven and other relevant medical institutions. And well, together we have a mission, and our mission is safeguarding nursing heritage and history. And by telling the history and showing the heritage, we wish to positively attribute to nursing identity, nurse education, the position of nurses and nurse leadership. And also we wish to raise awareness for the wider public for the role and the value of nursing right now, but also throughout history. And we do that all by using our collection and our archive. So how do we do that? Well, since the museum went digital, we do not have a permanent physical exhibition space. Instead, a large part of our collection is displayed on our website, www.fni.nl. When visiting our website, you will find many of our top objects being photographed in high quality and in 360 degrees, so you can have the sensation of somewhat walking around, but of course not the sensation of actually holding it in your hand, Mineke. And objects in our collections vary from, well, historical nursing objects such as well, bedpans and nurse uniforms, but also the prevention materials, insignias, lots and lots of photographs, and the dress robes of the first nursing professor, for example, Anneke van der Berg-Braam, who was installed in 1986. And our archive holds a wide array of nursing and healthcare journals, many of which are digitized, but also the archives of professional organizations throughout history, institutions, and personal archives of nurses and nurse leaders. One of our top objects that really shows the richness of nursing history, and it's also a doll, is the doll of Nurse Stieltjes. And this nurse, Antje Stieltjes, was a community nurse that invented a special way of bandaging, as you can see. And this bandaging was mainly used on factory workers, who often, because of their work, had developed skin disease and had to stay at home to have their wounds healed. And through this new way of bandaging, workers did not have to stay at home, but they could freely move and thus return to work. And she used this doll to demonstrate the bandaging technique to her nursing students. She won a very prestigious award, and this object really shows the innovativeness embedded in the nursing profession and the practical nature and the ability to help. On the one hand, but on the other hand, it can also really invoke discussion, because who did she really help? Did she help the patients who could, of course, freely move and could return to work to provide for their families? Or did they actually also really help the factory owner who did not miss out on his labor and might be less inclined to improve the working conditions in his factory? So this object can really help us to look critically to the context of such innovations, but also show the different dilemmas within the nursing work itself. Objects can also be somewhat of a portal to the past, and also creating show a common nursing identity. The Portal to the Past is something I borrowed from the nurse historian Eleanor Krohn-Hermann, who wrote about the importance of nurse artifacts when researching nursing history. And she named artifacts a portal to the past. So they create a direct link to nurses from earlier times. And by interacting with the historical objects, nurses can explore the history of their own work, revealing differences with the past, but also some continuities. And I encountered this specific mechanism at the museum table we have in Utrecht at our offices from the Dutch Nurse Association, in which I placed, well, a really small part of our collection. And we were in doubt, so should we also lay down explanations of what the objects are, because, well, it's not always that clear. But there were some practical barriers towards it. Of course, it wouldn't look as nice, and well, the table needed to be used as well. But as soon as, well, literally the moment I placed in the last object, there was a group of nurses who was walking in. And immediately you saw the more experienced nurses of the group walking towards the table, pointing at the objects, calling their younger colleagues towards the table and explaining exactly what those objects were. So it was a really nice interaction and showing how these objects are indeed, well, a portal of the past, to the past. And about the strengthening of identity, well, last year we made an effort to do so with one group within nursing, and those are the nurse auxiliaries. I'm not sure if there's a British equivalent of those, verzorgen, we would say in the Netherlands. They form the largest group of healthcare workers in the Netherlands, but they also struggle from a weak position and also struggle to really profile themselves as being more than the assistant to the nurses. We already noticed a great pride in their profession whenever we shared something like their insignia, which you can see over here, which is of course a beautiful insignia as well. And we get swamped in messages of nostalgia, of pride in their profession. But their history remains relatively untold. So also on our website. So we thought, well, we're going to make an exhibition showing the origins of the profession, how it did and how it did not succeed in its original goals and in the profiling of themselves, and also really explain how this particular group of professionals reacted to, well, the ever-changing context of Dutch healthcare. And I believe that the most powerful aspect of this exhibition was not really the objects that we only showed, but also the people, well, who lived the history themselves, which you can see Geesje over here. She recently retired as a nurse auxiliary, and this is a movie of her browsing through her photo album of her nurse training. And it's really this combination of archival material, objects, and also the stories of the people themselves, which I think makes such a nursing exhibition the most powerful. And the well, yeah, and another project in which I can show this powerful connection was a project I did on the history of AIDS nursing in the Netherlands. And I always like this picture because, of course, you can see the two nurses right now, and in the left top corner, you can see them in action when they were still working. This was a project in which we had to heavily rely on oral history research because we simply did not really have any objects to show along with them. And the idea of this project started when I was in college. I didn't even know the FNI back then, but I was working on as an administrative employee on a nursing ward in Amsterdam, and that ward used to be the AIDS ward some 20 years before. And the nurses who worked there were still, well, there were some nurses who had worked there 20 years before, and they still talked passionately about their time on working on the ward, and talked about their work back then and how it was the most valuable period in their careers, the period in which they could really, felt that they could mean the most to the patients. And I, as a young historian, was really grasped by these stories, and I always urged them to tell more. And at one point they showed me these scrapbooks, which they kept during their time there. And those scrapbooks were filled with memorabilia, cards and updates from the staff, stories. They really captured the life on such wards. And I browsed through them, and I thought they were amazing to browse through. And when I was starting my MA thesis, I hoped to use those books for my MA thesis to show this special history. But when I returned to the wards, the books were gone, probably thrown away, which was of course a shame. It also it is, I think, really symbolic, because when I was reading on this AIDS pandemic in the Netherlands, there was not much literature, but the literature there was, nursing was hardly in there. So, as I said, was a bit symbolic, as the nursing heritage is often in places where we can't reach them and where it isn't being held, isn't really safe for the future. So what we did, I contacted the FNI, and we together did this project, tracking down 6 pioneers in AIDS nursing and recreating their stories, showing their stories to the Netherlands and showing their crucial work. And in the past 2.5 years, I was reminded often by the closing remarks of, it wasn't her, it was another one of the nurses who made some final remark in an interview I did with her. And she said, do not think this can never happen again. Just imagine a new, apparently untreatable infectious disease. Let's hope it never happens, but if it does, I hope a new generation of nurses can stand up and act on lessons of the past. Well, I can call it nursing during a pandemic part 2, because 2 months after I started working at the Dutch Nurse Association, COVID hit. And I was really informed by this project on AIDS nurses to, at least have some to create at least some conversation starters for later oral history research on this COVID pandemic, because I didn't want the COVID heritage to, be lost just the way as the AIDS heritage was. So I did that by simply calling nurses within my network, asking them to keep diaries from their day-to-day experiences, really easy questions. So how did they start their day? What did their regular routine look like? What was discussed in the briefing? So really these small innovations in the day-to-day healthcare that might get lost in the bigger picture over time when COVID becomes history, hopefully. So by collecting these experiences as they happened, I hope to have documented at least some of these small details, which can, what can serve as sources, but rather serve as the conversation starters when historians are later going to start their oral history research with these nurses. And next to the diary project, I also designed a COVID-19 story database just to easier collect stories, which I made sure to make it as easy as possible. And low-key as possible, so people could react with or without pictures, with sound, with movies, but also with or without their name, so anonymously if they wanted to. The result is about 40 stories, some longer, some shorter, some very positive, some very negative, of course, which is also just an attempt to create a COVID-19 database. Another project I just want to highlight real quick was a collaboration we did with a Dutch ICU nurse. Kim Makar is her name, and she was is also an amateur photographer. And in the first weeks of the pandemic, she worked on this ICU ward in Amsterdam as well. And I saw she during the first weeks, she really felt the need to have some sort of document, some sort of proof that this all happened, so she and her colleagues could reflect on this period by looking at the photographs of the most important moments of the day. And we got in contact and used these photographs in a digital exhibition by the from the Amsterdam Museum. So Man and I curated this room full of these pictures, and I think it's especially beautiful because it's a nurse who actually took this picture. So the photos are not only aesthetical, they're also through the lens of a nurse photographing the most important parts of such a day. Really important, I think, to collect these kind of things because they preserve the nursing work in these kind of times and show the crucial role they play in our society. And at the beginning of my talk, I promised to touch upon the theme of this conference as well. Cecile and me conducted a small, limited research through our collections, and I couldn't really find much objects that had the label suicide on them. Of course, we have quite some material on psychiatry, but when we searched through the professional journal of nursing, we actually found some interesting results. And the Dutch Journal for Nursing, just for the information, is the longest running professional journal for nurses in the Netherlands. So it runs since 1892. And we found two results from 1938 and 1984, which of course were really different, but also quite similar. You see the pictures quite in your face, but in 1938, a doctor named Jelgersma wrote an extensive article on on the preventing of suicide in mental care institutions. He introduces the subject of suicide as old-fashioned but ever relevant, and describes ways in which nurses can and should prevent suicide at all costs. He writes how to recognize different ways of committing suicide, but also on dealing with the patient's family and first aid techniques when finding somebody committing suicide. The writer states that he recognizes an ethical dilemma within nurses. He recognizes that nurses around him are wondering, aren't people better off? Should we not look away? And the writer states in a very stern wording, the answer should always be that the nurse does everything in her power to prevent such thing from happening. Even when the patient or the family or the family of the patient seems to be condoning the suicide. The writer names suicide prevention as the sole reason that many of the patients are admitted, so also the sole responsibility for the psychiatry nurses working. So the doctor goes on to describe the case studies from his own practices, and showing with illustrations the different techniques on the different techniques and different methods, such as hanging and poisoning. And he goes on to describe the ways in which said suicides could have been prevented by action from nurses. The precautions he names consist of the removal of any object of which you can commit suicide with, but also a 24-hour watch. With the quote again, the nurse has only to obey such precautions, and also stating she should be more aware of the opportunities to commit suicide than the patients themselves. And the article really, I think, also reveals this dilemma, as I already said, within the nurses. So apparently there were nurses who were not really convinced of these kind of treatments and were not always convinced that they were doing the right thing of constantly guarding the patients. And the same thing, which I thought was that really struck me when I was searching through all the magazines, there is a long period after this, after 38, where there is no mention of suicide at all, and then all of a sudden it starts again in the 1970s. And then in 1984, there is a special edition on nursing and suicide prevention. Of course, it coincided with rising rates of suicide in the Netherlands, but also on the debate of legalization of euthanasia and assisted suicide. And there is, in the articles, there is a special attention to nursing protocols regarding suicide, attention to nurse trainings, care for the caregivers themselves after they have experienced a suicide from one of their patients. And although the context, of course, is completely different, and well, we're really talking about two very, very different worlds. What did struck me was the same kind of moral dilemma inside these nurses. So again, the discussion is about prevention, but there are also questions, so what should we prevent? Should we prevent at all costs? Yes, we should prevent, but what then? So there's this quote, save someone, and then should we leave him to his fate? So there's the same internal dilemma going on, which struck me, but of course, now the discussion is not so much about the prevention, but also about the persons wanting to commit suicide. So as I said, I'm no expert on this subject, but I found this small search already very interesting and insightful. And of course, I invite anyone who's interested in researching this to come and visit FNE so we can talk about this. Thank you very much.
Can I invite all our speakers back to the front to answer questions? Yeah, do you want to come back? Thank you. Comments or questions from the group?
I had 2 comments about how to bring nursing history, at least 2 ideas, which I had during university course on very different objects, but which is maybe asking archaeologists to look at the material culture of nursing, because they have a certain way in looking to objects and looking to places, and I found it amazing during the course to learn that archaeologists can construct a life of a site, of life of humans, based on a ditch with trash in it, which is literally, well, it's amazing in my opinion. So I think that should be at least thought of, ask archaeologists to look at nursing history. And the other thing is about a museum in Ghent, Belgium, in the St. Baaf's Cathedral. They have a guided tour with VR experience. So, and I do have to say it's a bit, and I'm not sure in what way it's historical correct, but the principle is that you walk to a room, have a VR set on your on VR glasses and also a sound, and then you walk to the room, and then you have to point your laser at something, and then there comes a story out of it. And there's also an element in which a certain priest tells a story about the cathedral and stuff. And I thought it was a good accessible way to, in this instance, to give information about the mythical lamp Gods, and so people would know how to look at the artwork, what was happening and stuff, and why the church was built, and etc. So maybe 2 suggestions.
Anyone want to reflect on the idea of technological solutions in lieu of objects?
Well, yeah. The VR, just very a coincidence that just 2 weeks ago I had this. I also work at Fontys University of Applied Sciences, and one of the lectors there, professors, is specialized in technology, and she actually brought in 2 nursing teachers who also integrated VR in the nurse trainings, and well, that was amazing just to see, and I also immediately got going. So we should really use this to show the history of nursing as well. So maybe, yeah, maybe in cooperation with the Fontys University.
Did you have a comment, Monica?
Oh, yeah, maybe I just wanted to reflect on the idea of archaeology and archaeologists. I think a lot of thinking and theory from material culture is actually informed by archaeology, so that's a natural link. But I think as long as there's a period from which you can still ask people. I mean, you can still do oral history, and I think as long as when that is possible, it would be interesting to do that. And then you have the time before that. I think it's too recent for archaeologists, but that's just. No, you have I know you have some archaeologists that do a lot of. I mean, you can also go into the material culture, literally, you know, to do scientific research on materials, for example.
Coincidentally, one of the guest speakers did something with World War II archaeology, and he constructed how life at first air camp in nearby Venlo, also in the aspects of healthcare, just based on mass medicine bottles which are found in the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Cecile, you have a question.
I would like to mention that the woman who is doing, at least I don't think it was you, but I thought it was the woman from Utrecht. I guess you know her. I can't.
Reina.
Hmm?
Reina de Raad?
Nee, niet Reina. Another woman. But there is a person in Holland, a woman, and she wanted to study our collection of weighing objects. Because Stichting Historisch Verkundig Bezit has a very large collection, and I would so like it because maybe we have to store it for a long time because it's so difficult to keep this collection alive. And now it's still open. So it would be such a nice project to do all this nursing work with weighing babies, weighing adult people. There are so many weighing objects, and maybe you also have some. And it's nice, I think there are pictures of it because the consultation desks, they have been photographed so many times. I think it would be an excellent idea.
Any comment? Or
yes.
You just agree?
That will be great. But then I would also be interested, apart from looking at pictures, in really using them and trying to, with people who were involved in those practices. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe measure it also.
Yeah.
Other comments or questions? I wonder if our historians could reflect at all on whether they use material culture in any of their research. Not to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot.
I've used historic nursing journals a lot in my research, and in fact was involved in a digitising project in Ireland where we digitised early historic journals. And I kind of found them, you know, really important sources. I'd like to maybe ask, Hugo, do you follow up on the, like Google Analytics, the number of hits on your site, and particularly do you track the different sections and where the interest is among the public and among nurses and historians as well?
Yeah. I recently started doing again because that's. So we have a new specialist at the Dutch Nurse Association who's assisting me with that, because even though I curate a digital museum, my digital skills, so those digital skills, are not really up, are not really par. No, but we do so. So we track Google Analytics, and we actually see, especially with social media interaction. So of course with social media you can exactly see. So we promote these exhibitions. Are these also the exhibitions that are watched most and people stay the longest on? So yeah, we do so, but the responsibility right now is at the specialist of the Dutch Nurse Association. So I don't have the information ready.
Do Did you want to add something, Sarah?
Yeah, so I've only recently started. So I wrote a piece looking at the material culture in psychiatry for a volume that Chris edited, actually, and looking at the restraints that I did the project on the Bethlehem Museum of the Mind. And I think I don't know. Sometimes I think these objects are perhaps more important in the history of nursing than in other areas of the history of health and medicine, where there can be fewer written sources, and you can find traces of things like practices and the actual experiences of nursing within these objects. So, for example, in the restraint garments, repairs to the garments, places like areas of where you can see how they were actually used in practice, that then tells you more about the nursing practices themselves that perhaps aren't being written down because the people who are writing about this history are often the psychiatrists who aren't reflecting on those practices in the same way. So, but then the challenge you have is that very often the collections are put together by doctors. So, we're kind of navigating all these gaps in between.
Thank you. Yeah, what's the title of the book, if we want to look it up? I really thought you would know that one. The Routledge Guide to Using Sources in the History of Psychiatry. Okay. All right, I'm going to close, but just one final comment is to say I think you can tell from Monica's excitement and also Hugo's reflection on how nurses responded to seeing the objects in the object table, that objects also just do generate a lot of interest and enthusiasm amongst nurses and also amongst students, so it's really worth saving them and using them, and amongst historians who also like them. Thank you very much to all our presenters.
Ga jij een foto maken? Welke situatie? Wat? We gaan nu een prijs uitreiken. Oké. Ja. Dankjewel. The microphone is on. Yes, thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're coming back. Okay. Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Katrina Bakker. It's my honor as a chair of the jury and board member of the Nurse Vernede Foundation to announce the winner of the Nurse Vernede Thesis Award. The Nurse Vernede Thesis Award will be presented for the first time today. The award is dedicated to Nurse Katrina Helena Vernede, who wrote the first Dutch handbook on the history of nursing. With this award, the Nurse Vernede Foundation wants to bring young talent into contact with the history of nursing and care, a very small research field, in order to stimulate research. Thus, the award has an emancipatory function. The award is granted every 2 years to the student who wrote the best bachelor's or master's thesis in the field of the history of nursing in the Netherlands and Flanders. 6 theses were sent to the Vernede Foundation. These theses were made anonymous and assessed by 5 experts, that is, Professor Dr. Frank Huisman, Dr. Timo Bolt, Dr. Floor Haalboom, all medical historians, and Professor Dr. Marieke Schuurmans, she is a nursing scientist, and myself as medical historian, jury chair, and board member of the Vernede Foundation. We met once in a long session which took place online due to COVID measures. However, this did not prevent a vivid discussion. The jury was pleasantly surprised by the winning thesis. It's a very interesting story and well written as well. Although the title suggests otherwise, the thesis is precisely what the prize is for. It focuses on the work, the task, and the responsibilities of the nurse. Oral history has been used appropriately and is cleverly linked to the results of the archive research. The subject is approached from different perspectives, that of the patient, the medical profession, nursing, and other disciplines. It's precisely this approach from multiple perspectives that illustrates the fact that history of nursing is not an isolated discipline. The context of the thesis is also original. Tuberculosis has been a huge problem, and one would expect it to have been solved with the introduction of penicillin. This thesis, however, does an excellent job of showing how big a part nurses played in eliminating tuberculosis as a disease. The creative use of interviews with nurses makes the invisible side of nursing practice visible. The thesis shows how undervalued the work of nurses often is. It's not visible and therefore often not seen or appreciated. It also contains an important lesson. We need to look much harder and use more techniques to make the often unobserved effect of nurses' work visible in other medical historical research. Having said all this, I now would like to announce that the winning thesis of the Nurse Vernede Thesis Award is Het einde van tuberculose. Behandelingen en patiëntenervaringen in het sanatorium Elisabeth te Sijselen 1945-1986. In English, the end of tuberculosis, question mark, treatments and patients' experiences in the sanatory Elisabeth in Sijselen by Tim de Brooijer. Tim, my warmest congratulations. I will now hand over the microphone to Rob van der Zande, Chairman of the Nurse Vernede Foundation.
Van der Zande is also florist, I guess, today. Dear Tim, my name is Rob van der Zande, and it's a great pleasure for me as a president of the Nurse Vernede Foundation to present you with the Thesis Prize 2022 after all these words of praise from Karen Bakker. I think you have rightly won the prize. Oh yeah, oh that's better, yes, okay. I think that you've rightly won the prize. You have delivered a particularly interesting, well-founded, and above all, pleasantly readable piece of work. We can hardly think of a better start to our thesis prize. I'm going to keep it short, but I'd like to mention that in preparation for this talk, I've been searching the internet for information about you. Well, to be honest, it was a bit disappointing. On the internet, I only found your name on some Facebook sites, and I don't go there. And I saw your name mentioned on a LinkedIn site. So I found your professor, Joris van der Driessen, of the Catholic University in Leuven. From him, I heard again a lot of praise about how you wrote your paper with great accuracy and a lot of perseverance. He is therefore, he told me, particularly pleased that he, together with you, is going to write an application for a PhD scholarship. Well, what made your professor's commendation so special was that he emphasized several times that you are such a nice person. a really nice guy, he emphasized several times, who, because of that, was also able to implement that narrative method in his research correctly and adequately. So, to approach all those people for the research and to collect all their sometimes also painful histories. Well, Tim, I'm sure that this relative obscurity of yours on the internet is going to end from today. Thank goodness for that. I'm also sure that our director, Nanny Wigman, will start tweeting about you and that an honorable mention of you will soon appear on our foundation's website. So I'm going to present you with the award now, of which we are going to take a picture, and I'd like to invite you to come forward, but you are already here. Yeah, or maybe you could. Okay, that's. Dan gaan we. I promised Nanny Wiggins not to ask you what are you going to do with €1,000. Don't tell.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I think you're going to
I
say
have a
some
speech
words.
prepared. Yeah. I want to thank you for all those nice words. I feel really humble to accept this here. I'm very grateful for joining you here tonight in Leiden. I would first of all like to thank the jury of the award and the board of the Leiden Foundation for awarding my master's thesis this recognition. In addition, I'd also like to thank my supervisor, Professor Joris van Dries, for his excellent guidance and support throughout my MA trajectory at KU Leuven. As mentioned, my thesis dealt with the history of tuberculosis out in the Second World War. I deliberately chose to investigate the history of this disease after 1974, which marked its introduction of streptomycin, the first drug that attempted to cure this disease. Whilst tuberculosis is often presented as having been conquered after the emergence of this drug, my master's thesis demonstrates that patients affected by this disease had still to endure long periods of treatment cut off from family and friends in Sanatherm. I came to this observation by conducting a case study to the Zeilstede Sanatherm located in the Belgian province of Western Flanders. Despite increasingly better medicines, the Zeilstede Sanatherm continued to treat patients until 1968. I conducted this case study by analyzing the archival material that's preserved in the archives of Sisters of Charity. These sisters were in charge of the Sanatherm. Therefore, I would also like to thank Anne van den Berg and Kaat Lehmann, of archivists of the Sisters of Charity Heritage House in Ghent, for their advice during my research. In addition, however, I also conducted 14 interviews with staff members and patients of the Sanatherm to include their personal experiences. Throughout these interviews, patients testified about the difficult conditions they faced after being infected with tuberculosis. They were isolated within the institution, often undergoing harsh treatment. But above all, they experienced great difficulties with the stigma and social anxiety surrounding the disease. Although tuberculosis became more treatable during this period, the stigma proved to be very persistent. However, despite the isolation, the Sanatherm turned out to be a place where patients were cared for not only medically, but also socially and psychologically. In this, the nurse played perhaps the most important role. Besides her tasks in providing hygiene and medical care, she was also responsible for the patient's well-being. This comprehensive care of patients, who often stayed in the institution for several months, created strong bonds between nurses and patients. One patient testified how she developed a close friendship with a nurse, and the nurse even told me that she met her husband in the Sanatherm when he was treated there. Nice story. These ties were further reinforced by the fact that nurses' lives also largely took place within the institution. Until the 1970s, many nurses lived in the attics of the institution, and many of the nurses had once been patients themselves, tuberculosis patients, who received a brief training in Sanatherm to become a nurse. But as tuberculosis gradually disappeared, so did the collective memory of the disease. Suffering of patients and the often invisible role of nurses disappeared into a silence. Throughout the interviews, however, former patients and staff members deemed it important to break this silence. Nurses spoke with compassion about the profound impact of the disease on their patients' lives, and former patients testified about the compassionate care they received in the institution. Their testimonies demonstrate that the history of tuberculosis is not a story of triumph, but rather of the profound and lasting impact of tuberculosis on the patients and nurses who were confronted with the disease. This leads me to a final word of thanks to the former patients and staff members of Santerm who, during the interviews, generously offered me an insight into their lives and into the impact of tuberculosis on them personally. By awarding this prize to my thesis, the Vernede Foundation also recognized their life stories in the aftermath of tuberculosis, for which I'm very grateful. A final thanks. We're working on an article, so we're working on an article, so it will be coming.
I don't have something to say anymore, but I give you the floor.
Thank you. Cecile, do you have any concluding remarks?
Yes, I would like to. Well, it was to me it was an amazing afternoon. I liked it very much. I liked everything. I'm a great admirer of David Healy and also of the two other males who were here. But this section was also interesting to hear about collections in the museum. I think, yeah, this was history of nursing, I think, and so I hope that it satisfied also our other visitors who came to hear about suicide and history. But I do think the most of the program is committed to that. So I hope you all join us tomorrow. And for all the people who have had an invitation for the restaurant, I hope you all come, because the restaurant already asked me this afternoon, do you still have 35 people to come? And I said, yes, I think all 35 are here, so I hope no one withdraws, because otherwise I pay for nothing. So, yeah, I hope we have a nice evening dinner. We can, it is very easy to go there. It is through the station. And then on the other side of the station, it is the building naast de hogeschool, beside the academy. But I will stand at 7:15. I place myself on the station square, if you like, and then we walk in a quarter of an hour. We can also go immediately from here. And I think everybody wants a break in the hotel. So I stand at the station square at 6:45 to walk there, okay? Huh?
Is it on the hotel side or the other side?
Oh, it is on the hotel side. I stand at the hotel side of the station square, near the Fletcher Hotel. Yeah. 6:45.